to Bruce Highway, A1.
Right onto Bruce Highway, A1.
Continue on A1 for 22 kilometres.
Don't speed up, don't come.
Otherwise, we're just setting ourselves up for failure here. 133 882 doesn't have any favours either. You can text as well 0499 880 882. It's coming up to 20 past 9. We'll get to your feedback and your calls shortly. This is Mornings. I'm Bill McDonald. Good to have your company.
From 5:30 at 9 at midday.
Directions through Chermside. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader, ABC.
Stop what you're doing, because the chemist will have...
Hey Trisha. Should have some clear skies here. Hopefully we don't get too many forests for the Starlink. Hey Trish.
And what's happening in your region? Simply follow us on socials or search for Healthy Land and Water Connect. We're here with Kim, head pilot and ballooner off Canberra, floating above Lake Burley Griffin and the city's glorious roundabouts. Kim's seen this view 1,193 times, yet it still leaves him speechless. Canberra, there's more than they're telling us. Come home to Rondu Towers, the height of retirement. Ignite your imagination with stunning views, spacious living, and meticulous attention in every detail. Located in the dynamic Newstead precinct, enjoy an on-site cinema, wellness centre, club lounge for private dining, and swimming pool with impressive river views. It really
Thanks,
is
Chris.
where retirement and luxury meet.
Had to pull over 5 minutes out of the rain.
Yours to discover today.
Dream Maker Travel. Hi, it's Hilary from Dream Maker Travel, and I'm thrilled to invite you to Canada to celebrate all things Christmas. We'll enjoy white Christmas.
Yeah, I left really early. I left about 5 o'clock this morning. Yeah, we are on the Starlink. No Wi-Fi. I mean, no cell service. It's probably hit and miss. See how it goes with just the phone. Because the phone's only pushing like 4,000 bit rate, as where the Live Use wants 10,000 bit rate. We'll see what happens. Take it as it goes. At least the phone will tell me I'm not connected, I suppose. left, I think. I went through a bunch of banana fields before. Should have went live then. Just got the 4BC radio on. Talk back. There's a cell tower in front of us. It's a big one.
That's a familiar. It's like a broken record, isn't it? We keep saying the same thing, but to hear that they're actually.
Only trouble I can see having if I get start going through rainforest and those canopy starts covering the road.
Then they're finding a way to hook up with their networks to organise and coordinate more crime while they're in detention. That'll do it for me.
Yeah, yesterday's stream got blocked, so I'll just go in and I'll just copy parts and split it up. I'll split that first section up, the drag racing, and then I'll go back and clip all the music out of the clip the music out of burnouts.
When they've committed crimes, been through the court system, and been
I'll
put in
upload
there.
it again.
So yes, but we should be able to listen to their calls and hear all this stuff, and they shouldn't be.
I knew that had happened.
Michael says, just find out if this is happening in other states.
Had about 6 or 7 songs that are all bloody block songs. Yeah. You get blocked, in other words, they process it.
Kerry said they need boot camps built and a new government. Yeah, we need both of those, I think, Kerry. Some form of boot camp or some form of halfway place in between. Certainly not.
It says 17 hours drive home, and that's not with stops either. It's 1,539 kilometres to go. If I can find a PowerPoint anywhere, I'll charge the battery up.
Dave says at the end of the day, this is just another symptom of the lack of infrastructure.
And I want a couple of hours. I think there's a major city, Townsville.
Simple as that. Thank you, Dave.
I think it's Townsville or something like that. And I want to get some food or something, get some ice and the ski and
sit around playing cards, drinking tea.
get a loaf of my low carb bread if I can get it, get some ham and stuff. Tomatoes.
It's not often. They're encouraged to attend church services to
So I can make my own food.
have changed.
And I need to find a place where I can barbecue too.
It's a resort. Well, it's
Got a
certainly.
couple of steaks in there from I had from the weekend. They're all cryo packs
I
though.
would have thought phone calls to the outside and to your criminal mates or your mates
Lots
that
of
are
sausages or something.
thinking of doing criminal activity. I wouldn't have thought that would be something that would be easy to do. I thought they could regulate that and control
Just
that.
got to find a park
They
that's got a
seem to be.
electric barbecue.
Size says bill enough for this crime from these youth criminals. Remove their privileges. They don't deserve these privileges. How can this go on, especially talking to each other via telephones
Yeah.
inside?
One of those drives again. The last time.
Where is the government authority people doing their jobs? Just disgusting. Lynn, I couldn't agree more. That's why I thought I'd bring this up because I don't know.
Just have to stop every so often.
Politics are running these
Every few
sides.
hours.
Kids sound like
Yep, car.
they're all over it. They're just standing there. They're just running roughshod over the prison authorities, the corrections
Yeah,
authorities.
'cause I don't really want to be buying junk food unless I have to.
Minutes a week on phones and phone calls, and they're somehow managing to do conference calls with their mates to then direct them, supposedly, to commit crimes, and then speak to them while even they're in the midst of committing those crimes. Oh, just crazy stuff, crazy stuff. Keep your calls and texts coming. It is 133 882 on the open line, or you can text on 0499 880 882 if you want to.
I'm using the app on the phone for the radio.
4BC.
Brisbane 4BC.
We'll get to more of those shortly.
More
And
talk
we'll find
back
out what else is
stations
happening
and
this morning. The supermarket inquiry, as I said, the
should have
Queensland
proper
version
copyright.
anyway, it's getting underway in Brisbane.
60
So we'll find out what's
kilometres
going on
an hour.
down there as well. It's 9:28 on 4BC.
We're here with Kim, head pilot of Balloon Aloft Canberra, floating above Lake Burley Griffin and the city's glorious roundabouts. Kim's seen this view 1,193 times, yet it still leaves him speechless. Canberra, there's more than they're telling us.
Looking for the best apprentice training in the automotive industry? The Motor Traders Association offers industry-leading on-site training one-on-one at your workplace. For real job training on the job,
Probably
visit
about $300 fuel
mtotraining.com.au today.
Get back home.
RTO 90402.
If you're a tradie and your supplier lets you down, you look like an idiot. No one needs that.
Yeah,
That's why
steak.
your first
Fucking
call
find a
should always
barbecue
be
or
to
I'm eating it
hunt
raw.
for home. They've got machines to meet your needs, ready to go today. Scissor lifts, boom lifts, forklifts, the lot. You can rely on Hire for Hire to help you knock over your next job fast.
Don't know what else. Probably just steak.
Call 1-800-HIRE or go to hireforhire.com.au.
I'll buy a bag of salad or something. I've got some French dressing. Yeah, probably that. Or a bag of salad.
Two unstoppable forces of nature, one just as capable of destruction as the other, but neither, it seems, capable of affecting Aldi's waterproof and wind-resistant.
In 8 kilometres, at the roundabout, continue straight onto Bruce Highway, Victoria Street.
No worries.
At the Aldi's
If I can get going.
this Saturday. Aldi. Different.
Tax time is your perfect
It's a
opportunity to
roadworks
treat
and there's a
yourself
traffic
to Mercedes-Benz.
a set of lights just here, like a temporary one.
Advantage of impressive
Or a trailer or
savings on
something.
select
So
range
one
of
lane's open, in other
Mercedes-Benz
words.
models, including
Hey Gabrielle. Brisbane. Only 1,500 kilometres to go. So I'll be streaming for a while, hopefully. Please like and subscribe. Got the Starlink on board. We're using that to get the signal out. So we'll see how long that lasts. You can't trust 4G or 5G networks in the country here. In the city, it's fine.
sensational. I'll never cook again.
Taste the difference for yourself. Cameron'sKitchen.com.au. 9 Radio is currently playing content that could not be played on our online streams. Normal programming will resume shortly. You're listening to Rockies on 4BC. Amateur golf coach along with the housekeeping. 1346 today.
Ingham, McDonald's, 57 k's away. I've been finding McDonald's lately is crap, absolute rubbish. Tastes like rubbish, in other words. That's what I meant. Even though it's no good for you, it just seems like it's all meat on the bun and there's nothing else. And it's mainly bun too, mainly bread. That's something I can't really have. I can't eat normal bread. Send me mad.
So it's not just one or the other. This is the sort of crap that really grinds people.
Send me blood sugar mad.
To parties. Just take what you do, just do the job of running the state. And you should have the best interests of taxpayers like you and me at heart. And all those that you expect to vote for.
You can listen to the local
Not
news
the
in
union parties
Australia.
in the case of Labor, nor the factional warlords.
All
as
the
they've
local
been done,
topics.
that want to meddle and pull the policy
Oh, there was
strings in
a,
the background like we are seeing
A stabbing
right
in
now.
Brisbane. Look, there's knife
Yeah,
crimes,
it's been in the papers right
bad
across
knife
the
crimes in
weekend,
Brisbane
and
at
it's
the
in the
moment with
papers
all the
again
news and
today.
stuff.
I'm going to
There was a
start with
stabbing
Labor.
in a park
We
last
already know
night.
that
I don't
they're
know
beholden to
whereabouts
the
in
unions.
Brisbane.
They're in
The guy
pocket.
died.
The unions are the power brokers with this government. But if you needed any further proof of the ongoing influence of Gary Bulldog Bullock from the United Workers Union, here it is. Bulldog got his way by rolling Palaszczuk, we know that, and he appointed his yes man, the one that nobody voted in and nobody really wanted in Queensland as Premier, and that is Stephen Miles.
So I won't be hanging out in any
Bulldog
parks in
Bullock's
Brisbane.
handiwork. Now he's sparking a divisive
Yeah, huge
factional
crimes out of
war that
control,
threatens to
Trish.
drive a wedge between Miles
Oh, the watch
and
houses are
Deputy,
full.
the Treasurer Cameron
So there's no
Dick.
room to put
And
anybody when they
plans to
arrest
push
them.
the former
So they've
Minister
got to let them go
Doug
on
Jones
bail.
to nominate for a federal
anybody.
Senate position. According to the Courier Mail, it threatens to be the biggest right versus left factional war in at least a decade. Again, this is it with the backdrop of an election 5 months away.
And the
when their
speed
focus
cameras
should be
too.
purely on what
On trailers,
voters
they
need
just
and what
you just don't know
voters
where the
need.
hell they are.
This
So
is
you've got to
going
do
on in
the
the
speed
background.
limit. That's why they
UW
use
Miles
cruise control.
He's the convener of the dominant Labor left faction.
Yeah, when I find, like I
Miles is
said
the leader
before,
of
when I find a
and
big
manoeuvring
city I come
to
into, I'm
nick
going
the
to
number
try and
two
go
Senate
Woolworths
spot from the right.
and get some
because they've got this sweetheart deal with the right
to get me the rest of the way home.
Well, he wants to take that.
And if I have to, I'm going to pull over and set that swag up in a park.
Old guard faction.
Gets
He
stabbed.
was also had a role in.
Now these ones should be alright because they're not like in the city or anything. They're like actual camping areas, free ones for drivers and
leads
stuff.
the right faction.
So I'm not going to pay for a motel room.
This is Premier and Premier we're talking here. Pitted against one another with this backroom
Or it's going to
stuff
cost me enough to get home.
which could derail Labor's campaign.
Cheaper to drive than it is to fly. It'd probably be like
A senior member
more
of
than
the Labor said
$1,000
that it was not
return
roll over to
from
Mr.
Cairns
Bullock
to Brisbane.
and absolutely
And then I would have had to,
contest the
pay for
position. So
taxis
they're
or
not gonna-
Ubers or whatever.
they're not gonna
Even the
give up.
Uber drivers don't want to drive because of the
The
crime
number
waves
2
going
Senate
on.
ticket spot has traditionally been reserved for the right, Cameron Dick's side. It's aligned. This is the union.
God,
how the union
50
already
kilometres an
defined
hour
in this
ahead.
government. So the right is
Rainforest
aligned
to
the
Reef
shop,
Centre, 200
distributed
metres on the
and
left.
Allied Employees Association Union.
Whatever that
It's a
is,
union.
like a museum or
A
something.
union.
A reef centre, we're not
private
even
activity.
near the bloody
It is
ocean.
going to be war, but this
I
senior
don't get
right
it.
source has said. Everything's on the table. There's always casualties in war, and I think the first one will be Stephen Miles.
This is a small
That's a
town.
quote from this, in the paper from this senior right faction source.
I don't think they'd have a
They're going to
worse.
say this is the
Could have
last
something.
thing, and he's already under pressure.
Oh yeah, it actually is. There's a jetty there.
It's going to be a consequence. People are going to be focused on this until it is resolved. There's what you need to hear. This means that
Hang
Labor's
on.
focus is not on you and me or what is right.
I thought I was like more inland. I'll take the camera off and show you.
Because of what is being orchestrated
Off the
by
down.
these union heavyweights in the background. Backroom BS. How was this
window
going
down.
down with you this morning when you're having a cuppa and a bit of toast perhaps? 133 882 on the open line to learn this today.
Must be the ocean.
0499 880 882. I can tell you how it's going down with me. It's not good enough.
I thought we were inland. See, that's how much I knew. I was up a mountain before, so
This sort of stuff play up. We're so close to an election.
it's pretty big too.
Background, all these unions. For what it's worth, Joe Jones hasn't made this comment. We'll see whether she will.
Now I know I can get out the car with the selfie stick. I probably could walk down there. I'm not gonna. Just gonna keep going. If I find a nice beach or something, I'll stop and go for a walk.
Just hang on a second, I'll get to you on the text line. Here we go, the LNP. Backroom interference again. And Santo Santoro's name is involved here, Dave, so yes, this is what we're getting to. Of a different kind in the LNP side of things. From former party colleagues that says that the LNP is close to grabbing the reins of power again, so here's what they're coming up. And they want to have a seat at the table. They want to
$2 a litre for petrol too.
powerful conservative faction of the LNP is preparing for
Should get a little bit cheaper as I go down, maybe 10 cents. Should be around $1.90 really.
former Howard Government Minister and veteran lobbyist Santo Santoro.
The giant
He's
surfboard
been to
there.
join its state executive. He wanted to sit on the table, and they said no, and he's not happy about it, and it could end up in court. He was nominated, or he was nominated, but he's been working as a lobbyist, and the party has some strict rules around integrity.
In 400 metres, at the roundabout, continue straight onto Bruce Highway, Victoria Street.
Victoria Street.
I must have
Santo
Google Maps open on both phones. You heard it repeat itself twice. I'm not going to minimise the prison map either because it'll just switch off on me.
So there's the technicality that may lead to a legal challenge from him going, well,
Yeah, so it's getting more tropical. You can tell by the trees.
when you put your name down on the form, you were still registered. Legally, about it, no doubt. They had actually
Inchbrook Island National Park.
to roll on in another contested internal ballot, which is apparently going to happen tonight. You don't make this stuff up, both sides. State director of the LNP, Ben Riley, seems to be in the crosshairs of the conservative arm of the LNP. And again, here's the rub. It's amazing how this is playing out. That arm
52 k's to the next one.
by Shadow Attorney General and former LNP leader Tim Nichols. So that's what he got a bit of a suspended in March after making allegations of branch stacking. So there's a whole nest of people involved here. So grab some popcorn, sit back, and
Grab some popcorn.
as we lead up to
Frank?
October 26.
Every time I hear
Because it's
popcorn, I
happening
think
on
of
both
Frank.
sides. They can all sniff the finish line, and they all want a bit of a part of it. How many times have you heard that the only thing that can beat the LNP at the election is the LNP themselves? And right on cue, here we go. It's going to be interesting. 133 882. What do you make of it? You can text me as well, 0499 880
100 kilometres an hour zone coming on.
It is 20 minutes to 10 on 4BC Mornings. I'm Bill McDonald.
Traffic, hear every show anytime. Click on audio.
At least I've got someone, got a company now to talk to. It's my
On the
own.
Gateway Motorway northbound, the on-ramp is blocked from Colin Crossway in Banyo and diversions are in place via Toople Road. That's causing heavy delays back to the Gateway Bridge on the Gateway Motorway and also on Southern Crossway. Also got a crash in Rochdale South on Rochdale Road at Pac-Man Avenue.
Pac-Man Avenue.
Breakdown Stanley Street East after Fisher Street in East Brisbane. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
Near here with Kim, head pilot and balloon off Canberra, floating above Lake Burley Griffin and the city's glorious roundabouts. Kim's seen this view 1,193 times. Yet it
Streaming at
still leaves him
1080p too.
speechless.
I've actually got 4,000 bit rate. Got better bit rate than
Living with
yesterday.
diabetes, ditch
I think I had
finger pricks with Freestyle
3,100 or
Freestyle
something.
Libre is a small wearable sensor that monitors your glucose levels and trends and sends them straight to your phone. Instant up-to-date feedback, no finger pricks. How good is that? And you can trial Freestyle Libre.
That was the first time I actually had a stream
Just
blocked,
head to
eh?
freestylelibre.com.au to find out how. T's and C's apply. Follow directions.
It's a
for
normal
use.
thing.
Read warnings before purchase.
YouTube's got
Free
those.
yourself from finger pricks. Freestyle Libre.
That's why Young deletes all his VODs because of that reason.
You'll find Brisbane's largest range of mirrors in every style and space. Or
But just because it's deleted doesn't mean it's not in the YouTube studios.
Which road wins out?
So I'll just go and copy it,
Ready for your hearing check? Because our stores
download it, and chuck it in an editing program or something.
Your care first, which can make them rather popular. Specsavers, your care is our business.
That's what I needed someone, like I said, on the laptop, and they could have just made clips out of that live stream for me while it was going. And then even if it got blocked, the actual live stream, not the clips wouldn't have got blocked because there'd be no music in it. The music's only before each burnout. They stop the music while the burnout's going on. But right at the end there in the burnouts, they weren't really playing any music. Very faint. I didn't even know why they need music there anyway. You can't hear it over the cars.
And become a member shareholder.
It's complete. Our brand new Cherry North Lake showroom is open with a huge selection of exclusive grand opening specials. There's never been a better time to find your perfect Cherry ride. Visit Cherry North Lakes and experience our brand new showroom. One statement.
Is that wind noise terrible? I got the window open a little bit. Want some airing?
Low maintenance over 50s communities in Queensland.
Or maybe I'll do the back
Modern
window.
homes ready to move into today. Enjoy relaxed living while staying social and active. Priced from $340,000 to $1.7 million. No
Okay,
reason
good.
fees or stamp duty. Plus buy now and enjoy the $5,000 Ingenia holiday voucher on us.
I'll just turn the stereo up a bit.
Start living. Search online for Ingenia Lifestyle Queensland. Conditions apply.
If it happens in Brisbane, you'll hear it.
See the music, I'll just turn it down.
Because there's some big appointments in court today. The sentencing hearings are underway today.
Stops,
both the
you know, the
Ella
toilet on the way,
and
on the
also
way.
the Toddai
Rest areas.
Care and violent home invasion as well. So there's some very big outcomes to be dished out by judges in court today that we'll be staying across. We've got reporters from 9
Not too
at
sad.
both. And so if there is anything that happens during our time on air this morning until midday, you will hear about it. Quick spark, but if it happens after that, which is probably the most likely scenario that will happen after midday today, you'll catch it on Sophie or with police on Drive in the afternoon. But a big day in terms of those getting those court outcomes for the Bellable family. And also,
I think I got to replace the fuel sender in the fuel tank because when I drove up here, all of a sudden the car said you've got 6 kilometres of petrol left. But I just filled the bastard up, so I knew I had fuel in it. And it goes, you've got 0 fuel, and I'm in the middle of nowhere. So it's got to be the sender unit. So I'm going to have to find where the petrol tank is, and I just hope I don't have to drop the bloody petrol tank out to get the sender unit out. So I'll have to do a bit of research. So I've got to replace that, and I've got to replace under my car I've got all these, I don't know what they call them, they're like boards or something, but they're made out of like a cardboard or something, but it's really tough cardboard sort of thing. When I hit that animal last time I went to Rocky Nats, it ripped a piece off, so I've got to bring up forward and try and find out which part it is and replace it. The two things I'm going to do on the car.
Very often, I think only twice before, and for a long, long time, the LNP. So these people in the background need to just stay.
Like the whole idea, the car's covered in those boards for aerodynamics.
Fully in his team. Prepare for the election campaign coming up.
Like a Formula 1 car sort of thing.
3882 is the overline number. You might agree, you may disagree. I'm happy to hear from you either way. Text me on 0499 880 882. Greg from Redcliffe.
A little animal did it.
Morning, Greg. Yeah, good. How are you?
Don't get something on the road.
Not playing these games during working hours that we're paying for.
All the unions and the union members and that sort of thing?
Well, the police, like we're paying the police wages.
Yeah.
Are they doing all this carry on, all this subterfuge and back office backstabbing and stuff during the working hours when it's supposed to be working?
I would know. I would think so. I would think it's ever present. I don't know if it would ever go away by the sound of things, especially if it's true that there's going to be lobbying going on, particularly in the case of with Labor, if they're pushing for Kate Jones. I'd imagine there'd be a little bit of, and if it's bubbled to the surface that it's made the newspapers and it's become public, I think you can guarantee that it means there's a fair bit of think time being given to it. So yes, I would think it would be during the time.
I think it's about 2 hours or 2.5 hours till Townsville.
Yes, that's a good thing. That's a good theory.
So
yes,
most likely stop there at a Woolworths.
Diaries, and while all the ministers or whatever, or the head honchos are out playing union power breaking games.
Gotta watch those truckies.
They can say and leave a bit of work for their assistant ministers to put in the diary and drop off all the stuff that needs to be picked up in the meantime.
We'll have to get some more monsters too. They're on special at Coles. Saves like $6 for 4 of them.
Yeah, and that's what it is. It's bullshit.
It's bullshit. They said that on radio.
It's happening, and it's happening on both sides, and that's the disappointing thing. I just hope that it. Well, I don't know how
Next
they're going to get under control, because as soon as there's a whiff of taking control and getting a bit of power, I think these identities and these people in the background pulling the strings, they want to get closer and closer to it, and they want to have a say.
I think you're right.
I hope you enjoy the view.
Calling in, it's as easy as that.
Because it's going to keep changing the scenery. You'll get to see what a bit of Australia's like if the Starlink keeps
all
going.
out of the way.
This car's overtaking it ahead of me. Go on, get back over. Get up my lane. Not American.
Which is deciding what they want to do when it comes to polling on October 26th. They don't want all this garbage in the background. Lynn from Morningside says, can't the governor do her job and use the cane and threaten all the Queensland politicians to get on with their job?
The cane.
The taxpayers pay them to do, or get the sack, Lynn? I don't think.
The kids aren't brought up right these days. That's why they're all out
doing any intervention,
stealing cars and breaking into houses.
Jeanette Young was appointed by Anastasia Palaszczuk to that role, so I don't think there's ever a time when she's going to stick her nose into any government business anytime soon. Wishful thinking. Steve says, Bill, this is where the governors should have to step in, knowing that unions are that far embedded into a political party. The government should be run by us, the voters. This power needs to be taken from the unions. Again, wishful thinking, Steve, and you're right, in principle you're right, but we know that Labor's always... Well, the union movement is the biggest donor for the Labor Party, so it is wishful thinking to think that they're not going to have some sort of control in the background, but that level of control seems out of control when it comes to the mild Labor government here in Queensland. Now, Brad at Wellington Point says that the desperate race is on to obtain the easiest, the assistance, the minions, the pay, the celebrity, the stuff we don't know about, all without a shred of accountability when they walk away set for life. Any wonder they're all scrambling for a spot at the trough. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. Sums it up, Brad. That's what's happening. As I said, they're all smelling. There's, for Labor, it's desperation stakes, and so they're trying to, I think, shore up a lot of stuff before they possibly lose power in
National Park.
October. I think that's what the polls are indicating. And the LNP, they can smell that there's they're going to possibly win the election, so everybody's now jumping back on board, wanting to say in things, wanting to say who's going to be doing what, who's who on the zoo.
What I don't like is all these trees.
Bill sounds like a state politician.
Either side.
Can obviously see the
I don't know how the Starlink's going to cope with that.
And they all want to get this now, isn't it? Yes, there's a bit of that Shane. Thank you. Tony says, and they wonder why they're losing votes to the minor parties and independents, Tony, out of pride here. This is an interesting point you've raised, Tony, because I guess, Mark said it this morning in the briefing crew, that while the two dogs in the fight, it allows for a third dog to come in and maybe take some of the spoils. So if this breeds disenchantment with the two major parties, it's only going to, for many people and for a few people, I would say, make them want to look elsewhere, to park their vote elsewhere, because they feel disconnected or disillusioned with what is happening with both the parties in terms of all this stuff in the background. Now we'll just have to wait and see how it plays out over the next weeks and months. But yes, it'll be feeding into the minor parties that way, and the Greens as well to a certain extent. Now, Colin says from Newmarket, the LNP Queensland are starting to sound like they're being mentored by the Victorian Liberal Party. There's an element of truth there too, Cole. Thank you for that. And this one from Des in Lota. I Bill, the LNP have had 4 years to sort their internal struggles out. It's Deb Frecklington all over again. If they haven't learnt from their last lesson, they deserve to lose. At least Labor hide their hatred for each other. Good point, good text, Des. You'll recall that Deb Frecklington was nobbled from head office last election. She was white-handed. They backgrounded against her, and they pretty much stuffed up her campaign. And they have had 4 years. Absolutely,
the trees
right.
just
That's
changed.
what I mean. They've had 4 years, and now as we get to the shot of the finish line, 5 months out from the election, all of a sudden out of the woodwork, we're starting. Well, it's probably been happening a bit more than we think, but all of a sudden now we're starting to hear about this jostling for position that's going on. And there's obviously a lot of disharmony in the background. That's always been the problem with the LNP in this state at head office. It's the unions for Labor, and it's all the former LNP. I'm not going to call them hacks because that's unfair, but there's all these former LNP personalities in the background. 133 882.
See the clouds touching the top of the mountain.
Good morning.
All right.
Yeah, well, you.
Yeah, pretty good, thank you, for a Monday. Just
trees aren't so thick here.
House lighting in the background of that, like, how are they supposed to deliver to all us, like, to the voters? They can't deliver if they're not concentrating on the job. It's just like a sports team. You've got to pick your team to go out there to get the results for your club or whatever. I don't understand why they can't, for the 4-year term, to sit there and go, this is my team, let's roll, let's get it done, and deliver for the voters. I just don't understand why they got to have in-house fighting all the time.
Yeah, I agree with you on the 4 years. And I reckon David Christoffel would be seeing this stuff play out in the newspapers and on websites, news websites now, and he'd be filthy because he'd be going, look guys, what are we doing? What are you doing? Have you learned nothing from the last election campaign? Just sit back, get out of the way, and let me and the team do what we've been planning on doing.
Pine plantation on the right hand side.
I reckon
They just be like honest
not these ones on the side of the road.
You know what? I want to go for the
AK zone.
Not wait for the last
Railway crossing.
And say I want to go for leader. Just be like be transparent and honest and go, I disagree with you. I think I would be the better leader. And then, like several months back, like I go and see the party to pick up a better leader. Don't wait for the last minute because
back to 100.
That's when these little parties, as one of the other people said before, will come in and start picking up votes because they've got their little teams together.
Like cruise control
each other. They're not arguing with each other. And they're picking up votes one by one.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. They'd have to put ego aside, these people that are agitating in the background, and that's the big thing. Can they put their egos aside and just say, all right, for the good of where we're going, we're just going to step back and get out of this, and let head office and let David Christofouli run a campaign. That's what I think. If they put their egos aside, maybe there's a chance, but there'll be no chance on the other side, because the unions are always going to want to demand that they have the say in what happens. Nice to have you called today, Brent. Thanks very much. Have a lovely day. If you want to give us a buzz, it's 133 882 on the open line, or text 0499 880 882. It's 4.5 away from the news at 10 o'clock on 4BC Mornings.
This is Tim the Yowie Man. He leads tours uncovering spooky secrets in Canberra. He knows all the stories behind Canberra's cultural attractions, and he'd love to tell you about them. Tim, it seems he stumbled upon our resident ghost. Tim. Canberra, there's more than they're telling us.
If you have sleep apnea and are struggling with the cost of CPAP treatment, speak to Save CPAP Clinic, SOVE. They offer interest-free payment plans and flexibility to choose from brands like Raceway, Phillips and Fisher-Paykel. Only $1 up front, or between $25 to $54.
Yeah, I haven't had anything like that yet.
That's less than $4 a day. T's and C's apply. Stop growing with Save. Go to Save CPAP Clinic today via the website Save.
You need to have a cup of tea this morning like I usually do.
Number 1300.
I just wanted to get out of there.
39. CPAP is used for obstructing sleep apnea treatment.
There's hardly anyone left there anyway.
When considering whether CPAP is right for you, speak to your doctor. Payment plans are available for approved applicants only. Fees, terms, conditions, minimum amounts, exclusion to apply. Check out the website save.com.au.
If you're after a scissor lift, boom, or any kind of access equipment,
only 1,497 kilometres to go.
The largest privately owned and operated supplier of access hire equipment. Hike for Hire won't let you down. They've got machines to meet your needs, ready to go right now. From scissor lifts to knuckle and stick lifts, big or small.
I think it says I'll get home at 3 a.m. If I keep driving continuously for 16 hours, it won't be.
Or go to hikeforhire.com.au. Hike for Hire, safely taking you to new heights.
Own a commercial property?
Yeah, if I'm going to pull over and have a sleep, I'll get their swag out and do it in one of the parks.
Our experienced team is dedicated to making your investment thrive. tewksburycommercial.com.au. 4BC presents
Hey, if I can find a toilet block with a power supply.
those oh what a feeling moments in Australian Olympic history, thanks to Toyota. Sydney 2000 women's beach volleyball.
And the crowd at Bondi, they are going berserk. What are serves? And it's in! The Brazilians let it go! 1 point of money for the gold medal for Kerry Bondi.
Yeah, it is. It's a huge place. Yeah, it's bigger than Victoria, it's bigger than New South Wales. It's not as big as Western Australia, I don't think. I think Western Australia is like twice the size of Queensland.
The Bunnings Trade Expo is back Thursday 16th of May from 12 to 8 p.m. at the Brisbane Convention and Exhibition Centre. Don't miss your
Sunday Creek on a Monday.
on top brand tours before tax time. Plus there'll be fun activities for kids and free trade merch. Register now at the Bunnings Trade website.
Are you worried your will will be contested? Think they won't be able to challenge your will because you haven't seen them in years? The big end of town is making big dollars, challenging wills just like yours. Make sure your hard-earned assets go where you want them to. Speak to Cook and Hutchinson lawyers about preventative estate planning solutions and make sure your will is worth the paper it's written on. Visit cookhutchinson.com.au and take our online quiz to see if you qualify for a free 30-minute consultation today.
Brisbane's 4BC.
Coming up after 10 o'clock this morning after the news, we'll find out from an expert why a lot of our building
Significant
projects
environmental area.
are not only going a little bit
That's
over
what that sign
budget,
said.
but way over budget. There's a reason for that, and I'm keen to hear it from him as well. And South Bank, do you want to spend all that money? And how far up on the priority list is redeveloping South Bank? And I'll tell you what, we'll talk
Going up
more
now.
about the supermarket inquiry as well. That's all coming up after the latest headline news.
Every moment, every medal, your home of the Olympics. 4BC.
North denies clash with RBA, teens charged of a crime spree and a crackdown on dodgy taxis. It's 10 o'clock. Good morning, I'm Jess Ampler. The Albanese government is taking a political gamble on inflation reaching its ideal target level 1 year earlier than expected. The prediction is at odds with the Reserve Bank, who only last week claimed inflation was still high and interest rates may need to rise. The Treasury believes consumer prices will fall and interest rates could follow as the Australian economy weakens. Finance Minister Katie Gallagher says the government will address the challenging conditions in tomorrow's budget.
We want to be part of the solution, not part of the problem, and we want to make sure we can give people some cost of living relief. So the tax cuts, obviously the big part of that in this budget, but some further cost of living relief in recognition that people are doing it really tough right around the country.
The body representing Australian councils wants greater Commonwealth funding to improve community infrastructure like libraries. Figures show more than $8 billion worth of local government buildings and facilities are in poor condition. Crucial services.
In some real serious cases, local governments are being forced to cut back on services provided to communities. This is not what our communities need, especially in times where cost of living is under pressure.
4 teens will face court today following a wild crime spree across southeast Queensland. The group aged 15 and 16 allegedly stole 2 luxury cars from the Gold Coast. Senior Sergeant Chris Tridden says the cars were later spotted driving erratically.
They've driven at 200 car speeds up the M1 to Logan and back and up and down a few times.
The teens are facing several burglary and dangerous driving charges and will front the Southport Children's Court today. America's top diplomat Antony Blinken has issued some of the strongest criticism yet of Israel over its war in Gaza. US correspondent Jonathan Kersley.
The US and Israel have been allies for decades, but relationships have been strained during this prolonged war. The US paused a shipment of weapons destined for Israel over concerns about a military incursion into Rafah, and the president has said more could be stopped if there's a ground invasion into the city. Joe Biden's Secretary of State Antony Blinken also warned a military invasion might not improve the situation.
Israel's on the trajectory potentially to inherit an insurgency with many armed Hamas left, or if it leaves, a vacuum.
A UN agency has also said 300,000 people have fled Rafah in a week. In the United States, Jonathan Kersley, 9 News.
The federal opposition says there are still many unanswered questions about a proposed cap on international student numbers. Senior ministers and the university sector are holding talks today as the government pushes to reduce the number of overseas students entering Australia. It's part of a plan to almost halve the nation's overall migrant intake. And Australia's largest taxi payment provider, CabCharge, is cracking down on drivers who turn off their meters and jack up fares. From this Wednesday, the company is introducing strict new rules on payments.
Sport for DPs, the iconic brand you know and trust. Good work.
Cowboys captain Reuben Cotter admits their loss to the Titans stung. The Titans lost several players to injury throughout the game, but still managed to get ahead 20-18. Cotter says his side just needs to stick together.
It's our fifth one in a row, and then the last 3 games we lost by 2 points, and that first half wasn't good enough. So a little bit of self-inflicted, and we just got to stick together and try and stay positive.
Rory McIlroy has won back-to-back events on the PGA Tour, taking up the Wells Fargo Championship in Charlotte. He was level with Xander Schauffele at the turn before sinking 2 eagles and 2 birdies on the back 9. In AFL, Adelaide and Brisbane have played out a 90-all draw in the AFL, while Collingwood belted West Coast 103-37. And Australians Sally Fitzgibbons and Isabella Nichols have progressed to the semi-finals of the Sydney Surf Pro. It's coming up to 10:04. That's the very latest news and sport.
You know that guy I've been seeing? Yeah. Turns out my sister's been seeing him too.
No. Really?
And I heard he's been seeing Sonia at number 56.
And Nick, your brother?
Yep.
Because our stores are run by local optometrists, they put your care first, which can make them rather popular.
Look, I've got something to tell you. I've got 20 minutes with him this afternoon.
Specsavers. Your care is our business. Traffic. Listen to Money News Monday to Thursday night from 7 on 4BC.
Still got this truck crash on the Gateway motorway northbound. The on-ramp from Southern Cross Way to Banyo is blocked and diversions are in place via Toombul Road. We are still seeing heavy delays back along to the Gateway Bridge and delays also through Nunda. Still through a crash had to clear of Rochdale South on Rochdale Road near Packman Street, and Pacific Motorway is slow inbound through Wollongabba. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader for BC.
You know that guy I've been seeing? Turns out my sister's been seeing him. No. Really? And I heard he's been seeing Sonia at number 56. And Nick, your brother. Yep.
Because our stores are run by local optometrists, they put your care first, which can make them rather popular.
Look, I've got something to tell you. I've got 20 minutes with him this afternoon.
Specsavers. Your care is our business.
The Olympic medal is something that you're all chasing. It's the ultimate dream.
Introducing Road to Paris, a podcast series celebrating the achievements of Australia's Olympic and Paralympic legends.
You've got one chance every 4 years. It's 100% or nothing.
Trials and triumphs, glory and heartache, all in the pursuit of Olympic excellence. The Road to Paris, brought to you by Toyota. Oh, what a feeling. Available on 9 Now and wherever you get your podcasts.
4BC weather, brought to you by NRMA Insurance.
Sunny in Brisbane, reaching a top of 25 degrees. Looking ahead, sunny tomorrow, 13 to 26. A shower or two Wednesday, 16 to 25. A shower or two Thursday, 17 to 24. Similar conditions Friday, 16 to 24. On the bay, winds reaching up to 15 knots, seas below 1 metre. Currently it's 20 degrees at St Lucia. There'll be more news at 10:30 on your home of the Olympics, Brisbane's 4BC.
Good to have you on board on this Monday to start the week. It's budget week, the 30th of May today.
Just playing music there, we hear in the background.
Wednesday, and we've got a bit of a giveaway as well. Who remembers that? Play that. We'll give you the cue to call, and you can go into the running because it's a sellout. So you've got no other chance of getting onto it if you want to go and see Joanna Lumley and me and my travels. And when you have music a bit later on, I'll give you the numbers, and you can have a crack at it and go and see her on us here at 4BC. As I said, there's some big hearings, some big sentencing hearings happening in court in Brisbane today. The Emma Lovell case and also the Todd Kivu home invasion case. We'll keep across those. If the sentences are handed down, you'll hear them first here on 4BC right across the day. And the supermarket inquiry, it is underway as well. Nothing too much happening out of there just yet, which is probably no great surprise because...
That was a speed camera there?
Well, I don't know what new questions are going to ask because I don't read a lot of stuff. It's already been said. We'll get across all of that and take your calls and text on 133882 or text on 0499 880 882. The email address, bill@4bc.com.au. This decision by the Queensland Government to conduct yet another supermarket inquiry. It's for 2 days, starts today. Amidst a flurry of ongoing investigations and inquiries, it just raises some serious questions, doesn't it, about the allocation of our resources and our priorities with this Miles government. I think, this is the 6th investigation, or one of 6 investigations into the supermarket sector and price gouging, and the Federal Senate inquiry has already been completed. I mean, the government's disappointment at the absence of Coles and Woolworths CEOs. Well, I get it. Despite the previous offer from the Coles boss, Leo Wecker, to front up, he's disappointed that the big CEO CEOs aren't there. And it just further highlights the waste of time and money on this for me. At this stage now, after the federal inquiry, it's evident that the government is treading on familiar territory here, asking, I guess, the same questions and trying to get the same answers that these big companies have already provided. And no wonder that they don't have the big bosses there as well, because they've got a job to do. They've got to run these two big supermarkets. So what more are you and is the Miles government hoping to achieve, other than maybe a headline or two that shows that Premier Miles and his government are fighting for Queenslanders to try and reduce the cost of living? I don't know what we're expecting to get out of this. There's nothing so far this morning. 133 882. What are you hoping to hear out of them? What tangible decisions are you hoping come from this? 0499 880 882 if you want to text again. Rather than, I think, seeking genuine solutions or insight, I think the government risks being perceived anyway as engaging in some sort of political grandstanding by continuing with this inquiry, attempting to appear to be really proactive while achieving little in the way of substance from it. And guess what? They seem to have hired another consultant to do all the grilling.
Fuck you, cunt.
Continuing to spend taxpayers' dollars
like
a drunken sailor by hiring a Labour-aligned barrister to ask the questions that have already been asked many times over.
60 day and he comes and sits up my ass.
Every other inquiry that's been held in other states and federally, the questions have been asked by the politicians.
191.
Government, they just treat that public purse like it's a slush fund. So they're dipping into it again. And for I don't know, a toothless waste of time as far as I can see it, and public money.
Diesel.
Apart from that, there's bigger fish to fry, I would have thought, isn't there, when it comes to priorities for the state government? Again, we could sound like a broken record. I know Mr. Miles made this pledge a while ago in good faith to try and address cost of living and try to get the supermarkets to be held accountable for their pricing policy and their buying policy. But would it not maybe have been more prudent to cancel off the back of the federal inquiry? Could he have maybe said, hey, look, we were going to do this, we had it on the table, we were one of the first to make the move, but enough inquiry.
Oh, yes, I get a chance to go to the toilet too. Trish, we're live now in the back. Good, thanks. I was going to walk in. I was going to leave the car in here because it's in open air. It's going to go to McDonald's, just here next to me anyway, and just get a burger of some type and go to the toilet. Won't be very long.
And there's a breakdown on Stanley Street East after Fisher Street in East Brisbane.
I've got to remember that. Don't park under awnings. There's a guy standing in the car looking at me Starlink before. God, they're taking forever to cook me burger. They don't even have normal burgers. Still waiting for them. Let's come back and check the stream wasn't getting too hot. Oh, fan turn on. Gotta walk back in there. Hopefully it won't be too long. Yeah, the phone's not actually directly inside, just I had the windows up. Be back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. Just gotta grab some insulin. I'm doing that now. And then get back on the road. But yeah, Danny had limited menu too, so I just got 2 cheeseburgers, or double cheeseburgers. Gotta check my sugar level. No, I shouldn't be eating this, but I'm starving. 10.5 and my sugar's going down, so maybe it's good I had something to eat. Grab another Pepsi Max out the back. So I've got a coffee, Pepsi Max and 2 double cheeseburgers. That's why it took so long.
Was the Queensland Department of Main Roads, and there are any names. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, that was my experience. I think main roads, or main roads as it's first called, and most of the second half I worked in various consulting firms. But yeah, back in that era, say 80s into the 90s, in my experience, it was an extremely efficient organisation. It had a rigorous approach to recruiting, training people. There was a steady flow of work, so rather than sort of one sort of big project every election, there would be a regular allocation of works every year, which meant people built up economies of scale and experience and efficiency, and it was less stop-start.
Yeah, basically they were only doing the breakfast and the all-day menu.
You go back and measure, what it cost per kilometre to build roads then.
In 500 metres, turn left onto Bruce Highway,
turn left onto
Townsville
Bruce
Road.
Highway, Townsville Road.
Good question. It's not just a public-private thing, because there was still use of private contractors then. So, for example, Gateway Bridge, the first version was built by a private contractor. I think it was Transfields. But it was done...
Turn left onto Bruce Highway,
Turn left onto
Townsville
Bruce
Road.
Highway, Townsville Road.
price, and knew how to do it properly themselves. I think that expertise is really important.
Continue for 27 kilometres.
Continue for 27 kilometres.
2000s. Unfortunately, and in the end, this happened to Queensland Main Roads too, there were a lot of cuts to staff, but that also included technical staff, so there's a lot of expertise, in my view, lost. And this isn't a criticism of anyone remains, not saying they're silly, but the sheer numbers was a lot less. I mean, for example, one of the last big jobs I worked on, Victoria Trailway, was the Pacific Motorway.
Can't believe the Starlink's still going.
Now, that was very efficiently done. They actually split it into 5 packages. So rather than one huge contract, there were 5 medium-sized contracts, and they're all pretty much delivered on time and on budget. So, you can see that was a well-done job, and they didn't sacrifice quality. Whereas now, I think there's
they had a
people.
They had McMuffin. They had a chicken McMuffin. Never seen that one before. Chicken and bacon McMuffin.
And a lot of the evidence is that
Who'd eat
actually
something like that for breakfast?
the risk of cost overrun and high cost goes up, not down. If you have one big contract instead of several small.
Maybe the Americans would, but I don't know.
So how much would we be saving potentially if we had is it worth again building up, and given the pipeline of infrastructure work coming up in between the Olympics, and we know there's a lot of stuff around housing and the road, rail, the whole lot, is it worth trying to build up and have that sort of capability again? Because if you've got these private sector organisations coming in to bring that expertise, they're going to treat like someone in the private sector, there's going to be a big profit margin, they're going to put provisions in there to make sure that they've got, if there's any waste or blowouts, that they're covered. Is there time again to maybe have a look at...
Okay, so obviously you've had one for breakfast.
Building up that capacity again within government?
In my view, yes. I'm not saying you have to do everything in one, so you have to think about the days where I thought under institution, like I said, big specialised jobs like Gateway Bridge, private. But the basic butter stuff like just higher maintenance, mostly government. So it depends. If it's something you're going to do every day, you need some in-house expertise. If it's something that's a one-off, sure, that's going to be that private. We need some rational decision criteria to make things like that. Not just an ideology to say that government's always best or private's always best. Because it's not that simple.
Yeah.
That's your question.
Yeah, I was just saying, so with government departments, I imagine there'd be they wouldn't factor in profit margins, so whereas private firms would have a large factor, which is natural. They have profit margins, looking at the cost overruns and variations.
If that's what I do, there's actually one situation in the markets I understand. I was on the sort of new management level at the time, but I was told that the in-house construction branch in Brisbane owns the road tech. The private contractors actually asked not to compete with them for jobs that they have a separate pool of jobs in between resources because they just could not bid one price.
Yeah.
And you're right, they have to allow for both risk and a profit margin on the top of the road.
So in the case of, I know you're not across exactly the details, but the last bit of the rail on the Gold Coast, it's got a margin where it says it could be anywhere between, I think, $3.5 to $7.6 billion. That's a big range. And is there every likelihood that it's going to end up at the higher end when it's finished?
So
So I don't know that I was involved in the first stage of planning of that project, which I thought was quite successful. So I'm not against the project.
Yeah.
And it certainly meets a need on the Gold Coast of growing population. But yeah, that is an oddly high range of risk. So when I worked in planning, we typically look at risk margins of anywhere from 20 to 50% rather than 100%. So for a basic bread and butter road, it might be 20%, but then more complex like a tunnel might be 50%. 100% is a pretty big risk margin. That makes me nervous that in fact there maybe isn't sufficient detail known to reliably estimate cost at this point.
Gotcha. So they've given themselves a wide scope because there may be unforeseen things that come up that haven't been scoped in the contract.
Correct, and that's sensible at one point.
Yeah.
But that margin is so big that it makes me nervous about how much.
And does that leave the government open to a private contractor quite legitimately saying, well, all this stuff came up and yes, it's going to be 7.6 now and regardless?
And this is the thing, I'm not saying that, like I said, I'm not trying to say that either side is bad here. This is just it's a systemic problem. And usually there are some things that private is better. So
why get over when you're going to get back over again?
It's more flexible. Government is often slower to hire and fire people, so
when you drive off the road.
But usually, in terms of managing risk, government is often better. I mean, if you're a private,
maybe it's a
pay some insurance company to handle your risk a significant premium. I mean, straight away, government can just handle that through Treasury at no direct cost, or a very small direct cost. So if something's high risk, that might actually be a good time to not just put it out as one big contract. You might be better off managing that scope.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah. So, and is it a problem? How big an issue is it? I think we've only got
1,467 kilometres to go.
Size and scale to take on these big jobs, and I think is it CPB with Cross River Rail, and then you've got TEAS as well. So there's not a lot of competition outside of those two.
Well, there's a couple of issues.
16 hours and 7 minutes.
This isn't a criticism of anyone government or even anyone private.
Yeah.
Especially when I stop like that.
Frankly, it's not just a Queensland problem. I live in Adelaide now. I've seen this problem in multiple states. So I think there was a strong, almost ideological push to make things more private and less public through that 90s and 2000s period. And unfortunately, we lost sight of which of the things that private could do more efficiently, and certainly there are some of those. The things that government could do more efficiently probably wasn't such a good idea. And I think handling risk on big projects is one of those things. But there's a bunch of things now. There's also huge pressures of shortages.
I should have put Starlink in the title.
And so, I mean, I think
next stop I'll do that.
The financial crisis, the government stepped in and said, okay, we need more work, or otherwise people wind up unemployed because there's an issue with availability of capital and
big open sky, that's what we just need.
In quite correctly and manage that problem. But now we've almost got the opposite problem. We don't have a shortage of work, we have a shortage of workers.
Yeah.
And just putting out more big projects could just cause more inflation as prices get bid up. And to be honest, even though I think as an infrastructure is an important thing, it's hard for a living. But I have to wonder when I look at the housing market now whether it's actually a sensible idea to expand, certainly in that case, what we might be better off getting more construction workers building more houses. I'm not saying that as an example, but you can see that there's not just formal money and may not be the right answer.
What's the end game there, do you think, on that labour side of things? Because, as you know, Queensland's got such a pipeline of work to come up ahead of the Olympics as well, and the housing. How does that get resolved with the shortage of workers, skilled workers that are needed?
Well, to be fair, I think more training is the answer to this first thing.
Yeah.
And it doesn't just mean all with degrees like me. It can mean apprenticeships or cadetships, TAFE, all of those things have worked in the past, and there's no reason they work now. But it's really good recently the federal government did increase funding and TAFE. I think that's absolutely necessary. Obviously, there's not a short-term solution. I mean, if you start with a tradie now, you'll have an experience doing an apprenticeship, you'll have an experience competent tradie in 4 years' time. So that's a problem. There isn't a short-term fix, unfortunately, in my view.
Yeah, laptops right next to me.
This just highlights that we need to see a long-term solution in terms of we have to start cutting back on what we spend on technical training of people. That includes engineering degrees, includes construction, plumbing, electrical apprenticeships, all those things are needed. The good news is young people should say, well, you're going to go in that field, you're going to have a very steady job for a long time.
Yeah.
So it's not all doom and gloom, but yeah, we need to stop just promising short-term big spends as electoral solutions. I mean, we would like to see a longer-term focus on systemic stuff.
All right, great to talk with you, and thanks for putting a little bit of clarity around that for us, because I think we ask that question all the time because we see so many cost blowouts on so many big projects up here. So thanks for your time, Scott.
Can I just have one more thing before I forget about it? Yeah. Very quickly.
Yeah.
I'm actually the National Chair of the Transport Australia Society, which is the bit of Engineers Australia that deals with transport engineering and planning. We've actually put out some discussion papers on a topic called urban transport systems, which we'd love to encourage this. And the reason we did that is because these sort of things are issues in every state. So we'd like to see state and federal government focus more on, frankly, changing the system rather than just looking at one project, because if you don't fix those systemic drivers, there's a limit to what you can do in one project.
Yeah. Would you like to see a better coordination between the states and federal government?
Partly, although I don't think that's part of it, but it's really, I would argue, well, not having a little, but it is more to do with the system. Like, it's how do we plan projects, how do we choose which project to go ahead with, and how do we have that system to deliver the project? Do we have the transport planning or the project management expertise? Do we have enough resources in the building industry? Do we have a steady pipeline of work? But rather than say we've got $10 billion to spend in the next 3 years, what have we got in the next 10 years? Because that's what people or firms look at when they're going to decide how much to invest in expanding. They want to know the long term. So, a more systemic long-term focus is what we're basically hoping governments would move more towards.
Yeah. All right. Sounds like a plan.
You'll just see fields of sugar cane going for miles and miles and miles. Who knows what we'll end up next?
Got Bellamont, 35 years, transport planning veteran, a former employee of Queensland Main Roads. I think he knows his stuff. It's a lot to get your head around, doesn't it? There's a lot of work to be done and a lot of thinking and planning, a lot more than is currently going on. I mean, there's a lot going on, but I think there's a lot more complexity to it than we really understand. It is 11 minutes to 11 on 4BC mornings. If you want to give us a buzz, it's 133 882.
Traffic, want more from your favourite station? Register now at 4bc.com.au.
Due to this truck crash on the Gateway motorway northbound, the on-ramp from Southern Crossway in Banyo is blocked and diversions are in place via Tooble Road. That's causing delays back to Eagle Farm, and as a result as well, Sandgate Road is also heading northbound in Nunda. There's roadworks in Paddington on Charlotte Street between Great George Street and Martha Street, and Gympie Road is slow in both directions in Kedron. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
Stop what you're doing, because the Chemist Warehouse half-price vitamin sale is on now. There's Blackmores, Swiss, Caruso's, Henry Bloom's, Manuka Health, half price. Biogram, Nature's Own, Go Healthy, Inner Health, all half price. Nature's Way, Lifespace, Synovus, half price. And Waker Vitamins are half price. Plus find more half-price vitamins in-store and online. Exclusive bulk sizes, retail limit supply, Manuka Honey not available in WA. So for half-price vitamins, shop at Chemist Warehouse and stop paying too much.
SEW Eurodrive, a global designer, developer and manufacturer of drive technology. With complete engineered solutions and after-sales technical support and service, they'll find the right solution for you. sew-eurodrive.com.au.
Living with diabetes? Ditch finger pricks with Freestyle Libre. Freestyle Libre is a small wearable sensor that monitors your glucose levels and trends and sends them straight to your phone. Instant, up-to-date feedback. No
$125 Australian.
And you can try Freestyle Libre for only $15.
You're going to replace it every 2 weeks.
FreestyleLibre.com.au to find out how. T's and C's apply. Follow directions for use. Read warnings before purchase. Free yourself from finger pricks. Freestyle Libre.
Oh no, not another ad. But if you practice Gotonomics, you'll have a chance to win 10, 20, or $50 instantly when you buy a case of Mountain Goat very enjoyable beer. Then you can splash out on a premium account and never have to hear ads like this again. That's Gotonomics. 18 plus only. That's 24/6/2024. See gotonomics.com.au for T's and C's. Drink responsibly. Authorised under New South Wales Authority. TV/O1130.
Come on down to Little Star Baby Co. Where are 3 conveniently located stores offer quality products, car seat fittings, and baby yoga, and cot repair, and pram wheel alignment, and teddy bear training.
If business is running wild, wrangle it with a fast, flexible NAB business loan. NAB. More than money.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges, eligibility and lending criteria apply. See nav.com.au for more information.
Congratulations, Australia! Car insurance. Like many who said the bootload was compares the market.
I switched and saved over $300. Every dollar counts these days.
But some are still asleep at the wheel. Like Ida, who hasn't compared for years. Not good enough, Ida.
Guys, I'm driving.
No, you're idling, Ida. Switching car insurance is easy. Welcome to Rice.
Get to see the range of brands and products with seatbelts.
And a nice sunny day in the city. We're sitting on 21 degrees at the moment. Chilly this morning. I think it was down. It was the coolest we've had for a while. I think 9 degrees it got to in certain parts. So we're sitting on 21 at the moment. Fine day ahead for Brisbane. Outside of the city, Wellington Point, you're looking at sunny day right across the region. 24 for Wellington Point, 26 at the top for Ipswich. Logan Central, you're looking at 25. Pretty much mid-20s right the way through Gold Coast. 24, beautiful up at Noosa from the Sunny Coast, 26 degrees. Caboolture and Redcliffe, a pair of 25s for you. Over the next couple of days, top of 26, mostly sunny tomorrow. We'll have a few of those showers back on Wednesday, so hopefully they're not sticking around too long, because we've got the women's Origin, of course, Suncorp on Thursday night. For our listeners across the Resonate network, pretty much sunny for you right across the region as well. A top of 30 for Charters Towers, 22 only in Charleville. It'll get to 29 degrees in Emerald. You're looking at the max of 23 in Gunda, windy. Getting more cooler, isn't it? 29 for Longreach, sunny for you as well. Sunny and 29 for Mount Isa. And a pair of 22s for Kingaroy and Roma, but the sun's out to try and keep you nice and warm as well. A bit of breaking news coming through this morning. Elon Musk's ex has had a win over the Australian government after the federal court overturned a legal block on videos of the Sydney church stabbing. The E-Safety Commissioner won a temporary court injunction last month after X refused to comply with a takedown order made by the Australian regulator. Musk has argued that by blocking the video to all Australians, including those using networks that obscure their location, the watchdog was in effect seeking a global ban outside its jurisdiction. So there you go. Now, in terms of priorities, we've been talking about priorities this morning. I've got some news hot off the presses from Brisbane Times. Cross River Rail is going to be renamed in honour of the late Queen Elizabeth II. If the LNP wins the October state election, you heard it here, well, you heard it in second. Brisbane Times had it first. The LNP launched a petition in 2022 to rename Cross River Rail the Elizabeth Line. It's a tribute to the departed monarch. It's worth noting here that Deputy Opposition Leader Jared Blake, he's a big monarchist, they had nearly 5,000 respond to this petition and for the name change, and the party now says it will go ahead with that plan should it take office in October. In response to a separate petition calling for the Cross River Rail's new Albert Street station to be named Meanjin Station, in honour of First Nations name for the land on which the city was built. This is what the Transport Minister, Bart Mellish, has said. The naming of public transport infrastructure needs to consider network legibility objectives and, as much as possible, help orient customers on the Translink network to the location in a consistent and practical way, taking into consideration factors such as wayfinding and community. There you go. So we don't know any policies from the LNP, but we know they're going to name Cross River Rail Queen Elizabeth II. Thank goodness we've got that sorted out before we get to October 26, hey? It is 4 minutes to 11.
At SCW Euro
In 800 metres, continue straight to stay on Bruce Highway, A1.
Visit scw-eurodrive.com.au, driving Australian industry since 1982.
There's a lot of anger, rightfully so, in our community.
Continue straight to stay on Bruce Highway,
straight to
A1.
stay on Bruce Highway, A1.
Continue on A1 for 95
Continue on
kilometres.
A1 for 95 kilometres.
3 has advanced technologies that can rid your home of rats and mice and even help to keep out the cockroaches. Best of all, it's chemical-free, so it's perfectly safe around your home for family and pets. You can purchase Pestrol rodent-free today for the special price of only $190. Pestrol are so confident it'll work, they'll even offer a 100-day money-back guarantee and a 2-year warranty. What a deal, only $190. You'll even get free delivery. Order now by calling 1-800-338888. That's 1-800-338888. Or visit pestrol.com.au.
If you're a fan of the Beach Boys, Frankie Hurley, the Bee Gees, Peter Paul and Mary, or the Monkees, don't miss the all-new Robertson Brothers 1960s variety TV show with special guest star Simon Brooke McLaughlin from the Jersey Boys. It's just like a real variety TV show.
It's 11 o'clock. Good morning, I'm Jessica. Tomorrow's budget will show inflation is coming down much faster than expected, a prediction directly at odds with the Reserve Bank. Only last week the RBA claimed consumer prices were still too high and an interest rate hike may be needed to bring down inflation. But the budget papers will reveal the Australian economy is slowing, and that will help lower inflation to within the Reserve Bank's target range by the end of the year. Federal ministers are locked in talks with the university sector over a potential cap on international student numbers. The proposal is part of a push to halve Australia's overall migrant intake. Universities claim overseas students make a significant contribution to the nation's economy, and the cap would send the wrong message. Senior Opposition Senator Jane Hume says there are still many unanswered questions.
Maintaining that big Australia approach that Labor have championed for the last 2 years because they've essentially let the migration system get out of their control is something that we'd like to see addressed. How that's going to be affected with a cap on foreign students, we'll wait to see.
The teenager who fatally stabbed Brisbane mother Emma Lovell on Boxing Day is set to learn his fate in court. The man, who was 17 at the time of the incident, pleaded guilty to the mother's murder during a violent home invasion in North Lakes in 2022. He's due to be sentenced today. Chris Dawson's legal fight to overturn his conviction for murdering his first wife is underway. The former teacher and rugby league player is serving a minimum of 18 years behind bars for the murder of Lynette in 1982. He's appealing his conviction on multiple grounds. Dawson's lawyer has told the court they will argue it was not open on the evidence to be satisfied of Dawson's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The Premier is dismissing suggestions a direct Sunshine Coast rail line from Brisbane to the coast is falling short of expectations. A $1.15 billion cash injection is set to be announced in tomorrow's federal budget in order for construction to begin on the crucial northern artery. Stephen Miles says the advice they have been given is not to try and build it all at one time.
The business case said that if you tried to build it all the way to Maroochydore all at once, you would have no trains operating for at least 10 years.
A man has been injured in an alleged assault on a Queensland train. It's understood the man in his 40s sustained facial injuries in the incident on a Roma Street to Nambour service around 9 last night. 2 men were arrested a short time later. There's a push to ban wood heaters in new homes because of the health risks. The health costs associated with wood heaters is estimated to be more than $3 billion annually. As per Australia's Angela Cartwright says alternatives would be considered for better air quality.
What we do consistently from our experts is the best solution to efficient reverse cycle air conditioning or central air conditioning.
And Generation Z is becoming less attracted to perks and gimmicks in a workforce, instead aspiring for higher salaries. A survey of 3,000 young professionals by Hatch also shows 3/4 want to spend 2 or 3 days in the office and work from home on the other days.
Sport from Deep Heat, the iconic brand you know and trust.
in their clash against the Cowboys. Gold Coast were able to fend off the second half surge by North Queensland, taking a 20-18 win. Cowboys skipper Tom Gibbon says they left their fight back too late.
I think it just shows us that when we do get our footy on in that second half, we can get some momentum and we can score some points, and we just need to do that for 80 minutes.
Meantime, the Roosters have picked up a commanding 38-18 win over the Warriors. In the Queensland Cup, the Devils have unleashed on the Tigers, defeating them 62-16. Rory McIlroy has recorded consecutive wins on the PGA Tour, taking out the Wells Fargo Championship with Carl Hollows by 5 shots. And in AFL, Adelaide and Brisbane have played out a 90-all draw, while Collingwood belted West Coast 103-37. It's 11:15. That's the very latest in news and sport.
At SCW Euro Drive, we're a global leader, bringing decades of expertise in designing, developing and manufacturing cutting-edge drive technology to help keep industry constantly moving. SCW Euro Drive is also synonymous with superior quality, ensuring reliable and durable drive technology solutions. Engineered, manufactured and locally assembled, our offerings are built to last. SCW Euro Drive, driving Australian industry since 1982. Traffic, Warner, Leo, Westway, Woodbridge, 4BC is Brisbane.
Still, this truck crash on the Gateway motorway northbound. The on-ramp from Southern Crossway in Banyo is blocked and detours are in place via Toombul Road. Delays are easy, but still quite heavy back to Hendra. Got roadworks happening in Paddington on Charlotte Street, between Great George Street to Marcus Street. Slow on Sandgate Road northbound in Nunda.
Remote controllers and for diverse applications, all backed by industry-leading service and exceptional quality. SCW Euro Drive, driving Australian industry since 1982.
Head pilot balloon above Canberra, floating above Lake Brisbane and the city's glorious roundabouts. Kim seen this view 1,193 times, but it still leaves him speechless. Canberra, there's more than they're telling us.
If you're a shadow, you can be proud of your next smile. Here are 4 country gold invested by specialists across the country's top maybe a lunch. Even if you've been told you know candidates it doesn't look like search for next smiles. Talk to me next development for more. Possibly call 1300 624 628 to arrange a personal consultation at Next Smile Brisbane. The all-on-4 specialists in any surgery, basic procedure carries risks. Before proceeding, you should obtain a second opinion from a surgically qualified health practitioner.
4BC weather, brought to you by NRMA Insurance.
Skies in Brisbane reaching a top of 25 degrees. Looking ahead, sunny tomorrow, 13 to 26. A shower or two Wednesday, 16 to 25. A shower or two Thursday, 17 to 24. On the bay, winds reaching up to 15 knots. Seas below 1 metre. It's 20 degrees at Waterford West. There'll be more news at 11:30 on Welcome to the Olympics, Brisbane's Golden Sea.
Thank you.
Tickets in town, you can't buy them, they're sell-out shows. I'm talking about AdFab fame Joanna Lumley. She's got a show on, and it is called Me and My Travels. And if you want to go to that one, you'll be able to, if you're listening, just wait till we play a little bit of the famed theme from AdFab, which is Patsy and AdFab. We'll play a bit of that at one stage in this next hour, and that'll be your cue to call. I'll tell you when you can try and win these tickets to see Joanna Lumley when she's in town. As I said earlier, there's a lot happening in Brisbane today. There are 2 big sentencing hearings on in the courts. There's sentencing in the matters involving Emma Lovell and also Tono Kipu home invasion. And of course the supermarket inquiry of the Miles government is underway as well. We'll get across all that stuff. And bring any news to you as it happens if the Lovell and Kefu verdicts, the sentencing decisions are out. We'll let you know straight away, but it may not be until later on this afternoon in Sophie's show, or possibly in Gleeso's in Drive, but you will hear it here on 4BC.
4BC is a great start to your day, and the stories that matter on your way home. 4BC is Brisbane.
government side of things, we spoke earlier with Scott Elleron, our engineer expert, used to work for Department of Transport. Now, the building industry has been described as a $360 billion house of cards due to exceptionally some low profit margins and the fact that builders continue to fold. And we're not talking about trades here, but every week we hear of another builder going bust. And whenever people find out how little some of the margins are, they can't believe that they can stay in business for that. And there's a lot to unpack around this. You can get a license pretty easily to become a builder, to get a building license. As I said, you've got to be a lot longer to become a tradesperson. What's happening with it all, and where does it all finish up, and how does it play into us getting these new apartments and townhouses and homes built over the next couple of years? Steve Chandler may be able to answer some questions. He's a property development expert. He joins us now. G'day, Steve. Good, thanks. Good. Maybe you can flesh out a little bit of this. We talked on the government side of things a bit earlier, but 2,349, I think, the last count was the construction firms that had collapsed in the last year, and insolvencies had increased by 75% in the 12 months. What's causing it? What's going on?
Well, we had a fundamental problem in our industry has always been the profitability of builders. You know, there's a very low barrier to get in. And, you know, from that perspective, it's relatively easy to become a builder. From there, you look at, because you've got low barriers of entry, you know, there's builders everywhere. So a lot of people want to do it. And when you've got massive competition, obviously your margins drop. So builders operate on very, very tight margins. And then that means that they're susceptible to things changing, happening in the market, price risk. And COVID, the whole pandemic period that we had, saw a heap of problems for the industry and, you know, globally as well for all sorts of industries. But if we specifically look at building, what we've got is, if you look at home builders, they rely on timber for timber framing. You know, just before COVID started in, you know, late 2019, early 2020, we had those massive fires down in southern New South Wales and northeastern Victoria, and a lot of our housing timber framing was thrown down there, and it's got severely damaged, which meant no timber for our housing industry. So when the timber sort of disappeared, obviously the cost of getting your hands on some timber went through the roof, supply and demand in very simplistic terms. Add to that the problem we had where, you know, we needed to get timber from overseas. We had COVID, we had lockdowns all over the world, couldn't get timber from overseas, and suddenly the price of timber then skyrockets. I don't know if you recall, the end of 2020, we had the home builder grant nationally, you know, $25,000. So what was happening before the builders knew that we had problems with timber and getting a hold of it, everybody's out there buying their new home, the house and land packages, etc. So all these project home builders locked in fixed price contracts, thinking timber was going to be, you know, $1, and that ends up costing $2. And we had things like that. Then the government came out with all their infrastructure projects, and when government spends money on infrastructure, stimulating the economy, that's great. But what it does, it takes all the trades away from the general building industry, and also all the concrete and steel. And the prices for concrete and steel go up, demand for labour goes up. At say an Olympic Games coming up, you know, the Games win for Brisbane, and you've got more infrastructure. So suddenly you've got all this massive demand for mineral resources, and those resource prices go through the roof. And that is effectively what's happened to our builders, because builders operate on these small margins and costs went through the roof, and they've got fixed price contracts. That is effectively what sent a lot of these, the vast majority of these builders broke. It's one, at a point in time, you know, a good builder might have a bit of cash built up from profits on other projects. When those cash reserves disappear, then...
Going to take a break. I'm getting a bit tired.
And unless they can pick up new projects that are across it all, then it's only a matter of time until they collapse.
Yeah, so I guess I've read like Scott Hutchinson from Hutchinson's that they've been talking about how difficult the industry is, but they've been fortunate to have planned well with what they've got on the forward schedule, and also they have squirreled away well, and they've been able to, I guess, give themselves a buffer to guide through that difficult time. They're one that's managed to navigate okay, a big operator.
Yep, and a lot of builders have actually gone back into their pockets and pulled out money that they've made from their businesses over the years and reinvested it, put the capital back into their business to keep it going. And
I actually want to have a sleep. 5 minutes or something. 10 minutes. Close my eyes for 10 minutes.
And then you get into that issue of who are you going to end up owing money to? It becomes really, really ugly.
It's difficult, I guess, unless... so this is where, if you can't go back and have a variation clause or something in your contract, you really...
I'll get back in a minute. Selfie stick. So you use that in the sun. I'll check how much battery's left on the big battery in the back on the Starlink. I think that's a toilet up there, so I wonder if it is. Okay, the toilet. That's just a wide bridge. I'll have to go into the bush there. Have a sleep on the table. There's no casting. Across the train tracks.
drink a Pepsi out of the car. There's like 74% on that battery in the back. It said like 7 hours or something run time. Supposed to keep going, eh? If I start feeling tired again, I'll just pull over the next one. They're every 15, 20 k's or something. Yeah, it's just a little table here, not much else.
TV for household capital, so I decided I would apply, and I now have my new card, and I'm very happy about it.
How much homework do you access? Use Household Capital's online calculator at householdcapital.com.au or call 13 1306. Fees, charges, and criteria apply.
Brisbane, it's time to power up and save with Lazy Boy. Get up to 30% off selected Lazy Boy power recliners, plus save 20% off all power sofas, modulars, and lift chairs. Head into your local Lazy Boy Brisbane store to save today. This is his prime.
Big bar, the 40's back. Woohoo! Yeah! And to celebrate, we've got some fantastic bars installed online. And Lowe's, with fashion polos, 2 for $40. Save $19.90 when you buy 2 pairs.
Dip there.
Straight short for Marks and Rusty Rush Shorts, 2 for $40. Save $19.90 when you buy 10 pairs for $1 grand.
100% Australian-owned, still a family business. Lowe's, over 200 stores nationwide, or shop online at Lowe's.
Oh, another eventful weekend in the NRL, wasn't it? Well, eventful in both codes, but particularly the NRL. I'll get to the injuries in a second. Just go through some of the results over the weekend. I know Joy has been, she's texted a couple of times this morning. I thought of you, Joy. I thought you'd be disappointed with your Cowboys. Now, it started on this round 10 started with a great win for the Dolphins over the Seagulls, 30 points to 10. That was a great start to the weekend. Then the Panthers 16 over the Bulldogs 10. The Broncos had a fantastic win, 30-14 over the Eels. That's got them in 6th position at the moment. The Dolphins sitting in 4th, flying the flag for Queensland teams, the Finns. And the Knights 20 over the West Tigers 14. The Dragons 28 continued the miserable season for the Rabbitohs. The Bunnies looked all out of sorts. They were beaten 28-14. Latrell made his comeback. Look, he was a bit rusty in the game. I know he finished with a couple of meat fights, but it's a poor result for the Bunnies. They're sitting anchored to the bottom of the NRL ladder with just the one win from their 9 games. Also one win from the 10 games so far this year. The Storm 18. I didn't pick this one, although I should have probably been given the Sharks a bit more credit. The Sharks winning 25-18. The Roosters, they're continuing to fly along, aren't they? 48 points to 18 over the Warriors, continuing a pretty miserable season for the Iron Warriors off the back of making the semis last year. So that leaves the Sharks on top of the ladder. Of course, the Titans 20 over the Cowboys 18, 20-0 they were at one stage. So no wonder Joy was a bit unhappy. They were in all sorts of trouble, the Cowboys, and good on them for a barnstorming finish to get within 2 points, but to leak 20 points to nothing against the Titans. Well, to be honest, the Titans are second bottom on the ladder. I don't think that gives you a lot of hope if you're a Cowboys fan, unfortunately. So we've got the Sharks on top of the ladder, Penrith second. I'll get to the story out of that game, which I think we all are aware of going into State of Origin. And then
fuck off.
Just dropping like flies.
Fuck off.
We had Mandy fullback Tom Travor.
That's out my ass.
He went down on Thursday with
Arsehole.
a hamstring injury. He's going to be 7 weeks. Then the Panthers, New South Wales, halfback Nathan Cleary, grade 2 hamstring team. Friday night's match against the Eels. He's going to miss the entire State of Origin series. A shocking injury total across the round of 10 for the NRL, the AFL, and the Suns.
Yeah, I'm showing with the Starlink.
Melbourne down the bottom of the ladder, and the Lions and Adelaide yesterday, 90 all, a draw.
That gives the people the right to do that.
The Lions,
they're fucking great or something.
They were in 13th spot. Last year's grand finalist, 13th spot.
Hope karma gets them
on the ladder, and they should have a win this week. They're at home against the Richmond Tigers. And of course, in Super Rugby, it's the Reds, 26 points to 22, if you don't mind, over the Rebels. That was at Suncorp as well Friday night. So that is your sport. It's 11:30. Time to get some news headlines. Hello again, Jess Handler.
Good morning, Bill. The Albanese government is taking a political gamble on inflation reaching its ideal target level 1 year earlier than expected. The prediction is at odds with the Reserve Bank, who only last week claimed inflation was still high and interest rates may need to rise. The sentencing of a teenager who murdered Emma Lovell on Boxing Day 2022 is underway. Federal ministers elected to talks with the university sector over a potential cap on international student numbers. And a third of parents of primary school-aged children are raising concerns about their mental health. Beyond Blue has conducted a survey finding screen time and cyberbullying are affecting young Australians the most. And in sport, Rory McIlroy has hit top form ahead of this week's PGA Championship, where he's looking to break a decade-long drought at the majors. He stands taken out the Wells and Fargo Championship by five strokes for his second win in as many starts on its tour. And Bill, there'll be more news at midday.
We're here with Kim, head pilot of Balloon Aloft Canberra, floating above Lake Burley Griffin and the city's glorious roundabouts. Kim sees this view 1,193 times, yet it still leaves him speechless. Canberra, there's more than they're telling us.
Losing my automotive apprentices when they studied off-site used to be a real pain, so I switched to the Motor Traders Association for industry-leading on-site training. My apprentices get one-on-one hands-on training from industry-accredited experts, and because it's done right here in my own workshop, they learn on the tools they know, on real jobs. Works for me. My advice? Switch to MTA training today. Head to mtatraining.com.au. MTA, a better way to train. RTO 90402.
Yeah, I gotta keep the windows down a bit just to get some air in here.
50 years of serving our valued customers. And we have $5 million.
I'll turn the radio up to compensate for it.
$5 million in hard cash up for grabs. Simply purchase a special product and spend $40 or more in an eligible transaction to enter. 5 lucky customers will have the chance to win $1 million each and change their lives. Conditions apply. Go online for full details. Drinks. 50 years of ingredients for every day. G'day, Graham Ross, but there's nothing worse than hearing rats in your roof or seeing mouse droppings in your pantry. No squirrels in your roof. Your home invaded by dirty rats, mice or cockroaches. And the easiest way you can get rid of them, plug in Pestrol Rodent Free. Join the tens of thousands of Aussie homes that are already protected by Pestrol Rodent Free, a premium electronic rodent repeller. Pestrol's Rodent Free has advanced technologies that can rid your home of rats and mice and even help to keep out the cockroaches. Best of all, it's chemical free, so it's perfectly safe around your home for family and pets. You can purchase Pestrol Rodent Free today for the special price of only $119. Pestrol are so confident it'll work, they'll even offer a 100-day money-back guarantee and a 2-year warranty. What a deal, only $119. You'll even get free delivery. Order now by calling 1-800-338888. That's 1-800-338888 or visit pestrol.com.au.
Australian businesses face increasingly significant losses due to scams, with the top threat being business email compromise. Help keep your business Combank safe with these security measures. Use NameCheck for first-time payments and call the person or organisation on a verified number to confirm their details. Implement multi-factor authentication and educate your staff on the latest scams and how best to protect the business. To learn more, search Combank Business Security.
Some people might think that funerals are there purely to farewell those who have passed on, but the fact is, funerals are really for the living. The partners, the families, and the friends who are all
only 1,402 kilometres to go.
Special to them. At Alex Gow, we believe that funerals represent an opportunity to gather, pay your respects, show how much you care, and offer love and support at a time when people need it most.
Alex Gow Funerals, bringing families together since 1840.
Come on down to Little Star Baby Co, where our 3 conveniently located stores offer quality products, car seat fittings, and baby yoga, and cot repair, and crab wheel alignment, and teddy bear training.
That one's got toilets, and the new toilets too, septic tanks and stuff.
Regular with a fast, flexible, business line. More than money. Terms, conditions, fees, charges, eligibility, and lending criteria apply. See that.com.au for more information.
Listening to Mornings on 4BC. How much wealth could you unlock with household capital?
Christmas tree creek. See that? There's a Christmas tree there. And another one on there, on the other side.
It's the only place you'll be able to get a ticket now because it's been sold out for a while. Joanna Lumley, what a great show that would be, and what a great show it was. Still amazing, so funny. I wonder if they could make that now and get away with it, or whether there's anything there that you know the work warranties would be out, and they probably would. There's a few thieves in there that are probably on the bar.
I've been drinking, so I've had like 3 Pepsi Maxes and a coffee, so I'll be stopping to get a tour probably in half an hour.
We'll have a chat to them soon.
Music! Can't turn it down quick enough.
The plans for a third and final tower in Mirvac Sky Precinct at Newstead have been submitted for council approval. This thing is going to stand 105.2 metres, 31-storey tower, and it would house 138 units. The tower is part of a $1 million waterfront Newstead project. It will be the third and final building in Sky Precinct. Across Skyring Terrace, for those familiar with the area. I know if you're on the Resonate network, you may not be right across it, but it's close to gasworks down at Newstead. In the valley now, obviously, end of the valley. The precinct is about 3 kilometres from Brisbane CBD, to give you a bit of an idea of where it's situated. And it's been progressively developed over the past 2 decades from an unused and dilapidated industrial area to a much sought-after address. It's in a prime location.
I obviously didn't have enough before when I had those 2 burgers.
Much needed stock.
All that bread. That's the carbs that's done it.
I hope he's have done all their sums right. They would.
I was 10, now I'm 18.
It's going to cost a small fortune to do one of those in this current environment, let me tell you. The development, which is, who knows what that's going to mean.
So I should pull over, actually.
The development would have 244 car parks, including 21 for visitors and 709 square metres of retail as well at ground level, so it's a massive project. Last month, Panettiere Developments submitted their plans for 3 towers of between 29 and 33 stories for its Little Lady.
The next thing to stop, I'll pull over.
Of Longden and Stratton Streets, and that's next to the Triffid Live music venue as well. Mirvac's built to rent live a new development, which will add 396 units to the rental market. It's under construction, and it's just across the road.
Those rocks yesterday,
Sky Precinct. So there's a lot of action happening down there, and a lot of apartments that are coming to the market in the next couple of years. It's been more than a decade.
It wasn't as big as
retail, dining, and entertainment precinct.
It's totally different.
That was 2013, and it heralded the transformation of that suburb, and it is going ahead in leaps and bounds. Of the southern lights over the weekend, the biggest geomagnetic storm in 21 years meant Queenslanders had a bit of a chance to check out the Aurora Australis, typically only seen in Tassie, from the comfort of their own backyard. A geomagnetic storm, it's a temporary disturbance of the Earth's magnetosphere. It's caused by a solar wind shockwave. If you followed all of that, I'll be asking questions, written exam after this. There's photos of the Aurora Australis lighting up the skies in Noosa, Gympie as well. Wouldn't it be nice to be up there to have a look at that, even as far north as Emu Park near Yeppoon. And it's not all bright lights and beautiful photos for Instagram. These storms can actually wreak a bit of havoc with our communication systems. University of Queensland astrophysicist Benjamin Pope said that these geomagnetic storms can actually cause people problems. The way it distorts the ionosphere and strengthens the ionosphere means that this is actually causing problems for radio telecommunications. Well, I hope it's not causing any problems with our communications here on the mornings in the ionosphere. There's a new word I've learned this morning. It's also going to put pressure on the power grid. Internet providers, phone providers, people who depend on satellites and
Starlink,
long-distance transmission lines as well. So there you go. I'd love to have seen those. I saw some wonderful pictures across social media, particularly from down in Tassie, some beautiful colours. So what a treat that one was. I hope there haven't been too many bad storms and any telecommunications hiccups as a result. Anyway, it's 20 minutes to 12.
So I've been driving for like 6-7 hours so far. Only 2 hours 21 on Australia. I left about 6. say 5.5, 6 hours. Come on, why isn't it 100? I see a blue stop, I think. It's a blue sign. Just don't say 15 kilometres away. That's for caravans. It's not a rest stop. So I'm here on the left for caravans. Yeah, I'll read that in a second, Drift Life. Can't really read it.
It's the biggest public service in the nation. We know that, so they're obviously not working in the areas of engineering and transport where we need them by the sound of things. You got a good point there, David. Thank you very much. Russ says, as a retired builder for 7 years now, all my subbies who are in their mid-60s have had enough, and these days no young blokes want an apprenticeship in this building game. Yeah, thanks, Russ. That
Next one might be a stop.
Because as one of our guests earlier said, if you want a job and you want a job for a long time and you'll earn good money out of it, go and get an apprenticeship, do a trade, and get a trade under your belt. Because even if you don't want to do that for the rest of your life, I'll tell you what, you'd have some certainty of income and work for quite a while, given the pipeline of work that's ahead of the Olympics and Paralympic Games here. So I don't understand why they're finding it hard to attract people either, these apprenticeships for us. Kerry has said, who are paying these exorbitant prices for property bill? That's what I'd like to know. My daughter can't even afford to buy a two-bedroom unit in the area she wants anyway. Now, everything's exorbitant, Kerry. It's across the board, and as I said, imagine these places that I haven't seen the pricing of them.
Just the chat's on the left, that's what I have to sit forward.
This morning said about construction and property development, what it's going to cost them to do those. That's going to be passed on somewhere because, at the end of the day, yes, they're building all these units, but they've got to make profit. It's got to be profitable for them. And if it's costing more for labour and more for materials because of the shortage we've got, well, I don't know what the prices are going to end up on these units. It's certainly not going to help first-home buyers. I wouldn't have thought in a lot of cases, and anyone looking or needing some affordable housing. So it's great that they're being built, but I'd have to wait to see what the prices are going to be on those. I don't think they're going to be cheap. Certainly not in that location. They'll be magnificent, have great views and good walk-to lifestyle for all of that sort of thing. But I don't know. Joseph in Townsville said, I was at Robina yesterday. First time at Seabus, great stadium. Not happy with my Cowboys. What's going on with them? They came back, but too late, Joseph. We were just sitting around here, Bushel, Caleb and I in the studios. We looked at each other in the last commercial break. I said, what's going on up there? Something's changed. Something's happened. And he said, yep, they were going great the last couple of years. And something's gone wrong. I don't know. If there's anyone listening out there, Joy, maybe you've got an idea. I know you're a dyed-in-the-wool Cowboys support all
Townsville, 22k.
Sold that one. Give us a call, 133-882. We'll take 0
Try and find out what words.
880-882. Braden on our team, he doesn't care. All he worries about is that his roosters are flying high. He's a cocky rooster. That's all right about that. No, not about that. He's pretty happy. Just wait and see if the injury curve hits his roosters before the end of the year, then see if he's crying. It's 14 minutes to 12 on 4BC mornings and the Resonate Network as well. Sophie Formica will be along shortly to tell us what's happening on her afternoon show next.
Traffic. Listen to Wide World of Sports weeknights from 6 on 4.
Please like and subscribe if you already haven't done so.
Crash on Gympie Road northbound.
Another 1,500 kilometres. No, it's actually 1,300.
Charlotte Street and
1,383.
George Street to Martha Street. Delays on Sandgate Road northbound around Nunda, and Gympie Road is slow both ways around Kedron, and a bit slow in spots on Beaudesert Road both ways through Callumvale and Acacia Ridge. It's Olympia on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
Launches it from the halfback flank. Oh, wait, did you hear Barry got a Toyota BZ4X all-wheel drive? Barry? Yeah.
Estimated time to get home if I drive continuously for 15 hours is 3:02 a.m.
So why
I won't be driving for 15 more hours.
the all-new, all-electric
No one
Toyota
last time.
BZ4X? Charge on, no lot of feeling. Toyota. Renovating? Tiles has the largest range of slab tiles in Queensland, ideal for kitchen benchtops and splashbacks, living spaces, and bathroom walls and floors. And exclusive to tiles, the latest invisible cooktops. This technology allows you to hide your induction cooktop under the slab and cook through. All are displayed in stock at our Tiles award-winning showroom. Open 7 days. 104 Gympie Road, Strathmine. Or online at Uptiles.
Now it's 80 k's. Oh, maybe we might miss it. We might not be going through town, so just taking the other way. No, I don't think we're even going into town, so lots of to keep going then. I don't think we're going into town for that.
Most appropriate care option for you. Once you have been assessed by ACAP, you can start looking for suitable accommodation and care.
You don't have to go it alone. The team at Vicente Premium Aged Care can help you through the age process to make sure everything is crystal clear so you can start moving forward. It's just part of the personal attention and service we give to our residents.
I'm not sure, but I don't think we are going to.
Still locally owned and operated after 40
Never had driven back this way before either.
Vicente.com.au.
Why we can't build stuff within a budget. Shane said, I realise it's Sparky. It's been very busy and good times, but really, how many Ferraris do I need? Righto, Shane. Okay, rubbing it in now, but seriously, it's not going to change for a while. So I'd encourage young people, if they want to jump in and do a trade, well, that's good. See, that's someone that's got skin in the game. He's a tradie, he's Sparky, and he's obviously doing well. He's, doesn't need too many more Ferraris. That's good to hear, Shane. But that's an endorsement that if you want to get a good career where you'll have some certainty and you'll earn some good money for a long period of time, you could do worse than getting yourself a trade. Joy has listened and she's got back with her theory.
Map says 25 k's for something.
What's going on with the Cowboys? So we're all wondering, we're all shaking our head. Joy says
25k and then
change my mind.
What's the highway number?
up there. The Cowboys hate the Sharks. And so the fans every week. He went up there. The Cowboys stopped playing. It's not even the Cowboys team out there. Thanks, Joy. So he was up there coaching, I believe, this other coaching contract. So, well, we'll see what happens, Joy. We'll see what happens. There's a lot of time left, but hopefully they sneak into the 8 somewhere down the track. Sophie Formica on afternoons. How's your tipping go on the weekend?
5 of 8. Yeah,
that's all right.
I did. I was with Joy. I was on the Cowboys let me down, the Storm let me down, and the Seagulls let me down. So there were 3 games that I think kind of went against what many people were suggesting.
There were a few good judges out there thought there'd be an upset with the Tigers, but I wouldn't have picked it.
No,
I wouldn't have seen it coming.
I didn't. I went with what I thought was a safe option. So no, not great. My margin is the thing that's giving me grief. Actually, I haven't seen Peter Basaltis. He's fallen a little bit down the ladder too.
It'd be tough to pick margins at the moment, the way some of these games are going.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Bill, today I was really hoping that after 1 o'clock that Calvin Gannett was going to jump on with me. We were going to hopefully talk through the 2 sentences that we're all waiting on in terms of 2 of the most high-profile youth crime cases that we've covered, I think, across all of the programs. I can give everybody an update, though, that everything has been adjourned and it looks like we won't be hearing anything before 2:30 this afternoon. Corrections couldn't get the offenders there on time. Basically, a bus arrived and didn't have the offenders on it. So from what I can gather, there's a whole bunch of people who obviously are invested in what's going to happen next, who are all at the courts just waiting now, and they've got to get another bus and they've got to put the offenders on the bus, and it means everything's been pushed back. I have no other detail. But I missed the bus. I don't know, they were busy doing something. I don't know whether or not they had an issue with figuring out who were the people that needed to be on the bus for the timing that was set up in the courts today. I don't know. But, it, I think, adds to the anguish. Not the people who I always come back to with this. The rest of us are all interested as concerned citizens. We get it. We're all looking to see what the judge's comments are in these cases. I get that. But for the people who are most acutely affected by this, the families of the victims and the victims themselves, can you imagine if you rock up thinking that you're going to finally find out what the offenders in your case are going to be sentenced to, and you're told it's going to happen at 11, and then you're told, oh no, they didn't come on the bus, so now it's not going to be until 2:30. I mean, seriously.
I can't believe that. It prolongs the agony for them, because they would have thought finally, as difficult a day as it would be, finally we're going to get a conclusion here.
Exactly. On a much lighter note, though, this afternoon I'll also be having a little bit of fun on the program. We're going to be talking to a researcher around the study of sitting and standing. We all know we probably should be moving a little bit more. Just how much is enough? So that'll be after 2 o'clock today. Rob McKnight will join me for the entertainment quarter as well in the last hour of the program. And I have Panieri tickets to give away on the show.
Is it this weekend?
It's in the lead up to this weekend, yeah.
Gee, there's a bit on around town this weekend. Magic Round and Panieri, and the Lions are at home as well in the AFL.
No, it is going to be on fire. There's going to be honey puffs for everyone.
Oh, okay. Well, we've given away the Joanna Lumley stuff that went down the trek. So I imagine the Panieri tickets are going to be big as well.
I just think it's a lovely way for people to get out and about, and those kinds of festivals too, where it's just all about the celebration of a culture and the food and the entertainment and the plate smashing and all of the things that come along with it. And it also means, yes, people will go, well, they've moved on. The people who are at Musgrave Park will check in on that as well and make sure that they've all been taken care of too.
Okay, that's afternoons with Sophie Formica. Coming up after the midday news. Thanks, Soph. It is 6 minutes to 12.
Stop what you're doing, because the Chemist Warehouse half-price vitamin sale is on.
Okay. Is it a Pepsi Max or is it a normal Pepsi? Like a sugar-free one.
offers and incredible deals on a huge range of models from immediate delivery. Elevate your drive at Colbourne Mazda today.
Living the diabetes. Teach fingerprints with Freestyle Libre. Freestyle Libre is a small wearable sensor that monitors your glucose levels and trends and sends them straight to your phone. Instant up-to-date feedback. No fingerprints. How good is that? And you can try Freestyle Libre for only $15. Just head to freestylelibre.com.au to find out how. T&Cs apply and follow directions for use. Read warnings before purchase. Free listen from fingerprints. Freestyle Libre. If it happens in Brisbane, you'll hear it in mornings with Bill McDonald on 4BC.
Other news here, cab chargers cracking down on dodgy taxi drivers. They're rolling out new tech across Australia will make it more difficult for drivers to overcharge customers. This is a good thing at the moment. Cabbies process fares on handheld payment terminals. These devices are not connected to the taxi van. That means there's a lot of drivers that they can refuse to use their meter and then charge an exorbitant amount at the end of the trip. You've probably all been there in the same position, but now the handheld payment terminals are going to be linked with the meter, so it'll force them to charge the customer exactly what is on the meter, which is what should happen. Motoring cabs, black and white cabs, and silver service have all adopted the technology. The new rules are going to apply from Wednesday. Cab charge officials have told the Courier it will not allow taxis to use our products unless the payment terminal is connected to a meter. That's great results, and that's just about all we've got time for today. Joe and London tickets, we've got more, I've just been told, for tomorrow's show. So if you missed out today and you want to go and see Joe and Lumley's sellout show, you've got another chance tomorrow if you join us on mornings from 9 o'clock. Thanks for your calls and texts and your company today. I'll catch you from 9 to morning safe. The time morning safe is in next with our afternoon show. Enjoy the rest of your day.
The opposition says the Albanese government must explain why its rosy view of inflation is at odds with the Reserve Bank. Metropolitics editor Michael Packey.
Treasury predicts the Australian economy is slowing. That's likely to drive inflation lower and within the Reserve Bank's target range by the end of the year. It could pressure the RBA to slash interest rates sooner rather than later. But the opposition's Jane Hume argues Labor needs to detail why its forecast is very different to what the central bank had said just last week.
I think it's now up to the Treasurer to explain why he is so much more optimistic.
Finance Minister Katie Gallagher says the forecasts have been produced independently and the government is ready to deal with economic headwinds.
Finding that right balance and making those decisions has been one of those things we've spent hours and hours on.
Tuesday's budget is expected to include more cost of living measures, including energy bill relief. In Canberra, Michael Packey, 9 News.
A cap is likely to be placed on a number of international students arriving to Australia under a plan to reduce the nation's migrant intake. Metropolitan reporter Zach Silver.
Senior ministers have met with university executives as they consider ways to reduce the number of international students entering Australia. Last year, there was a 15% increase in the number of overseas students living here. The federal government says that's too many. Phil Honeywood from the International Education Association says the sector is happy to work with government.
There's a Coles here.
Planning is needed.
Okay.
We want quality students and quality.
The opposition's Jane Hume says there are still many unanswered
no Woolworths. I can't get that car bread.
We want to understand how it is going to affect the university sector.
The government hopes the caps will help curb Australia's overall migrant intake.
I might have a few slices anyway.
Silver, 9 News.
Sentencing for a teenager who pleaded guilty to murdering in a bubble.
Don't ask me where I am.
The In 300 metres, at the roundabout, take the 4th exit and stay on MacArthur Drive.
Never got echo back here.
To overturn his murder conviction is no longer one in the Court of Criminal Appeal. Senior reporter Josh Bryant.
Chris Dawson is serving at least 18 years behind.
Hey, Laura.
Found guilty
Laura
of
Eclipse.
his first wife Lynette in January 1982.
You're moving to Miami.
Was appealing his conviction on multiple grounds. He's watching.
You letting me move in, are you, Laura?
His lawyer has told the court they argue it was not open on the evidence to be satisfied of Dawson's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and they submit there's a reasonable possibility that Lynette was still alive on the afternoon of the 9th of January 1982. The hearing in the Court of Criminal Appeal is expected to run for 3 days. In Sydney, Josh Bryant, 9 News.
Yeah, remind me not to park
Continue
under
straight. Continue straight. In 150 metres, turn right. In 150 metres, turn right.
We'll be ready for the games, but not everyone is satisfied.
$1.5 billion cash injection is set to be announced in tomorrow's budget, meaning the shuttles with
In 50 metres, turn right.
So this will deliver better public transport throughout this part of the Sunshine Coast.
But the rail won't go as far as Maroochydore or even Kawana, stopping at Caloundra instead. Federal Infrastructure Minister Catherine King says
put you on the selfie stick, but I'll have to
As you'd say for the business.
leave use. Where's the stick? In the car. It's Wi-Fi, obviously, is in the car. But I'll just take you out of the sun. Come on. This can be security for the car. Okay. Let's face it that way. Get a bag of ice too. Try not to be too long. The more I am, the better it is for travelling. Maybe too long.
okay, I ended up getting some low carb bread. Some ice and stuff like that. Fix this biscuit now. Try not to be too long. Gotta pour the water and shit out of it. Got some more ham tomatoes. Just again, got some more energy drinks. Did the stream drop out? Or are we still here? Air conditioner. Oh.
You noted the same thing. The positive from that was that I noticed that the greengrocer was almost also sold out as well. So that meant people obviously, it's by convenience, do their shop at the supermarket was in looking for the greengrocer instead because there wasn't a lot to pick from the grocery shops. So we asked the parents today what was the
Yeah, I just lost chat on the other phone, that's the only thing. So I'll just use the second phone. Just gonna have some insulin quickly. So I'm getting too high. Sugar-wise, no, yeah. I'm getting too high. So I've got plenty of Monsters, enough to make some sandwiches. I bought some salad. What else? Pretty basic shit. Okay, let's go on the road again. Might help if I turn the echo off. Turn the handbrake off. Now I'll get out of this hole. See if the lift gate's open, it's not shut properly. They call it a lift gate on the dash here. It's actually a tailgate. That's right. Lift gate. It's freezing cold in there too. But hot out here.
Heads off.
Turn left, then turn right.
Yeah,
Turn right, then turn right onto MacArthur Drive. Turn right onto MacArthur Drive, then turn left onto Bruce Highway.
Wouldn't mind a cup of tea or something. A cup of coffee. No, it's a bit more tea than coffee. Come out. I'm not buying it. Got to find a PowerPoint in the next 4 hours or something. So I can charge the thing for at least half an hour or something. And that'll give me another 12 hours. So I can keep going with the stream.
Turn left onto Bruce Highway, University Road.
University Road.
Continue on A1 for 7 kilometres.
Continue on A1 for 7 kilometres.
It was really interesting because Caution's Western Victoria and they live on a sheep farm. She said that she could only see a bit of a glow.
It's 85 kilometres, Charters Towers 132, and Mackay is 386.
You should have heard me scream, you would have heard me from...
So Mackay is like 3 hours from
the photos come
Rockhampton.
out nothing like what you can see.
Still got a long way to go.
Wow, so obviously the way that the camera was able to see the hues of light was different to the naked eye?
Well, yeah, because my friend went to Finland with his family at Christmas and he said the same thing. He said the photographs come out unbelievably, but you can just see this little bit in the sky.
Isn't that interesting? Because usually you would think it's the other way around. Like normally you see something and then you take the photo and it's never does it justice.
Yeah, well, he was the first person who told me that, and that was at Christmas time, and then the same. So I think a lot of people went outside and saw that there was nothing really to see and didn't take a photo.
Yeah, look, the photos that I did see, both over my own social media feeds and then just some that were up on the news sites today, and the pictures that were on the news were just extraordinary. It just doesn't look real, does it?
No. but I think you'll find that
some people missed it.
Naked eyes, they weren't anything like the pictures that came out. And as I said, out of the three of them, two were taken with iPhones, and they were fabulous.
Well, thanks for sharing. I hope they catch it again. And if you knew for sure, Sandra, that you could lock it in, that it was going to happen again, would you jump on a plane and go and visit one of your mates?
No.
Okay. You're not that you're happy to see the photos?
Absolutely.
Lovely to talk to you.
Have a good. Thank you.
Have a good afternoon. Joy's listening. Today as well, it seems particularly cold. An absolutely stunning day though in Brisbane. Can I just say the drive in was beautiful, clear blue skies, and hopefully it stays that way right through until the weekend. Annie, on the subject of Woolies, said that her Woolworths at Mount Gravatt was low on milk on Thursday. So I did say I wanted to tell you what Woolworths has said to us in this statement, that we just asked what the situation was at the moment with the fact that over the weekend it would appear many Queensland stores, certainly my local store, was completely empty by Sunday. And so they have sent through a note to us that says orders to some of our Queensland stores have been delayed due to operational issues at one of our distribution centres in Brisbane. Some stores may be stocking less fruit and vegetables, milk and chicken than usual. At this point, purchase prices on product limits are not in place. So product limits in terms of how many you can get are not in place. It goes on to say we're grateful for our customers' patience and understanding while our teams work to resume normal operations as quickly as possible. We expect to see improvement in overall supply levels in the coming days. So if you want to keep an eye on that for me, particularly if you go out and about today and you want me to pass it on to our listeners, I would love to do that. Of double passes to give away, and we're going to do it across Wednesday and Thursday this week. It's the 48th running of the non-for-profit event, which celebrates everything Greek, from food and culture, music, the dancing. It's expected to attract about 50,000 people across the 2 days. So on Wednesday I'll have 3 double passes that I'll give away, and then I've got another 3 or 4 I think on Thursday. So we'll do them across Wednesday and Thursday, which then gives everybody an opportunity to be tuned in over those 2 days if you're interested in winning the tickets. But also
probably from Victoria.
So you will need to pop over
New South Wales, Victoria is on. Not sure.
To pick them up if you're a winner across those 2 days. So keep listening for your chances to win. Your opportunity to head to Punnieri, thanks to 4BC and the Punnieri Festival. Speaking of, going out and having fun, I did also just want to make a comment about what you may have heard in the news already today, and that is the talk of a nighttime commissioner. And there are stories doing the rounds in the local paper about the potential of that being some attention, because our lockout laws have made it very difficult for many venues right in the middle of the city who fall under these lockout laws and scanning ID rules, that we question whether or not they're still needed in that capacity, whether or not the time has come to start to wind some of those things back. We spoke about it last week when I talked to the owner of the zoo, who said that it was one of the things that certainly impeded their ability to be able to keep financially viable. And the Lord Mayor has certainly been very vocal about his desire to see some of those rules being changed. I can tell you that I spoke personally to JC today, and at this point there is absolutely no suggestion to him by the Premier or anyone else that he has been asked to do that. And I know that many people think he'd be awesome at it, but I just wanted you to hear from me that at the moment there seems to be a little little of substance inside that story, other than I think he'd be pretty happy
In 600
to have a
metres,
conversation with
continue straight to stay on Bruce Highway,
A1.
There has been no mention by anybody inside the Premier's Department to JC about fulfilling that role as a nighttime commissioner or anything similar to that. So that's a little update for you that you'll hear only here on 4BC.
A news update. Make this time of
Continue straight to stay on Bruce Highway, A1.
Till 30 June. Visit an authorised retailer today. Terms and conditions apply.
Continue on A1 for 47 kilometres.
Let's find out what else is making news on this Monday afternoon. Siobhan Fay joins us with those latest headlines. Good afternoon, Siobhan.
Good afternoon, Sophie. Making news this hour, there's been an anxious wait in Newcastle Airport this morning as emergency services waited for a light aircraft to land after a malfunction on board. It has since landed safely. The Albanese government is taking a political gamble on inflation reaching its ideal target level 1 year earlier than expected. The prediction is at odds with the Reserve Bank, who only last week claimed inflation was still high and interest rates may need to rise. Sentencing for a teenager who pleaded guilty to murdering Emma Lovell north of Brisbane on Boxing Day 2022 will be handed down this afternoon. The hearing has been adjourned until 2:30 and the Premier is dismissing suggestions a direct Sunshine Coast rail line from Brisbane to the coast is falling short of expectations. In sport, the Titans have overcome a swag of injuries to defeat the Cowboys 20-18. And Sophie, I'll have more news again at 1.
A weather update. We'll be here to help in unexpected weather. NRMA Insurance.
The sun is shining, clear blue skies above the river city. It is 23 degrees as we speak. It is looking a little warmer, 25 degrees in Logan and Caboolture, and 25 is the top that we're heading for Bayside as well today. It's mostly sunny also in Rockhampton today, currently 27 degrees. Looking ahead for Brisbane, we did mention it will be chilly. Tomorrow mostly sunny, 26. Those showers are likely to come back again midweek and could be with us through until the weekend. For Rockhampton, tomorrow sunny, 27. Partly cloudy midweek and possible showers from Thursday.
4BC Traffic. Is your car Queensland covered? Search Suncorp Car Insurance.
At Nunda, there's a breakdown on Sandgate Road northbound around Grey Street. The middle lane remains blocked. At Paddington, emergency roadworks continue on Charlotte and Great George Street through to Martha Street. There's a crash on the Gateway motorway northbound at Carindale before Wynnum Road with minor delays. And at Bald Hills, debris for Gympie Arterial and Sandgate Roads. I'm Tim Berg on Brisbane's traffic leader, 882 4BC.
Hey boss, we've got some more orders. Hey boss, we've got some more orders. Could you do a bulk order? Hey boss, we've got some more orders. Could you do a bulk order? Hey, I've got the materials ready for the extension. Ready for the extension.
Your numbers are looking good.
If business decisions feel wild, wrangle them with a NAB business expert. NAB. More than money.
Big man, your favourites are back. Yeah, Chucky! Not those favourites. The winter favourites are back. And those, like my favourite, Big Ben's flannelette shirts, $39.95. There's Essential Fleece, Sloppy Joes and Trackies, $24.95. Anglers Ends fishing polos, including unisex adult and kid sizes, from $29.95. Plus, long sleeve tees and polos are only $24.95. All the winter favourites are back and available in store and online now. And those.
If you've seen Aldi's low prices, you may have thought they're having a sale, but they're not. And here's how you can tell. If there was a sale, there'd be a horn going. And I'd be shouting, "It's a celebration!" As starburst flash and confetti explodes. But there's no sale. Just low prices every day at Aldi on everything from fancy stuff like Procura neck firming cream to bread, milk and apple grinders. Aldi, good different.
Well, you're a fan of the Beach Boys, Frankie Valli, the Bee Gees, Peter, Paul and Mary.
Petrol here, $2. No, it's actually $1.92. If I see another one, I might stop and top up again. Got just over 3/4 of tank. Just don't want to let it get down too low. Especially when it's this price, like 10 cents cheaper. Almost.
To get our stock unloaded off a B double or a single, and last Wednesday night we were there 7 hours, and as it's getting better now, but I was talking to the people there, and they were telling us that it was because of a new computer system they put in, and they couldn't identify the stock that was in there, so it couldn't go anywhere.
And so, Terry, then that means there would be a flow-on effect, right? You can't get it off your truck to that distribution centre, then it can't get onto any other trucks to go and be shipped around to the other locations, which is why we've seen such widespread shortages.
Yes, and what was happening was, it was getting late in the day to get all the stock in, so all the Woolies trucks that deliver locally, the pickers couldn't pick and pack ready for the trucks to go around local Brisbane because our stock wasn't even in there.
Right. See, there you go. Interesting that you share that with us, Terry. Really appreciate you giving us a call this afternoon. We may just send another little note back to Woolworths and ask them about the software, because I thought all of the inquiries were supposed to be lifting a lid on transparency. Robert's on the line from Mount Cravat East on the same subject. How are you, Robert?
Fine, thanks, Sophie. How are you going?
Very well. You seem to have a similar anecdote for me to Terry.
Yeah, I can confirm what Terry said, but I heard reported on the weekend that it was the software issue caused the problem, because I was in Mount Cravat, same as the other lady, Thursday afternoon, and the milk fridges were totally empty. But the guy at the front just said the trucks aren't coming in, so it seems Terry's got the inside information there, so that'll be right.
Thanks, Robert. Really appreciate you giving us a call on that too. We will. We'll send a little note to Woolworths and see whether or not they respond to us. Last week when we were talking, there was plenty of talk about supermarkets and bananas and trolleys and bananas, and so Dave's decided to reintroduce that to the topic today. He says, supermarkets, there was a slight reduction in stock. However, for some strange reason, there was a complete sellout of bananas. You think maybe we've started something, Dave? Not single and ready to mingle anymore.
I just came from the banana growing area.
This, of course, we'll be talking about the budget tomorrow. It seems to be the thing that's all over the news, and the pressure is certainly on the Prime Minister and the Treasurer to impress. But they'll need to be listening pretty clearly to what it is everyone's saying. There was a story today in the Financial Review. Almost 60% of people want the government to be reducing debt and reining in spending. Only 1 in 4 say cost of living relief should be a priority, but that seems to be definitely the agenda that's being pushed. 5% saying that funding defence and increasing revenue should be a priority, and reducing government spending, reducing taxes, reduce debt. Almost 1 in 2 people aren't confident that Jim Chalmers is up to the job. The poll shows 47% aren't confident that the Treasurer can balance fiscal responsibility and also at the same time be easing the cost of living pressures. So we've already got a bit of a sense of what's to come. We know that there's going to be power bill relief. Eligible families, $500 off their power bills. Eligible small businesses up to $650. Students are winners here. There's finally going to be this change to the indexation of HEX debt, and that's also going to be backdated, which I for one, am a huge fan of. There's also going to be this increase to the Commonwealth PRAC payment. This is to support students who need to do their teaching, nursing, midwifery and social working placements during their degree. They're going to provide $319.50 per student per week during the clinical and professional placements. And at face value, also great idea. I did also mention when I spoke about that last week that veterinary students don't come under that umbrella, which I think is a little bit unfair. And I also wonder why we need to wait so long for that when we need those places filled right now. they don't come into effect until July 1 of 2025. And those announcements, as I said, sound like a good deal on face value. The federal government announcing that they're going to wipe roughly $3 billion off student debt by lowering the loan indexation rate, and that will help about 3 million young Australians, saving them about $1,200 on their higher education debt. The Education Minister, Jason Clare, announced that the federal government is going to announce these paid placements for students in those areas, as I mentioned, while they're doing their undergraduate degree. The first and most glaring problem is that $319.50 a week doesn't sound like an awful lot of money. That's roughly $8 an hour, which is well below any legally mandated minimum wage, which sits at $23 an hour at the moment, or about $882 a week. And I guess the argument could be mounted, well, if it's a choice between $319.50 or nothing, you'd choose the $319.50, but it certainly isn't a living wage. The rental income, of course, at the moment, just in a city like ours, is $620. But we know, as I said, that these professions are so critical at the moment. There is such a great cavern of expertise to fill these spots that I did question why we are not pushing this a little bit faster and a little bit sooner. And they're not available until July of 2025. And why isn't it extended to other degrees that have got these mandatory placement components that I mentioned, like a veterinarian? Medical students, for example, are required to take up to 2,000 payment hours, which translates to about 50 weeks of work. That's almost an entire year of work on a full-time basis, and often they need to do it in a rural or regional area away from family and loved ones. And you can't be doing that for nothing with no pay. There's paramedic students that are on similar propositions. Psychology students are the same. Why should they all be expected to go and do all of this work for free to obtain their credentials, especially at a time when we know their HECS debt is rising and we are in this little bit of a cost of living crunch? Placement payment is better than what they're previously receiving, which, as I said, was nothing. But there's a raft of provisions that deserve this. Unpaid internships are often only achievable by those who can afford to work without having to generate any additional income. So, you know, more broadly, I think it's a system that needs to be looked at. And this waiting until July of 2025, in my estimation, is a pretty sort of lame short-term fix. There was a parent that have been letting us know from different students that are in this position whether or not it's fair. It does still seem to be that it's the kids who are still living at home and don't have a bunch of additional payments in life who are able to do this. And the rest, the ones that really do need the help, then get sort of by the wayside. $319.50 is not going to cut it. And if you're doing your placement now, it's not going to help you that it kicks in 2025. But I imagine that there are some of you like me who might have students in your life who are at university for whom this is going to affect. Let me know. 133 882 is the open line number. I'll talk about this and more in finance next with Evan Lucas.
Come on down to Little Star Baby Co. Where are 3 conveniently located stores offer quality products, car seat fittings, and baby yoga, and cot repair, and cram wheel alignment, and teddy bear training. If business is what you mind, wrangle it with a fast, flexible NAB business loan. NAB, more than money. Terms, conditions, fees, charges, eligibility, and lending criteria apply. See nab.com.au for more information.
Smoke alarm laws are changing. From 2027, all owner-occupied homes must be fitted with interconnected photoelectric smoke alarms. They need to be in every bedroom, hallway, and on every level. As we know, there are huge consequences for homeowners and landlords who do not comply with Queensland's smoke alarm legislation. Right now, 1300 Smoke Alarms is offering 4BC listeners a special early bird upgrade offer. If you mention the word radio when you book, 1300 Smoke Alarms will upgrade you to premium alarms for only $129 each. Plus, you'll also receive a free wall controller, so you won't have any more dreaded beeping alarms. Plus, on top of all of that, free 12 months monitoring and a $20 off voucher. So that's close to $200 in free value. Free. You can call Ian and the team or go online to 1300 Smoke Alarms now. That's 1300smokealarms.com.au or call 1300 766 532.
Some people might think that funerals are there purely to farewell those who have passed on, but the fact is, funerals are really for the living. The partners, the families and the friends who are all mourning for the loss of someone incredibly special to them. At Alex Gow, we believe that funerals represent an opportunity to gather, pay your respects, show how much you care and offer love and support at a time when people need it most.
Alex Gow Funerals, bringing families together since 1840.
Asset rich but cash poor in retirement? Find out how much wealth you could unlock with Household Capital. Talk to a retirement specialist on 131306. Terms and conditions, fees and charges, and eligibility criteria apply.
Fueling Australian business thanks to BP Plus. Here's Scott Hayward.
Business today needs to know their partners are working hard to offer them the best value. By signing up to a BP Plus fuel card, you'll earn triple Qantas points and save your business 6 cents per litre every time you fill up for the first 6 months. And you'll also be partnering with a trusted brand who can support your business. Want more? You'll earn an additional 100,000 bonus Qantas points when you fill up to 12,500 litres or more within that first 6 months. Join BP Plus and do business the clever way. Sign up today at bbplus.com.au.
Limited time offer for new customers only. Minimum litrage criteria applies. Must be a Qantas Business Rewards member to earn points. For T's and C's, visit bbplus.com.au.
Just received a message from Tim in the traffic room to say that crews are responding to reports of a large fuel spill on Gympie Road. This is southbound in the section between the Zarafis and the U-turn point. Reports suggesting the spill also contains oil and is covering both lanes in Launton. So thank you, Tim, for sending that through to us. And if you're in the vicinity or you're heading that way, you might just want to take an alternate route. We'll keep an eye on it and fill you in if they need to close those roads off and traffic starts to bank up, which it will, southbound on Gympie Road.
On 4BC Afternoons, the Finance Report.
Welcome to a new week, Evan Lucas.
Thank you very much. Welcome to your new week. It's going to be a very busy one indeed.
Okay, so quickly, of course, tomorrow we will get the federal budget, and then the Treasurer will actually be on with Bill on Wednesday. But now, again, there's more argy-bargy between the RBA and the Treasurer's Department. He's talking about the fact that under his numbers, inflation could be back within 2 to 3% by the end of the year.
End of financial year, I think I'll give this will get more of time, because he's saying between 2024 and 25, so June 30 next year. The Treasury Department is now forecasting inflation to be at 2.8%. That compares to the RBA of 3.2%. And this is where tomorrow night will become so important to reaching that figure, because what they are saying is that their measures will actually be the reason they get below the RBA's forecasts. Now, we've spoken about this before. There is clever and tricky ways that the government has done that. Commend them for trying. It doesn't mean they can fight the economics. And what I mean by that is the energy rebate that they've given households over the last year, that actually comes from end. There's rumours that they will give it to pensioners and a few others, but there are other things similar to that. And why it mattered from an inflation perspective is that instead of giving it to the household in their pocket, they're giving it to the supplier of some description, whether it's energy or whether we now have, like I said last week in Victoria, to the school that your kid might go to, etc. So you don't actually get it yourself, but the cost of doing the education or the cost of the energy material you're getting is technically cheaper. So that's how it works. However, that still is actually creating inflation. And the reason I would argue that is that, yes, you don't pay that price to the energy supplier, but you do still have more money technically in your overall disposable or even just essential income requirements that will be spent on other things. And that's what, that's probably why we are getting this scenario where we have sticky inflation.
Yeah.
It became
We'll be talking about it some more. I wanted to move into another completely different subject with you though today, because it was off the back of an email we received from a listener over the weekend, and I hope she's listening, she and her husband, because she told us the story about going to a service station in Brisbane that I won't name for now, but the gist of it says, we booked the car in for a service, and at no point in that process or in any subsequent communication were we told that if we were going to pay by contactless means, so tapping, that we would have an additional charge of $10 applied unless I presented a physical card to pay, right? And they said we queried this additional $10 charge and we were told it was company policy. So they've gone ahead, because she said we don't use physical cards, as a lot of people don't anymore. They went ahead and did it with the tap. And then they reviewed the receipt later, and they noticed at the statement on the bottom of the EFTPOS terminal receipt, it advised customers to please use contactless, which she's written to me in caps. So she says the question is, can businesses choose how much they're charging if you do a tap with a contactless EFTPOS terminal?
Yeah, so I'm going to put this out very clearly. This starts to border into legal questions, because that question is absolutely a fair, reasonable question. The best way to get your information, if you're a business listening to this, is through the ACCC, so the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. They are the best ones that regulate all this, and they have a very explicit rule with regards to how surcharges work on cards. So a business can charge a surcharge for paying by card, but the surcharge must not be more than what it costs the business to use that payment type. And that is the first part to point out. If a business charges a payment surcharge, it must be able to prove the cost is what it is based on. If there's no way for the consumer to pay without paying the surcharge, the business must include the surcharge in its displayed price. So they're the three main points from the ACCC itself. That's not me, that is me reading that out verbatim. They then have very clearly what they refer to as a ban on excessive surcharges. Businesses incur costs for the processing of certain types. Certain rules apply when a business applies a surcharge to particular cards. First and foremost, the surcharge must not be more than what it costs the business to use that payment type. As we said before, the surcharge can only include costs that are for accepting a particular payment. So that is the touchless contact payment system we just discussed. Again, that means that you cannot be charging above and beyond what it costs to use that service. So the great example straight off the bat is you talk about Square. So that is the point of sale that most people now use, which comes out of the States, owned by Jack Dorsey. You're talking about a 1.8 to as much as 2.2% surcharge on top of the total cost is what Square charges you. Most banks are roughly about the same with regards to the rate on top of what it is to use that. That $10 charge that your listener has given, I'd be certainly hoping that the overall cost of what they did was roughly about $1,000, because that's the only way
that you could justify. And interesting too, because when you say that line about the cost to the business, you wonder whether or not with small businesses they've interpreted that as we need to do something, we need to pay somebody to do our bookwork, and we need them to be able to align what those contactless payments were with an invoice so that we know to do our bookkeeping. But almost all of that now is automated as well. Any business has the ability to do that in an automated way. So look, it's interesting. I don't know as consumers what we do. There's only so much. If you've gone somewhere like a mechanic and they've already done the work, you can hardly say, well, no, I'm not going to pay it because you want the car back.
Correct. And the ability to go around the corner and get cash out of an ATM is going to get harder because there's less and less outflow. The other way to get back to your point before, I mean, again, using Square as an example, they will send you an invoice, or not invoice, like an actual profit and loss statement of every transaction you did and how much it cost you. So you're right to say that you're getting an accountant or a bookkeeping person to do that for you. Shouldn't be needed because it's all automated now, and then you get a statement that tells you exactly how much it costs.
Yeah, and I think the other thing with this, Evan, too, that's a bit weird is they said they were going to be charged an additional $10 if they used the contactless means, but if they were there with a physical card, that $10 charge wouldn't happen. So that makes no sense.
That makes no sense. And again, so as I pointed out, this starts to bore into a little bit. On what you've said, reading what the ACCC says, there would be questions to be asked about how that business is doing. And it's an individual, so I wouldn't name exactly who or what or why, but there is absolutely, that listener has the right to go back and question.
It's going to stop for a little while.
The current legislation. That may not actually be fair and reasonable.
How are the markets today?
We are off ever so slightly. So it's disappointing considering that the US at the moment is going through its best period it's been since July last year. We're down 17 points to 77.31. The US currently is on 9 days of up, from which we can keep going without, but unfortunately...
Plenty to talk about this week, so I look forward to welcoming you back on again tomorrow, Evan. It's 5 minutes.
Click on audio and stream or download at 4bc.com.au.
At Derrenbah, there's been a breakdown on the Logan motorway eastbound just past Wembley Road, and there's still a breakdown on Sandgate Road northbound at Nunda around...
It's going to break for a bit, chat.
Emergency roadworks, they continue in Paddington to Charlotte. And at Warrington, there's been a fuel spill on Gympie Road. Both lanes are affected in both directions. I'm Tim Berg on Brisbane's traffic alert.
What you're doing? Because the Chemist Warehouse half price Caruso's, Henry Bloom's, Manuka Health, half price. Bioland, Nature's Own, Go Healthy, Inner Health, all half price.
I'm going to try and close my eyes for 5 minutes.
Half price.
If that helps.
Wagner vitamins are half price. Plus, find more half price vitamins in store and online. Exclusive bulk sizes. Retail limit supply. Manuka honey not available in WA. So for half price vitamins, shop at Chemist Warehouse. Stop paying too much.
Don't miss out. Pass the bucks. Listen to Win on 4BC.
Autumn has certainly arrived. Certainly cooling down, but before you pull out those flannelette sheets, make sure you have the very best pillow for winter. You'll sleep like a baby with the premium Spinal Ease pillow. It's the ultimate neck support system. If you have some neck pain, headaches, then maybe you should be sleeping on a Spinal Ease. Its unique design helps to align comfort so you get a better night's rest. They're Aussie-owned and made. It took 11 years to create and develop the Spinal Ease pillow. Since then, it's changed thousands of Australians' lives for the better. So how about you? You can make the switch. It's easy. Go to the website, which is spinaleze.com.au. That's
Ditch fingerprints with Freestyle Libre. Freestyle Libre is a small wearable sensor that monitors your glucose levels and
Still got 1,315 kilometres to go.
Freestyle Libre for only $15. Just head to freestylelibre.com.au to find out how. T's and C's apply. Follow directions for use. Read warnings before purchase. Free yourself from fingerprints with Freestyle Libre.
You're listening to Afternoons on Brisbane's patio screening specialists, suncoastoutdoorliving.com.au.
After the break, we will be heading obviously into the news this afternoon, and you know, so much attention at the moment is around budgetary issues, and nearly 1 million Queensland households, we believe, are under significant financial stress, according to the Digital Financial. 420,000 homeowners are in mortgage stress across the state, having to spend more than 37% of their
Probably stop at the next survey and go wherever that is.
On top of that, it suggests that 490,000 tenants are in rent. Postcodes with the highest levels of financial stress roughly
Here in the news.
882 4BC.
In this bulletin, murder charges laid, a successful emergency plane landing, and a beloved actor attacked. It's 1 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Siobhan Fay. A 30-year-old man has been charged with murder following an alleged stabbing in Acacia Ridge yesterday. Police claim that the man fatally stabbed a 22-year-old at a park just after midnight. It's alleged that the men were known to each other. It's due to appear in court this afternoon. An investigation has been launched following the sudden death of a 3-week-old baby in the state's far north. Emergency services were called to the Casborough coast on Saturday morning where they discovered the child unresponsive. She was declared deceased in hospital with the circumstances around her death under investigation. A small plane has landed safely after circling Newcastle Airport for close to 4 hours with a broken landing gear. They'd just begun a flight to Port Macquarie when the pilot discovered the malfunction. However, they needed to fly for several hours to burn through fuel before attempting a wheels-up landing. Lindsay was at the airport watching on and says the landing was smooth.
He came over without the landing gear. He came down and touched down beautifully, and no worries at all.
The airline says all on board have walked away safely. The incident is now subject to an ATSB investigation. A planned cap on university student numbers will be brought in from the start of next year. It's understood the exact details of the proposal are still being negotiated between the federal government and the tertiary education sector. Legislation will soon be introduced into Parliament for allowing the Education Minister to cap the number of overseas students allowed into each university. The Sunshine Coast Rail Link will be ready for the Games, but it won't go as far as Maroochydore or even Kawana. Over $1 billion in federal funding has been injected into the Sunshine Coast Rail project, with major construction to begin in 2026. Premier Stephen Marlis says extending the rail into Maroochydore is not something they can do right now.
It would cost a fully funded, well-planned project that we can get underway on and start working on.
Elon Musk's social media company X has had a win in its week-long court stoush with the Safety Commissioner, Alan McNeil.
In the days after the Wakely Church terror attack, the federal court granted a temporary injunction, forcing X to remove footage of the moment Bishop Ma Murray Emanuel was stabbed. But the social media platform refused to comply, arguing the Commissioner's bid to block the video globally meant the watchdog was seeking a ban outside its jurisdiction. Today, the federal court has overturned the temporary ban. The interim decision is not the end of the fight. A final hearing is scheduled in coming weeks to determine whether X-Corp will pay the price for refusing to comply with the initial order, including penalties of almost $800,000 per day for each day the footage has remained online. Madeline McNeil, 9 News.
Also making news today, the teenager who fatally stabbed a Brisbane mother, Emma Lovell, on Boxing Day is set to learn his fate in court this afternoon. And actor Steve Buscemi has been treated in hospital after being punched in the face in a random attack in New York.
Sports and something, send 4BC a text 0499 880 882.
The NRL's crackdown on contract with kickers is set to sideline Roosters playmaker Sandon Smith for a week. He's being charged for dangerous contact on the legs of Warriors star Dylan Walker. There's been yet another draw in the AFL, this time Brisbane and Adelaide. The Crows cut back an 18-point deficit midway through the final quarter to level the score at the Siren 90-all. Lions coach Chris Fagan taking a positive line out of the game.
Adelaide have beaten some pretty good opponents in recent times, and Carlton and Port Adelaide, two teams that are quite high up on the ladder. So we knew there was going to be a tough game tonight. So to get a good strong win against the Gold Coast last week in a lot of adversity, and to come here tonight and nearly get the 4 points, we'll take a lot of confidence from that.
And the Indiana Pacers have thrashed the New York Knicks 121-89 to level their NBA playoff series at 2-all. It's 1:04.
Tax time is your perfect opportunity to treat yourself to a new Mercedes-Benz. Until June 30, you can take advantage of impressive savings on a select range of Mercedes-Benz models, including the A-Class sedan, the C-Class sedan, and the CLA Coupe. For the ultimate blend of performance and luxury, it has to be Mercedes-Benz. Don't delay. These offers end on the 30th of June, so visit an authorised Mercedes-Benz retailer today. Terms and conditions apply.
Traffic, the 4BC app is where it's at. Download now at 4bc.com.au.
At Lawton, there's been a massive fuel spill on Gympie Road. traffic is affected in both directions. There's a breakdown for the Logan motorway eastbound at Berrimba. That's past the Wembley Road overpass. Still got some emergency roadworks taking place for Charlotte and Great George Streets through to Martha Street in Paddington. And there's power out for High Drive in Yarrabilba. I'm Tim Berg on Brisbane's traffic leader, 882 4BC.
Gonna lose signal. Jeez. We might lose signal here, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try and be quick as.
Take the next left onto Bruce Highway, A1.
Might have lost the stream then. Sure. I'll check if I lost the stream. If I lost the stream, I lost the stream because there's a charging bay over there. Where's my... Am I still live? Yeah. I was going to go and park over here and charge up. Am I still live? Yeah. I was going to go and park over here and charge up. Yeah. I was going to go and park over here. Where's myself going? I'll pull the cord out and charge this thing. Better if I stop here and charge now. Yeah, I thought we were what do I do with you? Is this it? Good? No. Chance to clean up the freaking car too. Stuff everywhere.
switch the laptop on and that now to go and charge it if I needed to. Got a coffee. I really thought the stream stopped when I went under the awning back there. About half an hour to charge it since it was at 50%. And I've got plenty of other batteries for the phones. Oh, Jesus. That'll give me a bit of time to have a rest too. Starting to get warm too. I was sick of having the aircon on. I brought a Chico roll too. You didn't see this madness. You know what Chico roll is? It's like cabbage and veggies or something on the inside, but then it's like that crusty thing on the outside. Put the windows down. So then if I get that charged, and that'll give me 12 hours of dish. They actually had showers in there too. It's like an American truck stop. I had a shower this morning, so I should be alright. At least till tonight if I can find one. At least I can keep the Starlink and everything going while I'm charging too. I know I shouldn't be eating this shit, eh? You know, I'm gonna pay for. Yeah, that's right. I should do. Give me some myself more insulin. It's a bitch when you got to give yourself insulin, Trisha. It's just bloody carbs on top of carbs. What is that? Looking for the app. It's not going to be good because I should have gave myself insulin before. I can't remember what I didn't. It's coming down fast too. Yeah, it's 20. That's high. I should be around 10 or less. But the arrow is pointing down really fast. See when the arrow goes down, where is it? There, the arrow, the other side there. That means your sugar levels are going down really fast. That's the trend. So, if I give myself more insulin, I must have given myself insulin for that to do that. So, that's probably got like 60 or more grams of carbs in it. So I won't give myself too many. I only give myself half of that 20. I've got plenty of sugar here just in case anyway. What's the time? 1:25.
Usually got a less fallen.
Yeah. So turn these on. So it does look like you can stream from the Starlink now. It was just the live view. So the live view, when Paul was streaming on those cruise ships, the live view didn't like the Wi-Fi on the boat. It was better to stream on the phone for some reason. Maybe I'm drawing less. I don't know. I was thinking because there was no 4G cell service. I think because there was no 4G service, and then when the Starlink dropped out, well, I thought it dropped out. No worries. I just sent a message to Young in a stream. Tell him what I'm doing. Excuse me, chat, for just closing my eyes for a while. I'm not tired. I'm just hot. The humidity, even though it's winter here, the humidity is so bad. There's sugar cane across the road. That's all sugar cane there. And that's about 10 foot high, that sugar cane. Thousands and hundreds of thousands of acres of sugar cane. All the shit I got in the back. I'm drinking coffee and it's bloody hot. What's going on there? I couldn't even figure out the coffee machine in there. It's usually a hot chick on a motorbike in a bikini eating one of these, and she's got it in a gob. Just basically cabbage and carrot. I don't know what else in there. Just veggies. All the carbs are in that crusty thing. I'll just minimise something for something else. We're going to pull over the side of the road and watch some porn on the Starlink. I'm joking. I wouldn't do that. Caught me, buddy. Better go in there and buy a big bag of sugar and start spooning it out in my mouth. There was a few creeks or rivers I went past and I call Alligator Creek or something. Going, what the fuck? It's crocodile country. We don't have alligators in Australia. That's why I walked in those woods before when I pulled over the rest area to go to the toilet because there was no toilets there. I'm thinking, geez, there could be one in here. We just would not know if there was an alligator in there. I'm just making up a thumbnail for the drive home. I think I found one. There you go, it's uploading now, the thumbnail. I made it with AI. It took that long. I don't know if you can see it. Yep, it's up. Just gonna put the rubbish in the bin. Showers are only for truck drivers. You can go and get stuffed. I go, how much is a shower? And she goes, nothing, it's only for truck drivers. I said, well, what about people that drive across the country? And they got showers in there. In the toilets. I'm not going to like pay for a hotel room just to have a shower for 5 minutes. I'm still sunburned from the other 3 days. Might go and change my shirt anyway. Put some deodorant on. Feel a bit better. Won't say nothing to them because I'm charging the battery. %. Every another 15 minutes or so, we'll get it to like 99%. Put my forward shirt on. Put my deodorant on. Should clean the glasses too. So we've had someone else in the car here that could be on YouTube or whatever and headphones on, and I could be streaming, they could be watching TV or YouTube or whatever, and I don't know, with the laptop. Could have like 4 laptops going in the car, or 3. Or 4, yeah. 3 for the passengers and 1 for the driver. I've got the headphones on so I won't get copyright music. Actually, I will go around and see if I can find the lens cleaner stuff. it's on this side. Oh, I found it. Usually when I want to try and find something, I can't find it. But I got a streaming bag. I keep all my cords and stuff in, and all the camera stuff, all the electrical stuff. Well, I can give you a clean too. I'm wiping your butt now. I'll reach around. I won't. I shouldn't clean the back because I'm probably likely to turn yours off. There you go, a bit wider view. I suppose I should put this back where I found it. I'll clean the laptop while I'm here, since I've been out in the bush. That's it. Tell me housework madness. Chat. Please like and subscribe. Or else. Oh, the car's filthy as all shit too. I was going to wash it this morning, but I just said, nah, I'm going to go scan. It's only going to end up dirty anyway. Well, my phones are at 100%, I think. Yeah. If I was to sleep in the car, just plug it in there and we'll just have a little entertainment thing going all night. Keep the batteries charged. If I can find another servo, I'll just have a fucking nap for a half an hour or something. Charge everything up again. See how far we get. There is one camping site I think that does have 2 power points in the toilets, or just outside the toilets. So say if I leave, say in 10 minutes, and I get roughly 12 hours out of the battery, that'll take me to about this time tomorrow. Right. No, that's 24 hours this time tomorrow. So 2 plus 12 is like 14. And maybe 2 in the morning. It wasn't bad in that swag actually. Tons of room. And it's better than sleeping in that camping stretcher thing. I wasted money buying those camping stretcher things. Make sure I go to the toilet before I go to. Going to go back to the toilet while I'm here, since I've been drinking so much. Might as well get it out. You do that and put this rubbish in the bin. I'll have to drink this coffee, I suppose. Sick of this prison stream thing going, oh, it's overheating. It's not. Never.
Just when I thought I would never get over the thought of you leaving, the sky opens up and the sun shines, giving me more to believe in.
Sinking harmonies out there with it. That's a badass crowd. Feeling it. Harmony's great.
4%. Getting close. I'll turn the laptop off. I'll drain that power out of it. You know it's charging at the same time. We'll just do it quicker. Maybe another 5-10 minutes. Laptop down. Just wash my face. So a little bit after 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. We'll go. My sugar light. It's going down, it's 18.1 now. It's gone down 2 points. Kilometres to go, 14 hours or so. It's going to be more than 14 hours if I stop. Probably more like 20. Shit on my lips, I'm getting dry. That's where I go now. Five more minutes, I'll give it. So that had the Starlink and the laptop running off it, and it was charging all at the same time, and it charged that quick. I got 3 more of these batteries. One's at 70%, this one's at 46%, and the other 2 at 100. The other 3 at 100. So it's 30 degrees outside. So in Brisbane's about 24, 25 at the moment. I suppose I get a drink out the boot. Is that ready? I actually grab 2. ABC app.
Years jail after being found guilty of Lynette's murder. A man is being investigated for allegedly killing a dingo on Gari. The Department of Environment, Science and Innovation says a little under a month ago, a spear gun was used on a dingo as it lingered around a man's campsite. The maximum penalty includes a $431,000 fine.
$431,000 fine.
And the Federal Infrastructure
As if
Minister
they'll
has
give them
defended the planned rollout of the Sunshine Coast rail extension. The Viewar to Caloundra route will be completed in time for the 2032 Games, but it won't extend to Maroochydore. Catherine King says the advice from the business case was not for the rail to be done all at once.
What it also recommended is that it be staged, and that's what we're doing, being responsible, making sure that we actually stage projects, we plan them properly, unlike, frankly, the previous Morrison government, who basically just put money into a project when they had no idea how much it was going to cost.
The latest news, your calls and classic hits. Laurel, Gary and Mark Fabricki on 4BC.
Super Netball CEO Stacey West has been forced to apologise for an embarrassing scoreboard bungle in the Giants-Lightning clash. The Lightning were celebrating a 1-point win when they were told the score was wrong. They lost 86-80 in extra time. A Broncos speed demon says the competition for spots in the starting side is fierce at Red Hill. Dean Mariner says he's been enjoying his time in Brisbane, but is not resting on his laurels.
There's a lot of depth in this team.
Just got to do that window at the back.
So I really just.
Hey Dusty. Yeah. I got 3 of them. Oh, 4 actually. They're the Sony ones. They're for my live view.
Martha Street. There's a breakdown in Stretton for Compton Road westbound.
Full batteries,
and a
full tank of fuel.
Street in Beenleigh outside Busy Bees Daycare. I'm Tim Berg on Brisbane's traffic leader.
Continue on A1 for 20 kilometres.
Footy's back. Woohoo! Yeah, and to celebrate, we've got some fantastic bargains in store and online. At Lowe's, there's fashion polos 2 for $40. Save $19.90 when you buy 2 pairs in one transaction. Street shorts and Lowe's elastic waist shorts 2 for $40. Save $19.90 when you buy 2 pairs in one transaction. Plus the winter buttons are back, including flat hats from $34.95. They celebrate the new season with a bargain in store and online now. At Lowe's.
Come on down to Little Star Baby Co. Where are 3 conveniently located stores offer quality products, car seat fittings, and baby yoga, and cot repair, and crab wheel alignment, and teddy bear training. If business is growing wide, wrangle it with a fast, flexible NAB business loan. NAB, more than money. Terms, conditions, fees, charges, eligibility, and lending criteria apply. See nab.com.au for more information.
4BC weather brought to you by NRMA Insurance.
Sunshine over Brisbane this afternoon, reaching a top of 25 degrees in the city and Bayside, 26 in Ipswich. Looking ahead to tomorrow, mostly sunny, 26, and the chance of a shower or 2 on Wednesday, 25. On Moreton Bay today, winds up to 15 knots, seas below metre. Right now it's 23 degrees in Ferny Grove. There'll be more news at 2:30 on your home of the Olympics, Brisbane's 4BC.
Until 2:30 this afternoon. details too on that story that you would have just heard Siobhan share with us in the news headlines about this man using a spear gun that caused the death of a dingo on Gari, at Fraser Island. It's now being investigated for offences under the Nature Conservation Act 1992. The allegation here is that on the 19th of April this incident occurred. The dingo was lingering around a campsite and it was dark, it was night. The man advised the Department of Environment, Science and Innovation that the dingo's death the following day, and it's believed he has fully cooperated with department officials. So their investigation is ongoing. Under the Nature Conservation Act of 1992, it is an offence to deliberately harm, interfere or interact with dingoes. Probably dolphins too, but in this case we're talking about dingoes. A native dingo obviously on the island and having a negative interaction with one, they say should just be reported immediately to QPWS and a ranger, and they give you the number, or you can email the dingo rangers at the department to do that. And at the moment, you know, all of this around the education of visitors to Gari is about being dingo safe at all times. They remind everyone to keep children within arm's reach, to walk in groups. They have the sticks that are available for people. They say camp only in fenced areas, don't run. Runners and joggers can trigger a negative reaction in a dingo and an interaction that you don't want. They say never feed them. We know that's been a massive issue as well. To never, you know, to never have food out, lock up food and keep things in ice boxes, even if you're on a boat. They say never store or keep food containers in tents, and make sure that you always secure your rubbish, your fish and your bait. And now, depending on the possible charges here, the maximum penalty is almost $500,000, like $431,000 in a fine, or you could face 2 years imprisonment. So it'll be interesting to see what comes of this case. It is certainly an unusual one, and these ongoing negative interactions between people and dingoes on the island is certainly an issue that isn't going away, is it?
From Ipswich to the Bay, Bow Desert to Bridie, 4BC is Brisbane.
To the top of Australia.
4BC.
With the app.
Okay, when it comes to what is good for
Please
us,
like and
there
subscribe,
are some
chat.
things that we know for sure. And having just stood up from my chair, it's that standing is certainly better than sitting is one of them. We know that exercise generally is good for our overall health. We know how important sleep is. It's imperative. And then, of course, there's nutrition. But what mix of these things leads to the best outcome when it comes to longevity?
Here are so high, they're above the bloody tree lines.
This idea of being too sedentary, of sitting too much,
Very
and how it can be
unreliable
detrimental. To find out what the right balance is, we've turned to an international team of researchers who claim they have found what they say is the Goldilocks zone. For optimal 24-hour period of time, how much time should we be moving for the best health outcomes? Dr. Christian Brackenridge is from Swinburne University Centre for Urban Transitions. They led this international team, and he's joining us now on 4BC Afternoons to talk through the findings. How are you, Dr. Brackenridge?
Going very well, Sophie. Thank you so much for having me today.
Okay, what does the research tell us?
Well, my research looked at
dead kangaroo on the road.
24-hour breakdown of
See, you got to see a kangaroo.
heart disease risk
That's dead.
and diabetes risk. And would you like me to break that down?
I would.
Roadkill.
Okay, so firstly we looked at sleep and how that fits in the 24 hours, and that broke down to 8 hours and 20 minutes is kind of what we converged upon for sleep. So the listeners at home might be either nodding to themselves saying that's appropriate, or maybe they're actually seeing that as not quite challenging. So 8 hours and 20 minutes for sleeping. We've done 6 hours for sitting.
Car culture, this must have been one of the guys at the thing.
And then the optimal physical activity was 2 hours and 10 minutes of light physical activity. This is kind of your kind of incidental pottering around the house type of speed, light physical activity. And then 2 hours and 10
They were at the
minutes
Northern Nats.
vigorous physical activity. So I'm hoping
Custom wraps and
2 hours and 10 minutes of vigorous activity. Now, what goes on the vigorous activity list? Is that a brisk walk?
It's a brisk walk and everything above that. So if you went for a swim, if you went for a bike ride, if you went for a kind of a jog, that would be kind of ticking off those minutes.
Now, do you concur that when you talk about a brisk walk, that it becomes, you know, that sort of physical activity? If you're walking to a degree where having a constant conversation would be difficult, so you know you're pushing yourself in a walking situation if it's difficult for you to continue to talk while you're walking.
Yeah, it's a great point, Sophie. I believe it might depend on the individual.
I don't know about that one.
Whether they can.
That's probably only if you're walking short distance, but not like I was walking 30 kilometres and live streaming at the same time.
In a brisk walk pace.
They took it out of me.
Well, yeah, you'd have to be pretty fit to be able to do that, I would imagine. But, you know, you mentioned, you talked about this in the context of lifestyle diseases that we now are learning more and more about. And I think not only are we learning more about them, but we're also speaking about them more publicly so that people can be better informed with the choices they make.
What time is it in America?
You mentioned diabetes, you mentioned heart disease, stroke coming into this. So how do, you know, these parameters of how much we're sleeping, how much we're standing and sitting, and how much we're moving affect the lifestyle choices that then would inform whether or not you are at greater risk of those diseases?
Yeah, so...
Well, you go to bed if you need to go to bed. You don't have to stay.
Really quite pivotal to those disease
when you're ready.
There's actually quite a lot of research and evidence out now that says if we can get society...
I'll still be here when you wake up.
...steps per day, would see, you know,
most likely
7% reduction in cardiovascular disease. So we'd be saving the Australian public...
I thought that was a bloody kangaroo or something. That was a big chunk of grass.
People to, you know, go out for a walk 5-10 minutes more per day. So these things are actually very, very pivotal. And, you know, same goes for sitting and sleeping as well, which I kind of done over long hours of time. So because it has such a long kind of, you know, portion within our 24 hours, it can actually have substantial effect, especially if we kind of have a lifestyle, 20 years of impoverished sleep or 20 years of, you know, excessive sitting.
How did you come up with the study participants? I know you looked at more than 2,000 adults who were wearing body sensors. So then how did you come up with those specific numbers?
For the optimal day?
Yeah.
Okay, so we actually looked at, so because they actually wore these sensors, we could actually tell on the individual, for each individual, we could see what they were doing in their 24 hours.
Right.
And then we found those individuals with the best health outcomes, and we looked at their 24 hours in a model, and that kind of helps inform us, you know, what that optimal is.
Does it also mean that overall, you know, I talk about this whole let's spread the information far and wide, do we need to be updating our guidelines when it comes to activity and sleep and food?
Yeah, exactly right. And we're taking that integrated approach here. So currently in Australia, the guidelines for Australians, they kind of just kind of talk about exercise, but they might not talk about standing, sitting, and sleeping necessarily in an integrated fashion. And we now understand all these behaviours to be quite related. So, for example, if you exercise more in the evening, that might have implications for your sleep, as well as, you know, staying up an extra hour watching the TV or listening to the radio when maybe you could be getting more sleep time. So these things are related, and they all have their own implications.
Yeah, on a computer all day doesn't do much good for you.
I believe that the guidelines could be refreshed.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds like they could, especially now that we know we've also got an ageing population. So, Dr. Christian Breckenridge, what happens next?
What happens next? Well, again, yeah, it's a great point, Sophie. So perhaps reflected in the guidelines, I like to think that maybe this type of evidence is putting into people's minds to kind of have an integrated approach.
Yeah, I need to do a bit of walking again.
Physical activity, but also sleep and light physical activity and standing and reducing sitting. So, yeah, changing the Australian public's perspective.
There's a couple of hours.
In 800 metres, turn right onto Five Ways Road.
A more rigorous study. And maybe even understanding people's kind of lifestyle long term. So what are these compositions, what do these optimal 24 days mean long term over years, and does that really make a positive impact on people's health?
And I also think too, not beating yourself up if you have a couple of days that things don't quite work out. You know, like we have an optimal 24 hours. You might
take the next right onto Five Ways Road.
Increased level of stress if you're not hitting those benchmarks every single day, day after day, but you're doing it more of the time than less of the time.
Oh, they're driving to Victoria.
More of the time, exactly right, Sophie. So I guess I have a simple message for all your listeners. Aim to sit less, move more, and sleep at the appropriate level.
Continue on Five Ways Road for 3 kilometres.
I think I'd like you to run me through the 24-hour optimal sort of timing again, so I can make a note of it, and just in case anybody missed it at the beginning, they're hearing it again from you before I let you go, Chris. So you said optimally in 24 hours we're aiming for 8 hours and 20 minutes of sleep.
I thought I was getting lost here the other night.
Then we want to do 6 hours.
I thought there was something wrong with the car. I could hear all this high-pitched, sound like a metal squealing noise, and it was all cicadas or something in the bloody sugarcane. They were that loud. I had to stop the car and have a look. There was no noises coming from the car. Never heard it before.
Intensely physically active.
I came through at night.
You might be surprised at how much you do during the day. As someone from your
quarter back there.
Sure.
Running those purposeful errands around the supermarket.
What's on the ground there?
All right, we'll keep all of that in mind. It sounds like a pretty fantastic way to go if you're looking for the best outcome when it comes to our health. Good on you for doing such great work.
Thanks, Sophie. Thanks so much. This study was done through Swinburne University Centre for Urban Transitions. It was led there by Dr. Christian Brackenridge, who just joined us to walk us through the optimal Goldilocks zone, they say, of 24 hours in a day. Do you already do it? Maybe you already do. I'm going to check my...
Didn't sound like bullfrogs.
I just slept last night.
In 800 metres, at the roundabout, take the first exit onto Ivory Road.
There was real high-pitched noise.
Before we go to the break, thank you for the texts that have been coming through. As I told you a little more about that spearing issue that happened with somebody taking the life of a dingo and reporting it through to the department. Mia says, the dingo incident, it's a pity people weren't protected like that, but it never gets more than the teens who murder and maim people worth less than a dingo.
That way. My
and
Google
Paul
Maps
says, hi
says
team,
go
a
left.
wild dingo attacks a dingo. Don't dare protect yourself, defend your family, just let it eat you. We're getting sillier and sillier. I didn't read or hear anything, Paul, that would suggest that the dingo was doing anything at all that was aggressive in this case. I think it was just near the tent. So I don't know. We haven't been told whether or not the spearing was deliberate. It could have been accidental. I don't know. All we know is what I shared with you and what you heard there in the news headlines. But I certainly didn't hear anything about the man suggesting that the dingo was attacking them in any way.
Yeah, it'd be different if the dingo was doing something.
Stop what you're doing! Because the Chemist Warehouse half-price vitamin sale is on now. There's Blackmore's, Swiss, Caruso's, Henry
Well, they do attack humans.
Half price. Biogland, Nature's Own, Go Healthy, Inner Health, all half price. Nature's Way, Lifespace, Novus, half
Well, it's probably hanging around his campsite because he's got food. They sort of caught on about the human food thing. And they'll attack you for it. They'll even in the surf or anything. One woman got attacked in the surf. Well, they said you'd never run from them. Just gets them more excited. See where the sugar comes from. If I had a sugar low, I could pull over and just grab some. But pretty hard to cut. You need a cane knife or something. Speaking of sugar, on my 17.8, still going down a little bit.
In 800 metres, at the roundabout, take the third exit onto Maida Vale Road.
Maida Vale? I don't know what's on the left there.
The experience of aging. Lift, boom, or any kind of access equipment. Talk to the local buyers at Hype for Hire. Proudly Queensland's largest privately owned operated supplier of access equipment. Hype for Hire won't let you down. They've got machines to meet your needs, ready to go right now. From scissor lifts to knuckle and stick boots, big or small.
Exit the roundabout onto Maida Vale Road.
Affordable price. Call 1-800-HYPE or go to hypeforhire.com.au. Hype for Hire, safely taking you to new heights.
The Chemist Warehouse Mayhem half-price cosmetic sale is on now.
Continue on Maida Vale Road for 2 kilometres.
L'Oreal and Maybelline, half price. All Rimmel and Sally Hansen, half price. And all Revlon and Nude by Nature, half price. That's right.
sugarcane train lines. They're a real small gauge track. If I get a chance, I'll overtake him. Probably not on this road, but I'll have to wait to the highway.
So I could just take care of it.
One lane anyway.
Have helpers. So I just took care of it, and I still managed to get into bed early. So I had my 8 hours plus. But what I do need to do after I finish the show with you today is go for a nice big long walk. That's for sure. There was a story that you may have heard a little bit of this morning around cab chargers with Bill. So cab chargers cracking down on dodgy taxi drivers. We know that this has been an ongoing issue now for a while, so they've lent on technology to help fix this problem. And there's new technology that's going to be rolled out right across the country that would make it really difficult for drivers to be overcharging customers. At the moment, cabbies process fares on handheld payment terminals, and those devices aren't directly connected to the taxi meter. It does mean that occasionally, and we know that there are some really great taxi drivers who do
in 600 metres, turn left onto Old Clare Road.
And then they charge an exorbitant amount of money at the end of the trip. These handheld payment terminals are going to be linked directly to the meter. So it means that the only way that they can take the payment is to give the customer the amount that's on the meter.
They recognise me.
Take the next left onto Old Clare Road, then turn right onto Giddy Road.
From Wednesday of this week, cab charge officials spoke to News Corp and said we will not allow taxis to use our products unless the terminal payment is connected to the meter. It's an important step, they say, to eliminating overcharging, and I think generally...
Turn right onto Giddy Road. Continue on Giddy Road for 2 kilometres.
Also endorsed the new technology, declaring that they're fed up with overcharging, which happens on a small minority of drivers, and it reflects badly, he says, on the industry and the majority of hard-working drivers who do the right thing. So I'd like to extend this to asking some of you a question this afternoon, and I will say that Australian Taxi Industry Association CEO Blair Davies is going to be on with Peter Glasson this afternoon on Drive. Any of you listening use the taxi payment service that comes as part of your aged concession, where you can no longer drive and you apply for the taxis to give you the card that then allows you to get the subsidy on taxis? And have you had taxi drivers refuse to take the card or tell you that your card isn't working and then your only option is to pay full fare? And is there one taxi company who is better than others when it comes to being able to use your taxi subsidy card? Because I've heard from a couple of listeners that they've tried to use the taxi subsidy card and the driver says your card is...
In 600 metres, turn right onto Bruce Highway, A1.
There's nothing wrong with the card, and even then they should take your details and only charge you the 50% fare. I'd love to hear from you if you've got any experience with that. 133 and I may actually pass that question through.
Turn right onto Bruce Highway, A1.
One of the stories that I'm going to be covering with you tomorrow on the program is going to be with the QIMR Berghofer, who are just about to release some details of a really...
Continue on A1 for 288 kilometres.
I won't give you any more details really until tomorrow, but I will tell you that it is
that's like 3-4 hours,
encapsulating a lot of the conversation at the moment when it comes to children in particular and exposure to the internet.
It might be Mackay
and
or
it
something.
comes off the back of a really interesting story out of South Australia, where the government there is considering a complete social media ban on children under the age of 14. The Premier of South Australia, Peter Malakananis, said that evidence is pointing to changes needing to be made. He thinks that apps like Instagram and TikTok are affecting children's mental health and development, to the point where he says that he, like most parents, is concerned about the impact that social media is having on children in the community. He says, I'm determined to ensure that as a government we're doing everything we can to protect our children. Now it's interesting because if the decision that is being made in South Australia passes, it means that South Australia would actually become the first state or country, in this country, to adopt this sort of regulation. And there will be some people who are upset about this as a change. But I actually wonder whether or not it's, you know, we should have done it a long time ago. There is absolutely no doubt whatsoever that there are incredibly deep and damaging effects that these social media apps and the amount of time that kids are spending on devices has shown us. And some of the very most popular platforms, we're talking about the likes of TikTok and Instagram, have already said that users need to be 13 to sign up for accounts, but there are plenty of kids that are under that age who are already using them, and using them for hours. And I don't know whether or not it's just that parents have put it in the too hard basket, and now we need to have government step in to help undo some of that damage. Because every single piece of data or research that does the parameters around which the mental health of our young people, the suicidal ideology, like every single benchmark, their self-awareness and self-worth, the way that young girls in particular have been manipulated about body image, all point back to the amount of social media exposure that they've had. And it's been very, very difficult for parents to control it. So I'd love to know whether or not you think that's where we're at now. You've got to have government step in to help out. 133 882 is the open line number. It's time to head back into the newsroom.
The cement road shaking everything around with me.
Good afternoon, Sophie. Making news this hour. The circumstances surrounding the death of a newborn baby in the state's far north is now the subject of investigation. The 3-week-old girl was found unconscious at a residence on the Cassowary coast on Saturday morning. Police have charged a man with murder following a fatal stabbing in Brisbane south yesterday. A pilot is being praised for his textbook landing in Newcastle after his plane had a mid-air mechanical failure, and a lawyer for Chris Dawson has told the court there is a reasonable possibility his first wife Lynette is still alive to make a crucial phone call in January 1982. The former rugby league player and teacher is seeking to have his murder conviction overturned in the Court of Criminal Appeal. In sports, Super Netball CEO Stacey West has been forced to apologise for an embarrassing scoreboard bungle in the Giants line-in clash. And Sophie, Richard French will have more news at 3.
Now on 4BC Afternoons, the latest weather.
And it is certainly a beautiful day today in the city, isn't it? And it's 23 degrees, so we may not reach that high of 25 that we were expecting.
Still 30
Ipswich
degrees
26 today, Caboolture also 25 and 25 degrees, Bayside sunny right across the board, also mostly sunny in Rockhampton, currently 28 degrees.
Traffic between Breckenridge, Bowen Hills, Boondall. 4BC is Brisbane.
Police are still on the scene of an incident unfolding on the
We might have to go through Rockhampton to get on the highway.
The left lane is blocked as a result. There's a breakdown on the Bruce Highway northbound at Rosemount after the Parklands overpass. Slow for the Port of Brisbane motorway southbound at Murray, and crews remain on the scene in Beenleigh, a crash on Hanover Street. I'm Tim Burke on Brisbane's traffic leader, 882 4BC.
If you're a tradie and your supplier lets you down, you look like an idiot, but no one needs that. That's why your first call should always be to Hype for Hire. They've got machines to meet your needs, ready to go today. Scissor lifts, boom lifts, forklifts, the lot. You can rely on Hype for Hire to help you knock over your next job fast, efficiently and safely. Call 1-800-HEIGHT or go to hypeforohire.com.au. Hype for Hire, safely taking you to new heights.
I'm Andrew Lofthouse. Watch 9 News at 6 for today's biggest stories from across the southeast, Brisbane, Logan, the Gold Coast, Caboolture and Ipswich. We have every region covered, plus the latest in sport and TV's most comprehensive weather forecast. 9 News at 6.
You can buy a car the hard way, or you can go to Consign a Car, Queensland's best variety in one undercover showroom. No high-pressure sales, just great cars at great prices. Consignacar.com.au, the easy way to buy. Airpole Women's State of Origin is just around the corner, with Suncorp Stadium kicking off Game 1 on Thursday, 16th of May, on the eve of Magic Round. Be there to witness an unreal.
Those 192, no, 194 is better than 2 bucks. Still expensive.
Square off in the ultimate fight.
It's almost like $8 a gallon.
Tickets are selling fast. Don't miss your chance to experience Australia's greatest sporting rivalry. Head to nrl.com/tickets to secure your seats.
You know,
Saving money on insurance is a lot like detective work, Jack.
How so, Sarge?
Well, you take home, content, online,
And you connect the dots.
solved.
Save 30% on your first year's premium. Purchase a new combined home and contents policy online with Budget Direct. Terms and conditions apply. Issue auto and general insurance.
Back to 80 k's an hour.
budgetdirect.com.au to see
Here's a sign. What's that? Bowen, 100 kilometres. Mackay, 288. Rockhampton, 622. That's about, Brisbane's like 9-10 hours from Rockhampton. We got a long way to go.
Cab charges. Eileen's on the line from Kalanga. Good afternoon.
Hi, Sophie.
Hi.
I'm a fairly regular user of using the cab card.
Yeah.
It looks like there's going to be a 12-hour VOD, and they'll probably do another
On
one.
advice from Blue Care, I always ask
See
for
how it
a
goes.
receipt, and sometimes I don't even have to ask for it. They just automatically give it to me.
And it doesn't matter whether it's black and white or orange or green or silver?
No, I normally call silver cab, but, you know, sometimes I'll end up with a yellow cab, but that's fine.
You've never had any issue?
I've never had an issue, but I have been told that there's been a couple of rogue drivers around.
Interesting, Eileen. Thank you for sharing your positive story with us. I still think there might be a few people out there who are having issues with theirs, and I'm trying to understand why, if it's different companies or if it's just down to the individual driver who just says, no, your card doesn't work, and they take the full amount because then they don't have to worry about, is there paperwork involved if you use the card, and then you've got to find the subsidy to come back to you in a different way? Yeah, there's still a few little bits of the story that I think are missing. I'll hold on to that for another time because now we turn our attention to entertainment.
But I know I can do it. I've done it once. Second time. Going back now.
No cabs for this guy. He only takes limos.
It's like 1,700 kilometres times 2.
Rob McKnight.
Return trip. So like 3,400 kilometres.
You're off to a cracker of a start.
Of course, he's the owner.
Like driving to Sydney and back twice.
Fox.com.au joins me here for entertainment. And I did want to make mention of a special day today, Rob, with you, in case you missed the start of the show today. Because today we say happy birthday to...
Music. Please like and subscribe. Hoping to get 2,000 subscribers by Christmas. Do it the right way. See, Surf Dog's almost at 3,000. Well, he's at 3,000. I'm just going to do it the right way. Yeah, well, I was talking about Surf Dog the other day. I couldn't really, it doesn't really matter. I was just venting like he does. Playing his own trip while playing his tricks. I was sort of like imitating him a little bit. I still like the dude. He's alright for an old dude. That shit's in a bucket. He seems to think I've got some fucking fetish or some fucking thing about watching him fucking do it. I don't like watching him do it. I'm just say, are you sitting on the bucket? And you go, yep. And I fucking go and change the fucking channel. Bucket life. Remember that guy that you called Chip My Tooth? And he used to have sayings about buckets with his face on it or something. Can't remember what it was now. It's a long, long time ago. He used to come on my chat all the time. Before Young said he passed away or something.
big
someone else told him. And she was lovely and wonderful to him. And also he can drive a Tesla because it has autopilot. The Today Show is mourning Sam Rubin, who is their entertainment reporter from the US, who I actually worked with or alongside years ago in LA. And he, over the weekend, we learnt he died suddenly at the age of 64. Tell us, do we know any more?
Yeah, he died of a heart attack, apparently. It was quite shocking. But the thing I've taken away from this is Sam we'd see on the Today Show, and obviously, as you said, you worked with him. But what surprised me over the weekend was the level of celebrities in LA who were mourning his death. You know, we just knew him as someone who appeared on the Today Show occasionally. I genuinely had no idea how big he is. Ron Howard, Ryan Reynolds, Tom Hanks, all these people, Kiefer Sutherland, were all coming out and mourning his death. The Santa Monica Pier actually lit up and said Sam. He was a really big deal over there. KTLA was where he had been with the news team since 1991. He was known for his upbeat interviews. He talked to actors, musicians, and by all accounts was just as lovely off air when he was on air. I know a producer at the Today Show who she told me over the weekend that anytime you did a cross with him, he'd just be so lovely. He'd get back in contact, thanking them and just making sure everything was all right. He just sounded like a true professional.
You're absolutely spot on, and I think the reason why so many people loved him, that list that you went through, is because he was also a part of the industry for such a long time that most of those people met him at the beginning of their careers, and then he kind of told stories about them as they became massive superstars, right? So, you know, when you have that level, when you have that longevity in a place like Hollywood, the people who were, you know, trying to scrimp and get their first little bit of exposure, he was the one who was reporting on them back then, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And bugger going up there.
Celebrities remember that when they're on the up, and when you're in a position like he was, that's the point you're getting to know them. Do remember that, and the good ones hold on to that.
Daniel, who is a listener, would like to make us both a little bit smarter, especially you. And he has sent through a text to say, "Isn't she lovely? The Stevie Wonder song that you mentioned is played at weddings, and people think it's about a love interest, but it's not. It's about his daughter, Aisha Morris." And it's true, because I've looked up the lyrics, and it says that he's less than 1 minute old.
That ruins my joke.
Yeah, I know.
Thanks, Daniel.
Sorry, Daniel, but Daniel's right, and Rob is wrong.
I will.
Point to Daniel.
He's right.
Yeah.
You know, it was a good joke, I thought.
How about this other one that I wanted you to talk to us about today, on a much more serious note? There was the case between the Australian federal government and Elon Musk and the X platform. This is over Australians being able to view the footage of the stabbing of the Sydney bishop that was on X, and Elon Musk didn't want to have to take
Did you hear about that
down.
stabbing?
So can you speak on this?
It was in a live
Why
church
has the block
service.
been lifted, and what are the
priest got
implications
stabbed.
moving forward?
Well, I think the really simple thing to consider here is our E-Safety Commissioner, Julie Inman-Grant.
And then there was riots outside.
It's one thing to ask a platform to take down material in your own
everybody
country,
wanted to beat up that guy that stabbed him.
She tried to get Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, to take it down globally. Now, imagine if every country had the right to dictate what material was shown in other countries. China could say what we can and can't see here in Australia. We could say what Indonesia could and couldn't see. That's not how it works. When there are sensitive issues like the stabbing attack, it makes sense that the E-Safety Commissioner would not want to have it shown in this country, but you don't get to dictate to the rest of the world, and that's essentially what the High Court has ruled on, and they have agreed with Elon Musk and the freedom that he has.
I haven't seen this colour road before.
So she
like a
put a temporary order in to block us here in Australia from viewing the footage. She tried to take that globally. He fought back against that. They did comply with the takedown notice and geo-blocked it. That meant any Australian users couldn't see the content. But if you had a VPN, so that's that way you can basically log on as though you're in America or in England or another country when you use a VPN. So if you use that safe, you could actually view the material.
Circumnavigate. So you could circumnavigate any of the banning.
Yeah. And so basically, the Safety Commissioner trying to extend the application order has been rejected, and cost of the applications are reserved. We will know more later today or tomorrow morning about the reasons for that. But you cannot have a situation where one country is dictating what the rest of the world can see. It's like the Christchurch massacre. Jacinda Ardern wanted it taken down everywhere. She got it in New Zealand, but no other country had to agree to that. It was a voluntary thing.
Right. Yeah, right. I think we watch and wait and see, because there would be most people would say there are certain things that shouldn't be able to be viewed and shared. But how you then go about putting legal framework into that is the grey area. What are you loving at the moment? Are you watching anything? Or did you go to the movies over the weekend?
I watched Doctor Who over the weekend because Doctor Who returned, and it's not on the ABC anymore, it's on Disney Plus. So this is a big change. Ncuti Gatwa is the new Doctor, and it's a bit hit and miss at the moment, so I think he's a fabulous Doctor.
The middle of nowhere, there's nothing out of you whatsoever.
A little bit weak, but the stories are a little bit over the place. My family didn't enjoy episode 1. They put up 2 stories at the same time, so you could see eps 1 and 2. My family liked episode 2 better, as did I, but I didn't come away with this overall... I came away disappointed, is what I'll say. Have you watched anything?
No, I had a bit of a... No, last night, actually, to be honest, I did...
Chat for the TV channel.
No, last night I did end up watching The Summit. It was on as I was sort of doing bits and bobs and getting ready to sort of...
I'll give you that view for a while.
And I did watch The Summit last night.
Pointed up a bit towards the sky.
I thought I had to. And I still think I might have been able to produce it better. But I like the concept of it. So last night was the first night we met the people who were a part of it.
You can try and spot the Starlinks at 500 kilometres.
And no one else that I really would say I knew from a celebrity perspective. Oh, there was the girl who was on McLeod's daughter. And there was another woman
this
who
stream
used to
is
be
brought to you by Starlink.
Whose name I don't remember either. But I like the premise of the show.
IP2's gone Starlink.
There was another really great story with another woman who is missing part of her arm, and so to see her do the physical challenges was just extraordinary. People are just amazing, and so that was cool to watch. But yeah, other than that, no.
Well, it struggled a little bit in the ratings, but it was first episode back, so we'll see how it goes. It'll be interesting because there were a couple of things you didn't like last year, and I loved it last year, so it'll be interesting to see. I haven't caught up on it from last night, but I will take a look.
Yeah, take a look. The helicopter's back.
I love the helicopter.
Get the chopper.
Yeah, and it's beautiful. A beautiful scenery in New Zealand. In fact, so much so that it's... You know how people pay all that money to go and have their shows shot wherever they are, and then they hope that people will go and be a tourist there? It's worked.
Yes.
Because I'm now planning a trip to New Zealand.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
so I've been sucked in. I'm literally exactly what they want. New Zealand government...
You better hope 4BC let you take some holidays.
It's happening June, July. I'll be in New Zealand. If you're lucky, you'll be here.
Oh, is that right?
I don't know.
Welcome to the Whitsundays.
For Rob's TV insights, you can catch them on tvblackbox.com.au. If, like me, you watched The Summit last night, let me know what your thoughts were. 133 882. You can also text me 0499 880 882. And we will talk again next Friday, my friend.
Look forward to it. Thanks, Soph.
It's 12 minutes to 3.
G'day, John from Salmon Plumbing. Need a good plumber? You know what to do.
If your pipes are salmon, call the salmon.
Oh, salmon. I think this ad's ridiculous.
You wish you called the fish.
So corny.
Salmon Plumbing. We're the team to call for plumbing repairs, installations, upgrades,
What's it got to do with
and
fish?
emergencies. 24/7. Don't know how bad. Call the trout. Salmon Plumbing. Bad puns.
Trout. What's got to do with trout?
Call 1300 Salmon. That's 1300 725 666. salmonplumbing.com.au. QDCC 741 050.
Reflect your style and add luxury to your home with Reflect Mirrors. Over 240 square metres of mirrors in one location. Mirrors for every style and every space.
So I've got this Starlink for the next 3 weeks. Oh, well, the data plan anyway. I'm going to switch it off after the month's up. So I'm going to try and get as much use out of it as I can within that month. And I'll basically only just use it for long trips where there's no 4G or 5G. Because the data is expensive.
For commercial property owners, challenges are inevitable. That's why you need Tewkesbury Commercial, Brisbane's leading commercial property managers.
So I think it as an investment, same as the Live View, and same as buying a Samsung phone or whatever. It's all an investment in the stream. And plus, it's really a hobby for me. Basically, I don't care if people say, "Oh, how much money you make from it?" It's not really any of their business. Anyway. You don't always have to do things for money. There's other streamers on IP too. Yeah. Good luck to them, but I'm not the one that's there begging for money. You know what I mean? I just got to find some other things to do between now and August, streaming wise.
At Judo Bank, we're as excited about the ideas for your business as you are. Call your Judo Banker or search Judo Bank today. Judo Bank, boldly backing business.
I could even hire the dish out too, because you can hire the dishes out. I've seen it on some other site. Yeah, the site I bought my Live View from. They hire Starlinks.
Today and tomorrow, and we had gone
Instead of the person buying it, they just hire it per day and they pay the data.
They actually believed that it was more about a software.
They can hire me too.
Inability to get produce to where it needed
run
to
it
be
all for
over the
them.
weekend. And
I
we
wish.
finally heard back from Woolworths Chief Commercial Officer Paul Harper
Mr.
to our
Google.
inquiry, and also he mentioned
That
today
chick yesterday, why she called me Mr. Google? She goes, "Are you Mr. Google?"
warehouse management system upgrade has
Doesn't look like that camera thing on the Google
now
car.
seeing on the supermarket
The dish
shelves,
on the
which is
hair.
exactly what our
But she must have thought it did.
told us earlier. Good afternoon, Pete Gleeson. G'day, so far I'm very well, thank you. Well, we thought we were going to be hearing about the Lovell case and the Kefu case at 10:30 this morning, and then it got pushed back and it got pushed back, and hopefully something's happening as we speak.
2:30 sentencing kicked off on both of those highly contentious and polarising stories. Emma Lovell, of course, stabbed to death in her front yard on Boxing Day 2022, I'm going to say, and of course the Totu Kefu home invasion. So 9 reporters, Peter Fegan and Anna Rawlings, are at both sentencing hearings, and hopefully we'll hear from them
See you,
probably
buddy.
just after 3 o'clock, certainly between 3 and 4, and we'll get an insight. I'm particularly interested to see exactly what sentence is given in the Emma Lovell matter. Of course, being sentenced as a juvenile, which means that the maximum that can be given is 14 years if the judge deems it to be a particularly heinous crime. So we'll keep an eye on that one. And cabbies are saying they're fearful for their own safety. So if it's a worrying sign, when our taxi drivers are being viciously targeted time and time again, and I'm going to speak to the Taxi Council to work out exactly what's happening in relation to that.
Will you talk to them about this new cab charge technology as well? Because I think there'll be a lot of people who are interested in that. I think just having some real certainty around the fact that if you're going to get a cab, there's no, I just won't put the meter on and you can just pay me X. and hopefully it eliminates a little bit of that from the industry completely.
It's funny, Sophie, you mentioned, we were in Dubai at Christmas, and they have a wonderful system over there. Just the way in which the taxi system is organised, and I was not astounded, but I was surprised at how cheap the taxis are in Dubai compared to here. Basically, from the airport to our hotel, which was about 35k, it was about $18. Like, you go 35k from Brisbane Airport to a suburb here, and I think you pay anywhere between $60 and $80. So I was pretty amazed at how cheap.
It is definitely an industry that has had its fair share of upheaval, though, in the last few years.
Indeed.
With rideshare and everything else. I think there's been a lot of navigating of how all of these things work together in an ecosystem, so that there is choice for the consumer, and so that also the product is of a high standard. I think there unfortunately are too many stories of things not being fantastic in terms of the user experience. What you're talking about today, though, is the vulnerability that the drivers are also feeling because of the way things are at the moment.
Yeah, and it's a really
you don't really get there any quicker.
Not just with taxi drivers, we see
couple of minutes,
drivers, all those rideshare drivers face that same issue, and anything I think that can add a layer of protection for our.
I got no clue this big it was ourselves.
Because we also need more of them. It is not easy to get a taxi late at night, depending on where you are and what you're doing. And we're about to have Magic Round, and you want there to be plenty of taxis on the road to be able to pick people up and take them where they want to go. And it's a bit like everything else. We've got to find those sweet spots, don't we?
Indeed. Yep. And I know we got plenty of taxi drivers who listen to 4BC Drive and 4BC Afternoons and 4BC in general. So obviously we'll throw it out to our taxi drivers this afternoon to see what they've got to say.
Excellent. That will be after 3 o'clock, just around the corner.
Traffic from Ipswich to the Bay, Beaudesert to Bridie. This is 4BC.
Still got a police incident unfolding on the House and Highway Bridge southbound in Brighton. The left lane remains blocked as a result. There's a crash in Carindale for Old Cleveland Road eastbound before Creek Road, and a crash at Strathpine for Gippy and Crimslow Roads. It's slow for the Gateway Motorway northbound, Deacon's Hall Hills, the Riverside Expressway slow inbound from the Victoria Bridge to Hale Street. I'm Tim Berg on Brisbane's traffic leader, 882 4BC.
Love it when you tell your friends about something you've heard on 4BC. But thank you here too. Download the podcast and catch up at 4bc.com.au.
The 4BC Britney Show. Laurel, Gary and Mark. Okay, here's an interesting one. Here's the headline. I lived full-time as a baby girl, and I spent $300 a month on nappies and sleeping equipment.
there was a heartbreaking story, and I don't necessarily want to finish on a bad thing, but I do want to wish our very best to this Victorian man who had to be transported back to Australia because he was on holiday in Fiji, as so many people do and would aim to, and he was stabbed while he was on his vacation. He's a 43-year-old. His name's Clayton Brett, and he had to receive medical attention because he was attacked and he was stabbed in the stomach. And then when he was in the hospital and recovering, he developed sepsis and had to be placed in an induced coma. And his family have now had to make the call to spend $140,000 to get him on a special medevac flight to return him to Australia. And that's in addition to another $80,000 that they've had to find and pay hospital bills. And the details about
hospital bills in America, no joke, aren't they?
But he's back home in Australia. He's at the Alfred Hospital in Melbourne, and he's in an induced
hospitals
coma.
Here
So
are free.
I just think we should put out some good energy and wish Clayton Brett a speedy recovery, because it's not what you expect when you go on a vacation, is it? Thanks for your company throughout the afternoon. I'll be back tomorrow from midday. For now, my time is up. I do thank you for yours.
It's just an illusion. When it gets dark, we might see a UFO. We could drive across the Area 51 in Australia.
This bulletin suspected assault boat lands in Australia. High killer charged with murder and boosting Brisbane's nightlife. It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Richard French. 4 suspected asylum seekers from Vietnam have been detained after arriving off the coast of WA.
If the next rest site's got a toilet, I'll stop.
Reportedly picked up in Broome. It's the third arrival that's been intercepted by Border Force in the last week. The moments leading up to the death of a newborn in the state's far north are being investigated by police. On Saturday morning, emergency services were called to a property on the Kasserine coast where they found a 3-week-old unresponsive. She was pronounced dead in hospital. A 30-year-old man is due to front court.
Probably changed the oil in the next couple of weeks.
Of a 22-year-old yesterday.
Not that it needs it.
South. Emergency services pronounced the man deceased after he was located unresponsive at a park in Acacia Ridge just after midnight. It's alleged the pair are known to each other.
Might have done it between 5 and 6,000
kilometres
on
the federal government prepares to hand down its third budget. The financial blueprint will be released tomorrow, promising extra cost of living help and more spending on Medicare and housing.
I don't like it when
it's also forecast inflation will ease sooner than previously expected.
The more you change it, the longer your rest is going to last.
Party room, the budget is about investing in the nation's future.
In jobs, in skills, in infrastructure, in
this
housing,
is our Prime Minister.
In social care, be it health or education. And that's what Labor governments always deal with, the urgent necessities, but always with our eye on a better future.
A pilot is being praised for making a textbook landing at Newcastle Airport following a mid-air mechanical failure. The aircraft had been on its way to Port Macquarie when the landing gear malfunctioned. The plane was forced to circle for close to 4 hours to burn off fuel before touching down safely. A man is facing up to 2 years in prison for allegedly killing a dingo on Darwin. It's understood the native animal had been lingering around the man's campsite when he fatally shot him with a spear gun. The Department of Environment, Science and Innovation is investigating. Brisbane's nightlife could be set for a boost with the creation of a dedicated nighttime commissioner. Hepworth explains.
While most of us are fast asleep at night, a handful are injecting millions into Brisbane's nighttime economy. But many say that economy is being strangled by red tape. In a bid to remove some of those barriers, the state government is considering a nighttime commissioner. The commissioner would be responsible for improving the economic output in the city's hospitality and entertainment precincts. The move has the support of the industry, and Powderfinger bassist and Triffid owner John Collins is being touted as the man for the job. In Brisbane, Matt Hepworth, 9 News.
Also making news, Robbie Katter has slammed a toothless state inquiry into the supermarkets as lacking the bite to make a difference, and declaring Queensland is receiving the rough end of the pineapple. And actor Steve Buscemi has been treated in hospital after being punched in the face in a random attack.
7 kilometres on the left.
Sport. Thanks to
there.
The #1 menopause brand in pharmacy.
Incumbent Roos captain James Tedesco is backing Roosters teammate Luke Keary for a fairy tale origin call-up in his final season. New South Wales is facing an injury crisis with Nathan Cleary, Mitch Moses and Adam Reynolds all battling injuries. Keary's only origin appearance came in 2020 when Tedesco says he'd be up to the task.
He's the most consistent half. He's been playing really well all year, so yeah, who knows? There's obviously a lot going on there in the halves with injuries and people available, but yeah, I'm sure Kes would fit in 100%.
Super Netball CEO Stacey West has been forced to apologise for an embarrassing scoreboard bungle in the Giants' Lightning clash. The Lightning were celebrating a 1-point win when they were told the score was wrong and then lost 86-80 in extra time. Queensland Reds number 8 Harry Wilson has successfully undergone surgery on a broken right arm he sustains against the Rebels on Friday night. And Spanish rider Jorge Martin has taken out the French MotoGP. Townsville-born Aussie Jack Miller finished in 18th. It's 3:04. That's the latest news in sport.
Because menopause is not just about one symptom, Harmony is not just about one ingredient. Harmony's Menopause Max contains chaste tree, traditionally used in Chinese medicine. It helps relieve the intense symptoms of menopause.
There's a lot cheaper to do it yourself.
Fatigue,
You got the
irritability, and
tools.
muscle aches. Take a positive step.
At least you know what polyol you're putting in it.
One menopause
Filter.
brand in pharmacy. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
Bloody holes in the road.
About 2309-2023.
Traffic, Marsden, Morningside, Mitchelton, Manly. 4BC is Brisbane.
It's quite slow on the M1 southbound from Gatland and Brookmount, following an earlier crash. Western Freeway under speed already westbound. Chapel Hill to Victory Pocket and St Henry Highway slow northbound. Manomaly to Jindalee.
You just get it done at one of those TV loop places or something.
Incident to Halton Highway Bridge southbound of Brighton. The lead lane is blocked and water police are on the scene. And slow for the Riverside Expressway, Victoria Bridge to Elm Street. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Tim Berg on 4BC.
Urgent call for Dinesh. Please head to register 3 now.
Just my second nature. Do the cars, I just do the shit myself if I can. So I get Darren and help me.
Just tell him his brake over yet. These lights aren't getting any shorter. We need all hands on deck. Is this still on? Thank you. And that will be all. Taking payments gets wild. Rather than with merchant services. More than money. Terms and conditions, fees and charges apply. See my direct for more information.
Some people might think that funerals are there purely to farewell those who have passed on, but the fact is, funerals are really for the living. The partners, the families, and the friends who are all mourning for the loss of someone incredibly special to them. At Alex Gow, we believe that funerals represent an opportunity to gather, pay your respects, show how much you care, and offer love and support at a time when people need it most.
Alex Gower Funerals, bringing families together since 1840.
4BC weather, brought to you by NRMA Insurance.
Right, this afternoon, coming down to 13 overnight, sunny tomorrow, 26 for Brisbane City and Ipswich, 25 Bayside. A shower or two Wednesday, 25. A shower or two Thursday, 24. Similar conditions on Friday. On base, tomorrow winds up to 20 knots with the seas below 1 metre. Currently it's 24 degrees at Wavell Heights. And there'll be more news at 3:30 on your home of the Olympics.
Yeah, it is, I think.
Brisbane,
sign.
4BC.
Yes, it's a toilet. Just stop for 5 minutes. Time to go. Oh, it's an actual service station. I bet it's even better. Dying from piss now anyway, all of a sudden. Get another drink out. Is it? Is this the thing here? It's a little bit further down. It's a station. Okay. Should be toilets in here. If not, go to the servo. Yeah, I think it's just up here in this building. Is it? Yeah, I think it is. They don't have showers there. Okay, everybody. Just give me a sec. I'll be back.
Okay, there's roughly 8 hours left on the battery. These people in front of us must be camping here tonight and they're putting the RV with feet down. Yeah, there's no showers here. Oh, there is, it's not Rockhampton, but it was about an hour from Bundaberg. There's a servo there that there's hot showers available there. I'm not stopping there. About an hour from Bundy. And I rocked up there like 3 a.m. in the morning or something, and I walked around the back, the toilets there, and all the showers are open. And there's a power point there too. So 8 hours from now will take me to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11 p.m. tonight. But I'll try and charge it before then. So it only takes like half an hour to charge instead of an hour for the full battery. Phone is 100%. I don't know about this other phone. Should be right because the battery's going. The little brick for the battery, not the big one on the back. I lost the chat off the phone and the battery thing maybe. Oh, there's chat. I found chat. I still can't read it properly. I'd be able to read it better at night. The top phone I'm talking about, not the bottom phone. Air conditioner, please. Shouldn't need the air conditioner when it gets darker. Yeah, about another 3 hours before it gets dark.
Decides to go down the nuclear path is frankly an insult to our intelligence. It's 17 past 3.
Traffic. Have a look inside your favourite show. Click on watch at 4bc.com.au.
There's been a multi-vehicle crash on Ipswich Road outbound at Maruka around Gall Street. Delays are back heavy into Anley. There's a police incident unfolding at the Harlton Highway Bridge southbound of Brighton. The left lane is blocked. Avoid the area if you can. Slow for the M1 southbound Eagleby to Pinmar and the Logan motorway slow eastbound Forest Lane through to Parkinson. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Tim Berg on 882 4BC.
How can we make Brisbane's 4BC savvy?
Please like and subscribe if you haven't already done so. The stream is brought to you by Elon Musk Starlink. The only mobile Wi-Fi in Australia. Well, no one else is streaming like this on a Starlink that I know of in Australia. No one on IP2 is doing it at the moment. The only person that did it was Ice Beside, but he didn't even do it in the car. He did it on a boat, in a cruise ship.
I try and keep to the left as far as I can. Unless there's bloody holes there. I just don't trust those semi-trailers. They do a lot of driving, they must get tired. Don't know how long they've been driving for either. Even though they've got to fill their logbooks in, it's still a pretty hard job, I reckon.
Businesses that ever before can now upgrade to NBN full fibre to access faster speeds and a more reliable connection, helping you save time and money. To find out if you can get NBN's fastest internet, Google NBN and check your address, then talk to your internet provider. Customer
talk to Elon Musk.
Talk to your retailer for details. Hear that?
That's masking tape. Real payments haven't heard it in years. They don't really need is a steady hand and a 10 Berger. Fund a trade stock is the Berger.com.au.
I couldn't even watch the news at 5 o'clock too. Because I've got a Starlink.
Thanks for coming here.
This is a luxury.
21 minutes past 3 and I've got a rare treat to give away very shortly in the next half.
Have you ever come to Australia, Trish?
I've got a double
I've got the Starlink going for you and we'll just drive wherever you want to go.
Who's playing tonight in Brisbane.
If I can bring it overseas,
you must be able to
slap it on your car.
Tickets, but you must be able to.
We just have to buy roof racks for your car, that's all. What's for your bottle?
How do they get the Rolling Stones tickets, these tickets?
I'd have to buy another battery because this battery is too big to bring to America.
You remember Engelbert.
It's probably cheaper in America to buy the battery anyway. Bloody American battery anyway. Anchor. I think Anchor's American, isn't it? Or is it Japanese? Oh, music. That's Tokai told it. Almost slipped up. I'll even get you for like 2-3 seconds. Or the AI will.
In about half an hour, I'm going to get the 17th caller through and we'll give them the double pass. But you must go tonight. You must be ready to go. So if you win, whoever you're going to take, say, righto, we're out the door, because I think he's on pretty early. I think he's on about 6:30.
Yeah, it'll have to be for a while.
Stick around. Well, the Australian National University has threatened to intervene in the pro-Palestine encampment protest unless protesters fix up their behaviour.
When I get bored doing what I'm doing here, then I'll probably think about coming over.
And causing harm. Now,
and you vice
this
versa.
comes off the back of what we've seen happening just recently at the University of Queensland, and it's a big issue. And I see Jennifer Westacott, the former Business Council boss, came out. She's now the Chancellor at
carry the light,
and said we need to stop this division in our universities. We need to stop what's going on. And of course, the ANU on Friday said it took disciplinary action following allegations students performed Nazi-inspired gestures at a student association meeting. Now, this has all been revealed by the Australian, Noah Yim.
That's a big mouth.
The university administration late last week sent an email to students participating in the protests, saying that their behaviour and the protest outright had been the subject of multiple complaints claiming breach of the code of conduct. I'm going to get to the weekend vote that Australia participated in when it supported bringing Palestine into the United Nations. I'll get to that shortly, but I'll let you hear what Deputy Vice-Chancellor Grady Yenville wrote from the Australian National University. I'm informally letting you know that I've received multiple reports and complaints that the encampment in which you are participating and your behaviours are potentially in breach of the Student Code of Conduct. The encampment is dividing our community and causing members of our community harm. I urge you to reflect on your behaviours and consider how you can respectfully protest without causing harm to other members of our community and to our campus. The university is willing to work with the participants. We will be reaching out to encampment representatives to discuss ways to enable you to protest. The alleged Nazi-inspired gestures received broad condemnation. Jason Clare even said the behaviour is repugnant. He's the federal education
totally different landscape to what
and he also sharpened his language against anti-Semitism on Australian university campuses. He said there's no place for hate.
grass there's got all the red
poison of
seed on it.
anti-Semitism at our universities or anywhere else. Peaceful protests are fundamental to our
Please like and
democracy, but they
subscribe,
must
chat,
be peaceful.
even if you're lurking.
Let me just say this
That's all
about
you
the
gotta
University
do.
of Queensland. One of the great
Rather you
universities
subscribe
of the
than
world.
like, but you
I
do
think
both
it's
if you
ranked
like.
in the top 50. I stand corrected. I definitely know it's ranked in the top 100. Has produced some of the greatest Queenslanders. The alumni is
I'll
as
do a check of
impressive
how
as
many
any
kilometres we've got left to
university in this
go.
country. But it's become a shadow of itself.
1,194 kilometres to
It is not
go.
a place for learning anymore. It is
Roughly
a place
13
for
hours.
brainwashing.
It's going to be more
And
than 13
until
hours.
the university and its leadership get with the script, read the room.
Get with the script.
So important these days, reading the room. They will stand condemned as being those that sympathise with these pro-Palestinian protesters. It's an absolute disgrace that we have a tent city of protesters. We have the vile and the vitriol that spews from these people's mouths.
Disgusting.
And last week, we had a very robust debate on this show about the pros and cons of the pro-Palestinian movement.
Bringing that stuff
versus
to our
what
country and
Israel
starting
propagated.
shit.
And it's very clear that until these people have the intestinal fortitude and courage to condemn Hamas and what they have done on October 7 last year, they are weasel words from these people. And let me just revisit what happened at the weekend in Brussels in the United Nations. And the fact that Australia sided with the likes of Iran, with the likes of Russia, with the likes of China, with the likes of North Korea, when they said that they would support Palestine being included in the United Nations. And there's a lot of condemnation over the weekend against Foreign Affairs Minister Penny Wong, and the fact that we went down this path. Of course, the United States voted against it. I think certainly the UK voted against it. There was a number of abstentions. Most people in this country thought that we would abstain, but we supported it. And it just shows how Penny Wong speaks out of both sides of her mouth when it comes to this issue. And it just shows
Thought he was
that
going to
they
say
have
something else
rewarded
then.
Hamas.
Oh, she's talking out her ass or something.
For what happened on October 7 last year. And I'll just go back to this story about the universities, because this is where it all happens. This is where it all starts in our universities. After weeks of pro-Palestine encampment protests on university campuses around the country, inspired by similar protests in the United States, Australian universities are now finally starting to push back against the protesters, except for the University of Queensland. Where's the leadership from the University of Queensland? Last week, police set up a mobile surveillance unit at Monash University. The day after, activists hijacked the protests, which resulted in violent clashes. And as I said, Jennifer Westacott over the weekend decried campus hate speech and creeping anti-Semitism. She called for collective leadership and for institutions like universities to stand up against anti-Semitism. University Vice-Chancellors have written to Attorney General Mark Dreyfus requesting clarification on the legality of popular anti-Israel chants like "From the River to the Sea" and "Intifada." Interestingly, Dreyfus, another one of these fence-sitters, splinters in his backside, did not offer an opinion on the matter. But we all know what "from the river to the sea" means, what Intifada means, and that is, it means the entire annihilation of the Jewish race.
Extermination.
No more Israel is part of the plan. And so I guess when we think about what's going on in the universities now, and we think about what's going on in the University of Queensland, it's time we saw some leadership on this. It's time we saw some leadership. And I implore the leadership of the University of Queensland, disband all the protesters on site, disband them so that these kids can get on with learning at these institutions. If these Palestinian protesters spent more time in the classroom learning, they'd be a lot better off. And I've been talking about
all they're learning to do is how to protest.
Labor Party's swipe at the LNP for backing nuclear as part of the energy mix. Plenty of text. Mike says the anti-nuclear people are the renewable subsidy grifters, otherwise known as lobbyists. That's so true. Gliso says, Shane, also remember that Labor and the Greens want us all driving electric cars and not using gas in our homes.
Yeah, nowhere to plug in out here.
We need a mix of electricity, and we'd be stupid not to use our natural resources that we have an abundance of. Ben says, Labor's real issue, Peter, with nuclear is it upsets the Greens, and Labor need their preferences. So true, Ben. So true. The politics in this country, and I guess it's called politics for a reason, but every decision that is made in this country right now is done through the prism of politics. It's really sad, and that short-termism that we see is incredible. Frank says it could very well take 19 years to construct a mini nuclear power station if the CFMEU and Labor are involved. Well, Frank, yes, you're right. The CFMEU tax would certainly put an extra 30% on. I wonder if they'll do a BPEC agreement with the CFMEU if required. And Anne says, I've driven past the thousands of solar panels and the wind turbines that litter the landscape near
the wind turbines were out where I was streaming.
These are located on what was once fertile grazing land that put food on our table. Now it's littered with short-lived structures that are destined for landfill in a few years. The location is questionable due to severe weather and distance from consumers. Unfortunately, Anne, I worry, and I worry greatly about what Mick DeBretti's got planned in that area. And as I keep saying, the amount of money that is being pumped into these projects, billions and billions and tens of billions
the public's
of dollars.
paying for it.
Where are we getting the money from?
Credit card.
That's what I say about this Labor Party.
Australia and America are technically bankrupt.
As Margaret Thatcher said, socialism's great until you run out of other people's money. It's 29 to 4. Time for the news. Richard French, g'day, Richard.
Absolutely. So, court this afternoon for a 30-year-old man charged with murdering a 22-year-old in Acacia Ridge on the weekend. An investigation has been launched following the sudden death of a 3-week-old baby in the state's far north. A pilot has been praised for making a textbook landing at Newcastle Airport following a mid-air mechanical failure. Federal police are threatening to walk off the job, which would bring airports to a standstill. The association representing officers says they're one of the lowest paid forces in the country. A man is facing up to 2 years in prison for allegedly killing a dingo on Gari, and a wild brown giant panda has been caught on camera in northwest China. It's just the 6th time the extremely rare panda subspecies has been spotted in the area after a 6-year hiatus. In sport, Queensland Reds number 8 Harry Wilson has successfully undergone surgery on a broken right arm. He's expected to miss 8 weeks. Gliso, more news again at 4.
Traffic here every show, anytime. Click on audio at 4bc.com.au.
Bruce Highway overtaking lanes, building our
The
future.
crash at Maruka for Ipswich Road outbound. Delays are heavy now back into Wollongabba. Slow for the Western Freeway, Chapel Hill, Victory Pocket, Centenary Highway, Mount Omni to Jindalee. M1 slow southbound, Eagleby to Pinkmars, Pacific Motorway slow Wollongabba to Greenslopes, and so on the Centenary Highway, Greenbank to Springfield. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Tim Berg on 882 4BC.
Connect with Brisbane's 882 4BC online. Listen live.
Plus an interior, exterior detail. While your car's being repaired, ask the Bump Shop team about their full in-house detailing service. They do an excellent job. Whether you're selling your car, want those annoying scratches and score marks removed, or need your interior shampooed and leather cleaned, you need to talk to the Bump Shop Legal Fund. Go to their website, thebumpshop.com.au, or call their number 3268 4900.
Woolworths same-day delivery means you can order over coffee and get it by tea. Plus, get free delivery when you spend $100 or more in your first delivery shop. That's today's fresh food, people. Select locations only. Order cut-offs, minimum spends and TNCs apply. Looking for landlord insurance? Terry Shear is Australia's leading landlord.
When I go back to Brisbane, probably the next day or so, I'll wash the car and then I'll try and get this mixer thing working with all the cameras in the car.
the evidence to support his claim that nuclear power is 5 times more expensive than others. Well, Peter, we'll certainly ask Mr. Miles to come on to 4SC Drive. I reckon there's more chance of me flying to the moon tomorrow than Stephen Miles coming on 4SC Drive. I don't think he particularly liked my line of questioning, which of course would be fairly robust. Instead he'll go over on the ABC, but that's fine. And then of course Noel says, Peter, can you please arrange a nuclear energy expert to come onto the show to debunk the myths and lies being spread by this desperate Queensland Premier? No, we will. There's a fellow called Nick Cater. He works for the Menzies Institute. He's a former deputy editor of the Australian newspaper. He is incredibly erudite and eloquent when it comes to explaining the benefits of nuclear and why we need nuclear, and he will be able to debunk the myths and lies that are being spread by this desperate Queensland Premier. We'll get him on the show tomorrow. Scotty says, Gleeso, I just saw on Giggles' Facebook page
KFC Bowl must be next town.
Rail line. ALP
as a home of the mango.
On there patting the Premier on the back for delivering only half of what was promised. It's a circus. Well, Scotty, it is, and I'm going to talk more about that just after 4 o'clock and take you through the history of that particular project and how the Labor Party, rather than committing to taking it all the way to Maroochydore, are stopping it at Caloundra. That's like saying, I'm going to go to London, but just drop me off in Dubai and I'll swim the rest of the way. I mean, you're right, it's a circus. And the reason they've done that is because they say it's cost prohibitive. Well, no, that's not the reason. The reason they've done it is because they don't want to reward people who vote for the Liberal Party. They're all about pork barrelling, and they're all about trying to keep the seat of Caloundra at the next state of election, which they're 1,000,000 of keeping, by the way, because I believe that the local Labor MP there is an absolute dud. And even if he was outstanding, he'd still lose. The way things are going for this Labor Party. But yeah, it's all about perceptions. Oh, we're going to build the Sunshine Coast Rail Line. No, you're not. You're going to take it to Caloundra. And the good folk of Maroochydore, the good folk of Mooloolaba and Noosa and Kawana and Butterham, all those beautiful parts of the Sunshine Coast that would love to have a heavy rail line. And let's not forget that this was part of the original proposal that was put to the International Olympic Committee, that one of the legacies would be we had a heavy rail line to Maroochydore. And what the IOC said was, well, why don't you put an athletes village there? They're still building the athletes village. They're still building the athletes village at Maroochydore. But of course the athletes will have to get off in Caloundra and walk the entire way. Early reports from the Courier Mail, this is breaking news. We'll talk to 9 News' Anna Rawlings when we can on this. The teen who stabbed Brisbane mother of 2, Emma Lovell, in the heart as she fought to push him from her home, has been jailed for 14 years. That is the maximum that this particular offender can be given. I'll talk more about it shortly. The only way that this particular young offender could have been jailed for 14 years is if the judge deemed that the crime was particularly heinous. Now, you would have heard me last week talking about this, and I said at the time, and I applaud the judge for that decision today, that you would struggle to find a crime that was any more particularly heinous than this one. So the maximum of 14 years. We'll get more on that.
Mango trees on the right-hand side.
Very shortly.
This town's known for mangoes, Bowen mangoes.
Now, you might remember recently I told you about an anonymous note a Redcliffe mum received because the neighbours were fed up with hearing her newborn baby cry. And many of you had to say about that.
That's that mango I got on my community page, that giant mango.
That young mum might have needed a hand with her bub rather than a no-name neighbour.
If petrol's cheap, I'll stop.
Her via her mailbox.
I saw $2 something back there.
Again. This time it's happened in Sherwood, in Brisbane southwest, and it involves a woman's pet
like
dogs. This woman has posted 2 anonymous letters she got on Facebook. She put it up on Facebook. Let me know what you reckon.
$1.99. Yeah.
The first is, this is your last warning. Your stupid mongrels bark non-stop all day. Fix it, or it'll be reported to the authorities. And then another one. Oh, this is hard to read. Dogs need need a yard. Looks like it's different handwriting. In a unit the size of a large toilet, get the stupid, brainless
$1.99 too.
a barking collar each and have a bit of consideration. That's all I could make out there. Now, this woman says she usually works 5 days a week from home, but last week she worked elsewhere on a single day, and this neighbour took that opportunity to send her these letters. She reckons she used to live in a bigger home before her rent went up, so now she lives in a small 2-bedroom unit with a smaller courtyard for the dogs. And she also says she thinks she knows who was responsible for the letter, and she's described them as the Karen of all Karens. Now, as you can imagine, debate has soared online about whether this letter was the right thing to do. So I want to put it out there. What do you think? Are you in the camp of the anonymous neighbour? Do you think this woman deserves a break? Or should noisy pet poochers, obviously somewhat different to a newborn crying baby, should this woman be more responsible for keeping her dogs quiet? 133882. And it's interesting, I live in a property, and we have next door neighbours who are lovely people, and they have 2 pet Labradors.
Google Map.
And they let out every morning at around sort of 6-ish, 6:15, and they make a little bit of a commotion. They bark a little bit, but you know what? We were only talking about this the other night, my wife and I. We don't actually hear them anymore. So we've been there probably about 4 years. When I say we don't hear them anymore, we know the noise is there, but our brains have become conditioned to the fact that, oh yeah, that's a couple of dogs. Is that a phenomenon? Does that actually work where you actually, because you've put up, well, not put up with it, I mean, they're dogs, you know, they bark, but it's sort of like background noise. It's background noise. Anna Rawlings is joining us now from the 9 newsroom. Anna, are you there at the moment?
Yeah, hey, Gleeso.
How are you? Okay, take us through, Anna, the judge sentencing remarks, and of course we understand a 14-year sentence, which is the maximum that can be imposed for this particular offence on a juvenile.
Well, actually, Gleeso, the judge in this case could have gone up to a life sentence once he made that declaration that this was particularly heinous offending. Now, this, of course, relates to the Boxing Day fatal home invasion and the stabbing murder of Northlake's mum, Emma Lovell. Her husband, Lee Lovell, was also stabbed and kicked on the ground by this juvenile as they tried to protect their home. So we had a pretty in-depth sentencing hearing last week. Today was when the judge, who had made his consideration, then handed down that sentence. So about halfway through the sentence, he did find, as the prosecutors had argued, he did find that this was particularly heinous offending. Now, in Queensland, that then means that he could have sentenced this now 19-year-old to life in prison. He has sentenced him to 14 years behind bars. He will be eligible for parole after serving
188,
time already served. That's just over 8 years. Now, we did hear from Lee outside court just a short time ago. He says he does not feel like justice has been served. He was very emotional. We'll have more of his reaction in 9 News at 6 o'clock tonight.
And just before you go, did the judge give a reason as to why he didn't impose the life sentence compared to the 14 years?
He did go into some of the juveniles, I suppose, background and details. He did say that he had a deprived upbringing. There was an early plea of guilty. The juvenile had expressed remorse and also said that he was misusing substances and was intoxicated during this offending. We did hear his criminal history. He has attempted or had 16 property and home invasions over 2 years of criminal offending, but none of that offending involved violence. So they were just some of the factors that the judge referred to when he was explaining to the court and to this juvenile why he was getting the sentence he was getting.
Good stuff. Anna Rawlings, always appreciate your time. Thanks very much for joining us on 4BC Drive.
Thanks for having me.
Anna Rawlings, of course, you'll see her report tonight, 6 o'clock
Didn't even indicate.
on 9. And just to recap, the judge has given that young grub, who we can now refer to as a young grub, 14 years. He'll be out in about 8 years. Emma Lovell's husband says he does not feel as if it is justice. The judge referred to the fact that this grub had suffered a deprived upbringing, and of course he'd been involved in 16 home invasions prior to the offence. obviously during the teenage years. He is now just over, so he's just short of 18, so he can be sentenced as a juvenile rather than an adult. But it's interesting that Anna mentioned the fact that the judge did have the discretion to provide a life sentence, but instead went with 14 years, despite referring to the crime as a particularly heinous crime. Of course, that puts a different spin on it. I just gave the judge a rap. But I agree with Lee Lovell. That's not justice. This person should not be on the streets, and in 8 years' time, when this particular grub is 26, he'll be out on the streets again. Emma Lovell is dead. Lee Lovell and his daughters will never be the same again. It's incredible. Joining me now is Russell Field, of course, is Matthew Field's dad, Matthew, and his fiance,
big mango there, he's going past
son, Miles, killed by a juvenile offender on Australia Day 2021. Russell, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Russell, what do you think of today's sentence?
Well, as I said on Friday with the text to you guys, he should get the maximum sentence, this individual. Like, it's the same old story. We agree 100% with Lee where justice has not been served here again today. You know, this individual, the judge again had the opportunity to sentence him to greater than the maximum sentence, and he hasn't done it. And it's the same issue with us. The individual who killed Matt Kate Miles, he only got a 10-year sentence to serve 60%, which is 6 years. The judge deemed that offence to be particularly heinous as well, and yet he only sentenced him to 10 years to serve 6. And this is a classic example here now. This judge is giving him 14, only to serve 70% of it, which is totally wrong. Like we, the victims, and Lee and everybody else around the countryside, the victims of the juveniles are suffering every day of the week. And there's another classic example that it has not given the Lovell family closure whatsoever, and will continue. They'll continue to suffer for the rest of their lives, and that's where it's totally wrong.
Yeah.
It is not enough time whatsoever.
Russell, I've sat down with you and your wife, and we've spoken at length about what happened with Matthew and Kate Miles, and
yes.
What would Lee Lovell be experiencing now? What would his emotions be right now?
Well, look, everybody suffers in different ways and handles grief in different ways. And Lee, we've spoken, we're with him all the way. We're supporting, and the family, they need the support. But like I say, it is hard and emotional for him, as it was for us. And he now the victim who walks out of the court when a juvenile is sentenced to a lenient sentence for these offences these people are committing. And it's got to be, I would imagine he feels like he's going to kick guts what we did, everybody else done in the situation.
Russell, I've got heaps of texts coming in on this. I'll get to a break and we'll get to those texts. But it's an incredibly sad day for anyone who's been a victim of crime, and I think it'll be interesting to see if the police actually do appeal that sentence, because
well, I certainly hope they do. And in saying that, the individual level, he'll probably appeal his sentence as well, like the individual with Matt Kate and Miles. He thought sort of 6 years was too much, and he appealed his sentence. This individual, with his barristers and lawyers that are at our taxpayers' expense, will go and appeal the sentence because I think it's too harsh. And that's because every taxpayer of the state is paying for these juveniles. We're paying for the lawyers and barristers for these juveniles to get back out in the streets as soon as they can.
Yep. Russell, thanks for giving us a buzz. I really appreciate it.
No problem. And I just hope I'll say one thing with the next ending on the next sentence with the Caffreys, hopefully it also gets a harsh sentence. But again, no matter what the sentence is, it will never be enough.
Yeah. All right. We'll keep you up to date with that, Russell. Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Bye.
For busy traffic, is your car Queensland
slow Boondle to Ball Hills. Logan motorway and the speed eastbound Carroll Park to Parkinson, and the police remain on the Houston Highway Bridge at Brighton. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Tim Berg on 882 4BC.
Is your car Queensland covered for what lies ahead? Go with an award winner. Search Suncorp Car Insurance today for commercial property owners. Challenges are inevitable. That's why you need Choose Commercial, Brisbane's leading commercial property managers by your side. We go beyond managing properties. We care about you, your property, and your tenants. At Choose Commercial, it's more than just business. It's personal. Our experienced team is dedicated to making your investment thrive. Google Tewkesbury. That's TWKSPURY Commercial. And with a personal touch, back into your property management today. Albion welcomes a new place to wine and dine. Movino Brasserie and Wine Bar. A place where you can celebrate. A place to lunch with friends. Enjoy a weekend breakfast. Or host your next work function. Perfect for groups from 5 to 50 and just minutes from the CBD. Movino Brasserie and Wine Bar. Delicious food, exclusive drinks, great service, affordable prices. Now open Amy Street Avenue. Visit mvino.com.au today.
Hi, how can I help you?
Can I place an order of 5 wedding cakes and 300 cupcakes for next week?
Sorry, one sec.
Rose, Danielle from Combank. Good news. Your business lending application has been approved.
With simple cash flow solutions from Combank, you can keep your day-to-day business running smoothly and be ready to scale when opportunities pop up. Keep your business moving. Search Combank Cash Flow. Eligibility criteria and T's and C's apply.
You can select the loan, one side of the loan, one time.
No service, no attendance cremation. At Holy Cross Funerals, we're here for you in your time of need. Call us to pre-arrange
America's
your
going to
funeral.
bed.
HolyCrossFunerals.com.
Next tour, and I'll stop again. Stop drinking so much. Fluids.
Lee's got a life sentence. That guy's got any AUs technically. He's probably celebrating.
Yeah. It's interesting. Victor.
It's disgusting.
Russellfield just said they'll probably appeal the severity of the sentence.
Yeah, and you know who's going to benefit out of all this? All the barristers, they'll be rubbing their hands all the way to the bank with all these appeals going on. It's just disgusting.
Yeah. What do you think would have been the most appropriate sentence?
Well, he took a person's life, so he should be charged as an adult. You know, like we keep saying, adult crime, adult time.
Yeah.
No other way to put it except that way.
Yeah. All right. Victor, really appreciate you jumping on the line with us. Thanks so much for joining us on 4BC Drive. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter, for the opportunity.
There is Victor White, Vyland's husband. Also tragically slain at Redbank Plains Shopping Centre a few months back. It's 4 minutes to 4.
Traffic Our Funerals, caring for families for over 175 years.
The left lane of the Houston Highway Bridge at the fishing platform remains closed southbound following a police incident.
pray to the changing government and an overhaul of the justice system will bring in the changes desperately needed. That's Cindy McAuliffe, Violin White's daughter. Now, we've obviously had some big breaking news. So after 4 o'clock, I'm going to give away that double pass to see Engelbert Humperdinck tonight, part of his last Waltz performance. But you've got to go tonight. You've got to be ready to go tonight. I'm also going to give away $1,000 cash. You've got to know the code word.
News is next. Your power bills into Qantas points. Call Red Energy on 131 806.
Brisbane's 882 4BC. In this bulletin, teen killer jailed. AFP threatened strike action and supermarket inquiry question. It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Richard French. Emma Lovell's killer has been sentenced in the Brisbane Supreme Court. Siobhan Fake reports.
The now 19-year-old, who cannot be named for legal reasons, has been sentenced to 14 years over the stabbing murder of Emma Lovell. The Brisbane mother was attacked on Boxing Day 2022 during a violent home invasion in North Lakes. Earlier this year, the teenager pleaded guilty to killing the mother of two.
156 kilometres to Mackay.
During sentencing, Justice Sullivan told the court
about 2 hours to
was particularly heinous. The teenager will have to
there's about 10 hours left.
before being considered for
It'll be just under 1,000 kilometres when I get to Mackay to go.
Partner and their unborn baby were killed.
Mackay, Queensland, Australia.
A stolen car. It's told Peter Gleeson 14 years is not enough.
And there's another classic there.
I've come from behind Cairns.
The level family closure whatsoever. It will continue. They'll continue to suffer for the rest of their lives. And that's where it's totally wrong.
Another group of suspected asylum seekers has been detained.
Please like and subscribe.
Off the coast of Western Australia. It's the third group of unauthorised arrivals to be picked up last week. The federal opposition is demanding more funding for Border Force in the wake of the incident. Shadow Immigration Minister Dan Tehan says the government is failing to protect Australia's borders.
It seems that the people smugglers are using new methods. They're using smaller boats with faster engines, and it seems like that they're able to get through the surveillance that we've got currently in place. The worry is we're going to see more of this.
The Federal Police Union is threatening strike action, which would bring airports and Parliament to a standstill. The government has offered an 11.2% rise to workers. Its AFP Association President Alex Karuna says federal officers are the lowest paid in the country.
We are currently seeking legal advice to potentially shut down airports and or to withdraw labour, for want of a better term, from the airports and from Parliament House in order to send a strong message to government that we are here to look after Australians.
Please like and subscribe.
We are women that also keep you safe.
Down under.
Premier's crusade against price gouging against the major supermarket giants has been slammed as a sham by a regional Queensland MP. The two-day inquiry got off to a rocky start when both Coles and Woolworths decided not to send their CEOs to the hearing. Member for Traeger, Robbie Katter, says the inquiry...
This is a service station or something up here. I'll stop and go to the toilet up here.
The raw end of the pineapple, and
I think it is.
Precisely when you have governments who look at put some equity back into that.
Price fuel it is too. If it's like 194 or less, I'll get it.
We expect them to change now.
Also making news, the circumstances surrounding the death of a newborn baby in the state's far north is now subject of an investigation. The 3-week-old girl was found unconscious.
I think it is.
Residents of the Kasserine Coast on Saturday morning.
I think it's on the right-hand side of the road.
Landing in Newcastle. This plane had a mid-air mechanical failure.
Sport, thanks to Harmony, the #1 menopause brand in pharmacy.
The Broncos Extreme Demon says the competition for spots on the starting side is fierce at Red Hill. Willie Mariner says he's been enjoying his time in Brisbane and resting on his laurels.
Oh, I'm going to get petrol here too. It's cheaper. What I'll do is I'll park yous not under the canopy. I'll go to the toilet first and then I'll do the fuel. So I'll just park up the back here.
just so I don't lose signal. I might better get over that side. So, how's over that side? No, it's a train. Just leave us here. I'll be a couple of minutes. Go talk. Then I'll come back and get fuel. Oh. Petrol's the cheapest I've seen it. $1.90 or 89.9. Let's grab and get that first. if the stream cuts off a little bit, it'll come back. It came back last time just because I've got to go under the canopy because I'm using the Starlink, obviously. Hopefully I might be able to. I feel like I'm a V8 supercar driver, a splash and dash. It's going to push this forward. So, we've got Starlink. Putting air in the tyre, I'll be in a sec. Yeah, let's get back on the road. Yeah, Pie Face like an Australian pie company. Clean the windscreen for you to get a better view. Please like and subscribe. Hey, we've got 746 K's worth of fuel in the tank. All I got to worry about now is charging that battery pack in the back. Got to click, plug the 12 volt into the battery pack on the car. Well, if I can find a servo with a plug, it's about half an hour or so I can charge the thing fully up for about 10 hours of streaming. Please subscribe. Roll button. Hey. There you go. Hey chat, how you going? Maybe two Sony cameras. I've got another one here, I've got another one on the dash. So I've got 3 in the car. I've got one for the live view, which is in my passenger seat there. As you can see, the Sony here too. And it's on a streaming deck.
Business every second counts. Let your internet connection set the pace by upgrading to NBN fibre. All small businesses that
Now I've got 1,133 kilometres to go, and it says 12 hours, 15 minutes, but I know it's going to take longer than that because I'm going to be stopping and charging batteries and stuff.
speeds, a more reliable connection and prioritise data.
Anyway, sit back, grab a drink. If you don't know Australia, well, you'll get to see some landscape.
Keep your focus on business and new opportunities. Customer experience on NBN full fibre may vary depending on internet provider plan and equipment quality, as well as time of internet use. Talk to your retailer for details. To find out if you can get NBN's fastest internet, Google NBN, check your address, then talk to your internet provider. Care and consideration.
Great Barrier Reef. That's where we are. Well, it's to the left anyway. So basically driving up from the top of Queensland down to the bottom of Queensland almost.
People of Southeast Queensland since 1840, but you can rest assured that these are the values that
You know, Australia's about the size of America.
so very special.
Alex Garfield wants care and consideration.
Come on down to Little Star Baby Co. Where are 3 conveniently located stores offer quality products,
Sugar levels.
baby yoga, and cot repair, and crab wheel alignment.
Could take some insight. Next stop, I'll plug the battery back in.
More than money. Terms, conditions, fees, charges, eligibility, and lending criteria apply. See
I need to find a service station with some power points. I think I've only got a couple of hours left on that. But I think I need to check it. If there's a survive and drive thing up here, I'll just pull over quickly. accidentally turned the Starlink off. I hope I turned it back on quickly enough. Insulin, where is me freaking insulin? Sorry, chat. I just gotta have some insulin. I think I'm still alive. See if I can hear myself back. Just gotta have some insulin. Yep, I'm still alive. Thank God. I think. Am I? I think I'm still alive. See if I can hear myself back. Just gotta have some insulin. Yep, I'm still alive. Thank. Oh, it said like 7 hours or something on the battery. So I got plenty of time. It's not that bad. It had 72% or something. So it's not as bad as I thought it was. Let's go. Oh, it said like 7 hours or something. I need to listen to myself. That was just a sound check. 4G or 5G, I'm using Starlink. So, please like and subscribe, please, pretty please, sure. The spinny wheel thing, so it must have been just the playback.
Essentially, so really hyper-local, precise forecasts. The other thing that they bring to the table is that they've invested in a constellation of weather monitoring satellites that actually aim to provide global radar coverage. So areas at the moment that are outside the coverage of Bureau weather radars will be covered by Tomorrow.io's satellite-based radar, which will allow us to provide earlier and better warnings of impending severe weather.
Now, Matt, you're a meteorologist. I'm interested to hear what you think of the job that Bureau Meteorology has been doing in recent years. While, you know, we've had all these big weather events, many of our 4BC Drive listeners have accused the Bureau of struggling. Do you believe they've struggled?
Yeah, look, as you mentioned, I'm a meteorologist. I've been a meteorologist for 25 years now, so it's a challenging profession, particularly in Australia, where weather patterns are not easy to forecast. So I guess that's the first thing I'll say. The second thing I'll say is the Bureau of Meteorology's remit is to provide generalised forecasts and severe weather warnings to the whole Australian public, which I think on the whole, most of the time, they do a pretty good job of. Obviously, their remit is not to provide those customised, hyper-local forecasts that I was talking about before. So if you're looking to know when is it going to rain at my house or in my street, the Bureau's just not set up, they're not resourced to provide that level of detail. So if you're looking for that type of information, then this collaboration that we've developed with Tomorrow.io is probably a little bit more up your alley.
All right, so what happens from here? Is there a service or is there an app? Or how does it work where ordinary Australians can get access to that type of very specific weather forecasting?
Yeah, so we provide these services to businesses typically. So I guess the easiest way for the general public to access this new exciting data is if their council, for example. So Brisbane City Council, if they were to come on and take a service offering from us with Tomorrow.io, then that data would be passed on to their customers. Or insurance companies. Again, if you were signed up with a particular insurance company that was a customer of ours, then you would get access to that data. So that's probably the easiest way that the general public are going to get access to this new hyper-local data. It is a paid service, so that's, I guess, another difference to the Bureau of Meteorology, which obviously provide their information free of charge, funded by the taxpayer. Ours is a commercial service.
Indeed. Matt Pearce, really appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us on 4BC Drive.
Thank you.
There is Matt Pearce. He's from the Early Warning Network, head of products, meteorologist. It's an interesting concept, isn't it? I mean, weather, just, so many people get caught up in the weather. So I'm interested to hear your thoughts on that. 133 882. Well, we're giving away a double pass to Engelbert Humperdinck tonight. His last waltz before. It's sold out. In fact, I think both his shows in Brisbane, certainly his Gold Coast show, I know is sold out. So these are as rare as hen's teeth, these tickets. He's on tonight at QPAC at 7 o'clock. And Linda from Aspley, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right.
Number 17.
You are caller number 17. You have won the double pass. Oh, isn't that lovely? Now, are you a big Engelbert fan?
I love him. He's right up there. Yeah, I've always liked him, and unfortunately, I wasn't going, but I listened, and look, I can't believe this.
Yeah.
I'm wrapped.
And they're great tickets. Who will you take, Linda?
I'll take my husband. You'll love that.
Oh, gee, you'll be popular. You'll be very popular tonight. Now, as I said, Linda, I've seen him in concert with my mum, and he is absolutely outstanding. He's 87, and he's still really sprightly. Back in the day, back in his younger days, Linda, this is before, what's his name? Not Elvis. Who's the fella that sings What's New Pussycat? Tom Jones. He used to have the panties thrown at him by the women.
I know that. Yeah, I've got one of his CDs as well. Yeah. No, look, I'll certainly love that. I just can't believe it. She'll pinch me.
Sorry, granny's panties at him.
No, look, I'm thoroughly. I'll love it, I'm sure. And just got to say too, I love listening to your shows in the afternoon, and I just happened to be home this afternoon. I'm usually out on the road working, so
it's your lucky day.
Aren't I lucky?
Your lucky day. Well, you enjoy it, Linda. Take your husband. You guys will have a fantastic night. Tickets are amazing, so hopefully you're right up the front.
Thank you for BC, and love listening to your program. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Linda. There she is, Linda from Aspley, caller number 17. She's won the double pass to see Engelbert Humperdinck tonight at QPAC. It's sold out, so you won't be able to get online and get a ticket. But we've made someone's day, that's for sure.
Sugar,
we're going to give away
mangoes,
$1,000 very shortly as well.
Crocodiles.
And I know Richard French is a huge Engelbert Humperdinck fan.
Yeah, devastated to miss the tickets. Making other news, Gleeso, a teenager has been sentenced to 14 years for the murder of Brisbane mother of two, Emma Lovell, following a home invasion in 2022. Border Force is refusing to comment on reports of another suspected asylum seeker boat arrival. The 4 people from Vietnam were picked up off the coast of Broome in Western Australia. Newcastle Airport will remain closed for at least the next 24 hours following an emergency landing. A plane carrying 2 passengers had been on its way to Port Macquarie when the pilot discovered the landing gear wouldn't deploy. A cap on the number of overseas students allowed into each university will be brought in from the start of next year, and a Beyond Blue survey has found a third of parents of primary school aged children are concerned about their child's mental health. In sport, the NRL is investigating reports of racial abuse aimed at Rabbitohs duo Latrell Mitchell and Cody Walker. And Gleeso, I'll have more news again at 5.
Traffic, Warner, Wynnum, Westlake, Woodridge. 4BC is Brisbane.
There's been a breakdown for the Gateway Arterial Road northbound at Bald Hills, just in the left shoulder. There's a burst water main for River Terrace after Main Street and Kangaroo Point, and a breakdown for the Gateway Motorway northbound at Carindale. That's in the left shoulder just after Old Cleveland Road. And crews remain on the scene of a crash for Blunder Road at Durack. That's near Inala Avenue, and delays are in both directions. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Tim Berg on 882 4BC.
Dingo Beach.
Scots because teachers tell me. I love how you exercise. PE and math, art, writing and drawing. I love Scots because I can play with my friends. New friends come.
I just turn it down when I hear music, just in case the AI picks it up.
To work from locally that gives their business the scale they need to succeed. Our locations are the perfect place to focus, collaborate, network and get your best work done. So whether it's Brisbane CBD or Fortitude Valley, simply turn up and get down to business. To find out more about our offices, co-working spaces and meeting rooms here in Brisbane, in Australia or around the globe, visit us at spacesworks.com.
If you're after a scissor lift, boom or any kind of excess equipment, talk to the local guys at Hunt for Hire. Proudly Queensland's largest privately owned and operated supplier
Please like
of
and
access
subscribe.
hire equipment. Hunt for Hire won't let you down. They've got
Down
machines
under.
to meet your needs, ready to go right now. From scissor lifts to upper stick lifts.
Hey, Pinky Pinky. Thanks for the $5, buddy. Didn't know you were there. Do I get an apology? Cheers. Apology for what, sir? What have I done? What's the matter, Pinky? What's on your mind?
Preventative estate planning solutions and make sure your will is worth the paper it's written on. Visit cooperhutchinson.com.au and take our online quiz to see if you qualify for a free 30-minute consultation today.
Dream Maker Travel. Hi, it's Hilary from Dream Maker Travel, and I'm thrilled to invite you to Canada to celebrate.
I'm sorry for whatever I was supposed to have done.
Christmas in Victoria. See the 12 days of Christmas at the Bouchard Gardens.
Oh, did I bang you? Sorry. Well, I'm banging you now since you donated.
My 19-day tour departs 21 December this year. Come join me on our Canada Christmas Winter Wonderland tour. Dream Maker Travel 3343542.
Oh, you did it again. What's this? No, I didn't. Young told me that. That information came from Young, it didn't come from me. I haven't done anything, mate. I haven't done nothing to you. I'm not talking bad about you or anything. That was a long time ago too. Don't worry about it, matey. It's just an internet for you. I've got no problems with you. If you feel like I've done something, I'm sorry, but I haven't. You two were supposed to have squared it up alright or something, so I don't know. That's pretty much between you two. That drama. Anyway, thanks for the other $5, buddy. I appreciate it, I really do. You always appreciate it here. Thanks again, mate. I've still got like over 1,000 kilometres to do. There's some cane train.
shed.
And we're just waiting now, Lindy, for the outcome of the Toto Kefu sentencing, which we'll have very, very shortly. Again.
Well, we've just spoken to Ben just outside court. He just took a little break, Ben Cunner, and just had a quick word to him. And because they're in the same thing, they were at 10 o'clock this morning too, and theirs was delayed till 2:30, something to do with transport from the prison, a van or something.
128 k's of car.
Yeah.
So roughly an hour and a half, 2 hours.
All right. Hey, Lindy, thanks for giving us a buzz. Really appreciate you calling into Forbury Drive.
Well, it was emotional. It was very emotional in there today, but a disappointment, just a terrible shock.
And you do realise, Lindy, that it's Lee Lovell's birthday today. You can imagine how he feels.
45 today, and halfway through lunch. I mean, I knew it was his birthday. He messaged me the other day, and I didn't want to say it to him this morning, but I just went over and said, there will be other birthdays. All the best for today. And he just, that's all he can do. And Mother's Day yesterday, tough 2 days for the whole
2 days for them. All right, Lindy, thanks for the call. Appreciate
it.
Thanks,
Gleeso.
Bye. Now, I've been telling you for months about the dingo situation on Gari, Fraser Island.
Got enough.
And it's now far beyond untenable. Today there's another story doing the rounds that goes to show just how wild the island has grown, while the state government does nothing to fix it. The State Department of Environment has launched an investigation after a man on Gari used a spear gun to shoot dead a dingo and then dobbed himself in the day after. Now, this alleged incident happened about a month ago. It's understood the dingo had been lingering around the man's campsite at night. And you can guess what happened next. This bloke, clearly trying to protect himself or anyone in that campsite, he took matters into his own hands. And can you blame him? Weren't tourists on Gari encouraged to take matters into their own hands by arming themselves with sticks to bat away any dingo that might come near them? Now, yes, a spear gun, a step too far, but this is why the state government needs to actually pull its finger out here and do something. Instead, this bloke
like 4 or 5
now being
hours
investigated for breaches of the Nature Conservation Act. And I guarantee you, he'll be fined big bucks for killing this dingo. The government needs to show leadership on this. Gari or Fraser Island, it is not a place to take kids in 2024. It's simply too dangerous. From my colleagues at the Brisbane Times today, and I'd love to get your thoughts on it. While there's a lot of talk and criticism around the 2032 Brisbane Olympic Games, the one thing we can all agree on is that this event definitely will happen in 8 years. It's not going anywhere. And whether you hate or love the idea, what does it mean that in 2032 Brisbane will need to find a way not only to put on a stunning show for the world, but how do we sell ourselves as the fantastic city that we are? That's where 3 South East Queensland University students come in. So First Nations students Isabel Urell and Luke Woods from Griffith Uni and Charlie McKinnon from the Sunshine Coast University have all been picked for paid internships with the brand company tasked with coming up with the image for Brisbane 2032. The trio are going to work with branding agency VML to come up with the overall look and emblem of the Olympics. They've got to tell a story of who we are as Queenslanders and why the world needs to know about Brisbane. And it'll be no easy feat. Now, given that these students are Indigenous, you can imagine that will likely feature in their work. But they say they also want to incorporate simplicity into their plan to whatever emblem they come up with, similar to the Nike swoosh or Apple logo, so that the Brisbane is instantly recognisable and can be sold to the world. Now, there's not yet a public timeline for when this emblem will be launched, but I want to put it out today to our loyal Forbury Drive listeners. What do you think needs to be included in the brand and emblem used to sell Brisbane for the 2032 Olympics? Which colours, which symbols, which ideas or themes? 133 882. Mia says, Peter, tell the guy who speared the dingo to say he had a tough life. It's 4:45.
Traffic, Sanford, Solar Park, Stratty, 4BC, East Brisbane.
There's been a multi-vehicle crash at Forestdale for Johnson Road eastbound Ipswich motorway slow Wacon to Goodna. St Harry Highway under
With
speed.
Sunday Coast Airport, 8
Freeway slow in Jubilee to Victory Pocket. And a burst water main from River Terrace out the Main Street in Kangaroo Point. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Tim Berg on 882 4BC.
Connect with Brisbane's 882 4BC online. Listen live.
300 metres away. What's the P? Oh, below there. How tall is it? 32 kilometres away there is. 30 kilometres. It's a bit of road shit.
Chips, cheeseburgers, they just don't mix. You may know these risks, but did you know that these conditions, among others, when you're age 50 or older, may increase your risk of severe COVID-19? Even mild symptoms could get worse. Oral antivirals are available for certain people with risk factors such as diabetes or heart disease who test positive for COVID-19. Talk to your doctor.
But you've got to have more than one condition, not just diabetes by itself.
Albion welcomes a new place to wine and dine. Movino Brasserie and Wine Bar. A place where you can celebrate. A place to lunch with friends. Enjoy a weekend breakfast or host your next work function. Perfect for groups from 5 to 50 and just minutes from the CBD. Movino Brasserie and Wine Bar. Delicious food, exquisite drinks, great service, affordable prices. Now open Amy Street, Albion.
Please like and subscribe.
MVINO.com.au today.
Life is busy around here.
Go on, Jack.
A lot of things I can't control. But what I can control is my smart ducted system from Tritech Air Conditioning. With my ozone control, I can control the temperature in different rooms throughout the house with a touch of the screen. And with the My Place app, I can even warm my bedroom on my way home from work on a cold night.
For a ducted system in your home, trust Tritech Air Conditioning. A family business with more than 30 years experience. TritechAirConditioning.com.au. And never, don't sweat it. Tritech it.
Just muting the music for a sec. Nursery rhyme, whatever it is. There's a horse up there galloping across the road. There is too. He's on the left now. On the verge. Little cowboy. That's a female. It's all sugar cane country.
Also hosts weekends on 4BC. Joins me now. Peter, how are you?
Very well, Gleeso. Very well, mate. I'm down at the
It's going good.
thing, obviously, the two offenders in the top.
I'll give you an update on the kilometres.
Now, just give you some breaking news.
Hang on. It'll say 1,091 kilometres to go. And it reckons I'll get home about 4:30 a.m. Which I don't think so. I'll probably get home like 10 o'clock or something in the morning. That's if I keep going. Or it depends on whether I can charge this battery somewhere too. Or I want to stop and cook something. I got some steaks or some sausages or something. Just something simple. Hadn't had a chance for a week to cook anything. So I've still got a fair amount of kilometres in front of me to go.
Maddie's birthday, and it was also the date that Todd represented the Wallabies for a 60th time. But then you fast forward to the 16th of August in 2021, that's now become a nightmare. Rachel couldn't keep it together. She cried.
I should have used the phone and the Starlink on the way up instead of the Starlink and the live view.
They looked emotionless, looked down at their feet. They rarely looked up. And then she...
the phone seems to be working better.
Family, she was still crying. She speaks about how she used to be an active mother and how she used to be able to spend more time with her family.
I think I've got like 6 hours or so left on the battery in the Starlink.
How she ran two successful businesses. She spoke about the financial impact on the family. She then pleaded with the court for payment.
I'll pull over.
Of the pain that her family is going
About 20 k's or
Then the
something.
court also heard, Gleeso, about the moment that one of the boys raised a sickle above his head, ready to strike Rachel, and it wasn't until her youngest son then tackled that boy to the ground. He too sustained injuries. She talked about the moment that, this is graphic, talked about the moment that Todd had his hand inside his stomach to stop the blood. That's how bad it was. But Gleeso, then we heard from Ben Cannon. Now, Ben Cannon has been an advocate, we know, for the victims of youth crime, and for good measure. Today I saw a broken man, Gleeso, and I hate to say it, because we all know the wonderful things that Ben's been able to do for us.
Most likely.
And he sat in front of a court today, and he delivered his victim
Yeah, doesn't take much to put the swag up. There's plenty of camping sites on the way down. There is a place with an electric barbecue. I probably could camp there. If I make it that far. Can't remember what it's called. But I really need to pull over and go to the toilet and do this.
Oh my goodness. Peter, what constitutes particularly heinous if what you've just described in relation to Rachel's victim impact statement, Ben Cannon, who you and I have both interviewed on this particular radio station, who can still smell the blood.
Yeah, he spoke of it.
He can still smell the blood of that particular day in his nostrils. What constitutes a particularly heinous crime if this one doesn't? That's what the judge has to weigh up.
And also, Lisa, you know what really broke me is when you hear Ben Cannon sitting there in the stand.
You actually prefer that swag
father, that his children,
than the tent.
His wife has an absentee husband, that his children have an absentee father, because
I think it's more waterproof too.
To an event and then he has to walk away.
And the bed's more comfortable than a stretcher.
Because he can still remember that night. And this is what these kids need to realise when they are offending.
But if you get hot, you tape the vents up.
People in the long term, right? This is what they need to understand. And
I've got that big
no more hugging. It's time now for these kids to be.
They call it a sleeping bag too. I've got the King's one, the deluxe one, the Big Daddy.
And Peter, what happens tomorrow? So the judge will determine what the sentence will be. What are his options? I mean, we've just heard about the Emma Lovell case. You'd be aware that the judge referred to that particular crime as particularly heinous, but then instead of imposing a life sentence, imposed a 14-year sentence. That grub will be out before the 2032 Olympic Games.
Well, 14 years on top, Lisa, you know that. It's 9 years on the bottom, so let's call it what it is. It's 9 years, it's not 14 years. And I think that, you know, a lot of people in the public don't realise what that term means. 14 on top, 9 on the bottom.
Probably another hour or so of sun left.
They do in court, they start referring
to now, 5 o'clock almost.
I'm not particularly across the other cases they're referring to, but I think what
is
important here is that particularly heinous, and this is what the Crown is trying to establish, whether or not it's particularly heinous. But the judge's arguments are, well, is it, you know, what exact crime is
2 cameras.
Heinous? That's what they're trying to narrow
I got
down.
3 on this switcher, plus another one for my live view. So I got 4 together.
Todd Kempu's son, was it the 2 daughters that were attacked, you know?
So when I go back to Brisbane, I'll work out get all this shit going.
You know, they're trying to ask this frustrating. What constitutes particularly heinous? So, you know,
I can stream from that switcher too, so maybe I can use that switcher straight from to the Starlink instead of the live view.
For the rest of their lives, not when these guys are behind bars or when they get released quickly. So it's for the rest.
It's all trial and error.
Peter, we will catch
but the phone's easy to manage, power-wise too.
I really appreciate you joining me.
And it's not 7 kilo bag full of live view and batteries and stuff.
6 o'clock on 9. Thanks for joining us, Pete.
Good on you, Gleeson. Cheers.
Take care. Alright, so you've just heard from Peter Fegan, and I'll just recap.
Yeah, 360 cam, right. Yeah, this one here you can use those.
She says she's now half.
With those cameras, they're electronic. It's got a little joystick, and you can turn around 360.
Birthday and the celebration
on a motor.
Of her husband's 60th.
I can run one of them on here, plus 4 other cams.
You know, it's now part and parcel of this.
They got better zooms on them too. Those CBT cameras. I think that's what they call them. We're in the Mackay region now. Mackay's the next town.
Basically,
we're about 100 k's away.
As that sickle was raised above her head, Ben Cannon in the witness box today. Victim impact statement.
Yeah, that sleeping bag behind me, that's nice and
It's
comfortable.
4 minutes to 5.
It's down to -5, that one. It was cold last night, but I had that on, it was fine.
Southbound at Perth, just before the on-ramp to the M1. There's a breakdown at Upper Mount Quebec, Pacific Motorway
Hang on,
southbound.
Mackay 104 kilometres, Rockhampton 435.
Terrace after Main Street and Kangaroo Point to watch out for. Slow for the Logan Motorway, Carroll Park to Parkinson, and slow on the M1 southbound.
It's about 9 hours from Rockhampton.
With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Timberg on 882 4BC.
Connect Brisbane's 882 4BC online.
I can make it almost a Bundy. I know there's a servo there with showers and a power point in the showers. So I can charge this battery in the back. It takes an hour if it's fully discharged. Been drinking so much coffee and energy drinks and Pepsi Max. I'm starting to run to the toilet. Next one. Gonna have to find a tree.
Because that's how much the taxpayer
Those cameras I was just talking about before, they're not cheap either.
It's 100% on Australian.
I think you can get a 1080p one, you get a 4K one too. So like some of the decent ones are like thousands of dollars.
Learn more at beckontax.com.au.
It's true. Queenslanders love to support 100% Australian-owned brands.
That's something to muck around with later, maybe. I don't know what I need it for.
Hi, Tim here from Red Energy. Switch your home or business to Red Energy.
300 metres or less, pull over for trucks.
And our local economy.
I said I was going to pull over.
For
didn't I?
award-winning 100% Australian electricity and gas. Call us today on 131 806 or go to redenergy.com.au. Eligibility, criteria and conditions apply.
Oh, it's in there. I missed it. What if I can get into here? Yeah, let's go one way.
That time of day.
No cars behind me. Oh, you can go this way.
Finance update.
Now, the All Ords closed down 3 points this afternoon at 8.
No camping or overnight caravans here.
25 points at 39,500.
We'll go for a
In
drive to
300
Canefield.
metres, turn left onto Bruce Highway, A1.
66 US cents the RSCQ fair fuel price.
So it's private
For
property,
unleaded
keep
at
it.
$1.97 and $1.86 for diesel.
So,
Now, stick around, because just after the 5 o'clock news, I'm going to give away $1,000.
Let's get out of here, dog.
In 200 metres, continue straight. Turn left, then turn left onto Bruce Highway.
Left and left and left.
In Laurel, Gary and Mo.
Just give me a sec. There's a little shed back up there, and there's a big sign on saying this driver was tired. I think it's a wrecked car, so I'm going to go back up that way and then get back onto the highway. It's only a couple of 100 metres.
So I get another drink. No, I've got half a can there. I don't think my car's been so dirty since I've had it. Hang on. Take these shorts off. I didn't have anything on.
The LNP has slammed a short-sighted state government over a call to only extend the Sunshine Coast rail line to Caloundra only. Federal funding worth $1.15 billion will be injected from tomorrow's budget. Premier Stephen Miles doubts the claims the LNP, though, could have the entire rail ready for the Games.
There is no way he can build all the way to Maroochydore in time for 2032. That's not me saying that, that's the experts saying that. And so he should be more honest with Queenslanders, more honest with people on the Sunshine Coast.
And the South Australian Premier says banning social media for children aged under 14 could help young people take back control from tech giants. A former High Court Chief Justice has been appointed to examine the legal pathways possible to enforce a statewide ban. The proposal was inspired by a similar ban in the
Turn left, then turn left onto Bruce Highway.
Down by 3 points at 8,019. The $1 Australian dollar is paying 69 US cents.
Sport, thanks to Harmony, the number one.
What is it? It's a Holden. Won't go over there because of the ditch. Let's just zoom in. There you go. This driver died. Well, this driver fell asleep. The Holden Commodore. Some warning to other people, isn't it? Actually, I can get out. No, I get out. I've got too much driving to do. Did you get the idea? Nothing coming. Driving tired kills. So he must have died, maybe. Yeah, it's just a message. Yeah, saying he fell asleep. Not hard to do when you just get tired and you start and nodding your head or whatever. When I get to that stage, I try and pull over. Because you just don't know, do you? Just one wrong move of the steering wheel and you're dead. Please like and subscribe, chat. It'd be much appreciated.
Yeah, that's nice.
1,074 kilometres to go. Now it says 4:44 a.m. I get home. It's going to be longer than that. I'm estimating about midday tomorrow. Well, it depends whether I stop or not. I couldn't sleep last time. I didn't even get the swag out.
Wednesday 25, a shower to Thursday 24. Similar conditions forecast for Friday. On the bays tomorrow, winds up to 20 knots with the seas below 1 metre. Currently it's
We'll see how it
2
goes.
degrees.
I'll see how.
Morning side, and there'll be more news at 5:30 on your home of the Olympics, Brisbane's 4BC.
Just mute the music for a sec. More cane fields. I like how they got the twin lines in the middle of the road. So it's not just like one line up the middle. There's the cars stay apart and the trucks stay apart a bit better.
Don't hesitate. I've got a lot of texts. I will get to them in the next half an hour or so. Of course, we're also giving away $1,000 cash in the Pass the Bucks competition. But don't hesitate to call me 133 882 if you've got a thought or anything. 0499 880 882 is the text line.
For the stories that matter to Brisbane, stay right here. We're live, we're local. Brisbane's 4BC.
Well, I'll just recap on these two big crime stories from today. The killer of Emma Lovell, who of course was slain in her front yard on Boxing Day 2021.
Mackay, 93 Ks.
She was stabbed through the heart. The killer today got 14 years, but with the 70%
I don't think that was enough 14 years for murder.
as a youth. He was just shy of 18 before, during the course of the attack. This particular grub will be out before the 2032 Olympic Games in Brisbane. The judge decided that he wouldn't impose a life sentence, saying that he'd had a very tough childhood. Now, of course, that has attracted plenty of criticism.
No wrong from right.
Not just from 4BC Drive listeners, but from victims groups who say that the judge should have imposed the sentence of life in prison. The other big case today, criminal case today, is the Totai Kefu home invasion. Now, that sentence has been delayed until tomorrow, but we've heard victim statements today, victim impact statements from Ben Cannon.
Yeah, the kid that I was just talking about.
A neighbour who came
did like 19 home invasions
of the Kefu
before he
family.
murdered someone.
And as my colleague Peter Fegan just alluded to before the break, Ben is a broken man, and his life has been irrevocably changed forever. He can still smell the blood from that particular night. There was a lot of blood that particular night. Rachel Kefu, the wife of Totai Kefu, that particular date now of that home invasion indelibly imprinted on her mind. Not only is it her daughter's birthday and the 60th anniversary, the celebration of the 60th game that Totai had for the Wallabies, it's now the night that their lives changed forever. And she referred to herself as now being half the woman that she was. Meetings, it's a crisis, and the shortage of driver numbers during those times now also means that customers who use rideshare services will often end up paying more because there are less drivers around and they'll all charge increased surge pricing. Blair Davies is the CEO of the Taxi Council of Queensland, and I've invited him onto the show today to offer his thoughts about all this. Blair, thanks for your time.
Yeah, good day, Peter.
This is a situation I think that's gone mad. Can you take me into the shoes of an ordinary cabbie in Brisbane right now? It sounds frightening.
The shit roads or something.
Yeah, look, we know from statistics that go back many years that driving a cab between midnight and 5 a.m, that's the time where you're likely to find offenders come out and misbehave. That perhaps been out imbibed with alcohol or some other drugs and then going to take an irresponsible approach to their journey. So we're finding many cabbies are saying, well, they'll just drive day shifts now. And that becomes a problem because the community needs a 24/7 taxi service. We need cabbies to be out there on the road.
So, Blair, how do you deal with that challenge? And are you seeing cabbies giving up the job completely, or at the very least, just saying, I'm only going to work from 6 a.m. till 5 p.m. or something?
That's right. So back in the old days, particularly pre-Uber, we would have many of our cabs would be double shifted. So somebody would take out the cab in the morning shift or the day shift from, say, 4 a.m. in the morning to 4 p.m. and then somebody would jump in the cab and do the complement. It meant we had cabs out on the road 24/7 in good numbers. These days, the competition from Uber has changed things around. We're starting to see many more of our cabs just single shifted, and the people who are driving those cabs on a single shift basis are saying, well, look, I might drive the morning peak, I might stay around after a bit of a siesta in the lunchtime to drive in the early hours of the evening, but then they're going, well, we'll go home as soon as we think that it's we've had enough and we don't think that the passengers are going to behave. And so it means that we can provide a service during the day, but providing a service for those people that need to travel between midnight and 5 a.m, that's people who've been out in the town who've done nothing wrong, they just want to get home safely. They're going to struggle to get a cab. People who work strange hours or shift hours that need to get to work at 4 a.m. in the morning, we're going to struggle to get a cab to provide that service as well.
Lee, do you think we're doing enough to protect cab drivers?
Look, it's an interesting question, Peter. We know from our experience in the taxi industry that security cameras make a big difference in our cabs. Also, the duress alarm system provide reassurance to cabbies where we can open up a communication channel that's going to be monitored by somebody at a call centre who can listen in on what's happening, work out whether the driver is at risk of offence, and if they think that that's going to be the case, alert police and get police to intervene by intercepting that cab and coming to assistance with the cab driver.
That's a good idea.
Those sorts of things that we've got in the cabs. We worry about the rideshare drivers because they don't have any of those supports in their system. And in the case of cab drivers, we do think and do appreciate that police need to come to their assistance when they're called on to do so. And if a cabbie's been the subject of attack, they really need to chase those offenders down, use the security camera images that are there to make sure they prosecute them. And probably to fit in with the story of the day, Peter, the magistrates really need to take these offences against cab drivers and rideshare drivers very seriously and throw the book at those offenders, because what will happen is people won't drive cabs, won't be out there providing rideshare services, and the community will be missing out on valuable services that people rely on. And the last thing we want is people who've been out there out of too much to drink, deciding they can't get a cab and driving themselves, and then killing somebody or themselves in the process.
Indeed. Change of pace. There's a story out today about a new tech being rolled out by Cab Charge to stop road cabbies refusing to turn meters on. Is taxi price gouging still an issue?
it's still an issue, but it's a minority of drivers, Peter. It's always been these a small handful of road drivers that have been bringing the industry into disrepute. We applaud the initiative with Cab Charge to bring some technology to play in this space to make it more difficult for drivers not to be using their meters. We think that there's also a role for the Department of Transport officers to get out there, targeted intervention, catch these road drivers, fine them and fine them severely so that they get the message out there. This road behaviour has to stop, we don't want to tolerate it within the industry, and our customers don't want it either.
Is it a small percentage, Blair?
Oh, very much so, Peter. It's those drivers that are driving during the day that I was talking about before, which is where the majority of our drivers are driving. They're not getting up to these games. It's the drivers who know that there's not many ride-share vehicles out there on the road.
Gotcha.
Surge pricing's in play, and so those prices are up, and these cab drivers are taking advantage of that circumstance. So the two issues that we're talking about
Bridgetown, Brisbane,
are related. As we can get cab drivers,
well, Google says 5 a.m.
confident to be able to provide their services when
that's without stops or anything.
So any time of the day there is demand that we get out there, know that they can provide the service.
Like Mackay is like maybe 80 k's away or something.
Haven't been able to drive safely on the roads. We'll end up with a better service. We'll have more responsible behaviour by drivers. Community go to and from the places they need to.
Good stuff. All right, Blair. Always appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us.
I wouldn't have a clue.
Yeah, thanks, Peter.
Blair Davies is the CEO of the Taxi Council of Queensland. Obviously getting plenty of texts on this breaking news about the sentence of Emma Lovell's killer. 14 years will be up before the 2032 Olympic Games here in Queensland.
It's going to push as far as they can go.
And the 30% discount given, that's assuming that parole is given, it's assuming that this particular grub behaves in jail. We've got someone, doesn't want her name used, fair enough. I'm the mother of a first responder at Emma Lovell's death. My adult child is also scarred for life. They thought that they may have had a Christmas miracle a bit, but we're also aware the perpetrators were watching on. Couldn't say anything. And we also got a text here from Shane from Hope Island. Says, regarding the weak sentences given to parasites in this country, the magistrates are completely out of step with the law. The only way I can see there being any tangible changes to weak sentencing is if these magistrates or judges, their families,
please like and subscribe,
by horrendous crimes being committed by these despicable grubs. Rapes, murders, theft, all types of domestic violence and assaults. That will be the only way these members of the judiciary will feel and understand what it's like to be a victim. It's 19+5.
Police and traffic. Is your car Queensland covered? Search Suncorp Car Insurance.
There's been a crash on Sandgate Road, northbound at Burnham, just after Sylvia Road. The right lane is blocked. Expect delays. And a crash on Gilpey Road, northbound at Kedron before Rody Road. Delays are back to Stafford. At Durack, a crash for Blunder Road, northbound.
Just got to be careful, kangaroos and stuff at night. Almost hit a fox on the way up. Just about to go onto a bridge, and a thing popped up, and I swerved, and I missed it. Thank God. I swerved on the bridge. I thought I was going to go off the bridge. No, you're not supposed to swerve. You're supposed to just go and bloody hit the things. I'm lucky I didn't hit it. Damage my car at all. I came back from the Rocky Nats. I hit an animal underneath the car, and it dragged some of the undercarriage out. It's made of cardboard, like a really hard cardboard. So I've got to go and buy that panel from Ford. Oh, and I've got to buy a fuel sender now too. For this. fuel tank thing drops out sometimes on the way up here. It seems to be alright now.
Details of that thing you wanted, really? They say they're check. We've launched Westpac Safer Pay.
No, I was just saying that's just my normal saying, mate. Just to try and get some of these other people and watch it to subscribe.
Problem solved. Available via
Thanks for subscribing to your flight.
Westpac.com.au/safer pay to find out more.
If you're ashamed of your micro-mixing teeth, you can be proud of your next smile. The all-on-4 protocol administered by specialist prosthodontist Tom Rotondo may be an option, even if you've been told you're not a candidate for dental implants. Search your next smile in Brisbane. Talk to your dentist about referral or simply call 1300 625 628 to arrange your personal consultation.
Yeah, that stream I did up there, the last one, it got blocked because of the music. So I'll go in there and I'll cut all the burnouts up into individual burnouts, and there won't be no music on it at all.
Yep. We're wired to pick up all the best bits from
I'll upload them.
And at Booper, we're helping it spread around Australia by helping our
Thanks, matey.
4 million members live healthier.
I try.
Whatever that looks like for them. Because every time they do, someone else will too. Join Booper for award-winning health insurance and feel good health. Catch on. Forget the time wasters, tire kickers, low ballers. Silent Car is that hassle-free way to sell your car. We do all the work. All you do is receive top dollar, and your car will be displayed in an undercover showroom. Consignacar.com.au, the easy way to sell.
Not much sun left is going down behind me. Another 5 minutes or so. At least I'm not driving into it.
7 weeks ago, but the big said, I booked a cab, 13 cabs there in Big Bay. So I booked it purely to get time, and driver pulls up on time, and I just jumped in the taxi because I had a carry-on, and he said, get out, I'm not taking you. And I said, what? And he said, get out, I'm not, that fare's too cheap. And I said, well, I didn't book it, I just booked it on your computer. And he said, well, I'm not taking you, get out.
Where were you going?
I to the airport to catch a plane.
And how long, what was it? Are you close to the airport?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about 10 minutes away.
So it's probably a $20 fare.
But it was 6 a.m. in the morning. So, you know, I don't know how many taxis are around. And he said, cancel it. It's only on my computer. Like, and he cancelled it. I wrote to 13 cabs and they said, I'll give you a $25 voucher. I'm still waiting. I just followed up a couple of weeks ago. Still nothing.
Yeah. Did you finish up getting a cab to the airport, Diana?
Yeah, he took me, but only at whatever price he wanted to charge me.
Oh, okay. So do you remember how much you finished up paying?
It was about just under $30. I can't remember exactly, about 28 something.
Yeah, okay. But
Got no clue what you're talking about.
Look, that can happen.
Whatever they
Yeah.
I just rebooked it. I don't look at what, you know.
I don't follow One Sonic. I don't know what he's up to.
Yeah, exactly.
It's to me.
Good stuff. Okay, appreciate the call.
Last time I heard
Thanks
about
for
One
joining
Sonic
us.
was when he was dating, what was her name? The little devil? Chicken Andy's ex? What's her name? Alice. That's the last time I watched.
Thank you, for goodness sake. And they wonder why they see the Ubers of the world taking off.
Yes, goodness gracious. All right, now, the Australian share market down slightly. The energy sector weighing it down.
Yeah, well, it did rise 1.6% last week, the ASX 200, but today it finished virtually flat. It was up a single point to 7,750, and the energy stocks did drag the market down. The losses were limited, thankfully. The biggest companies did actually lift. BHP was up 0.8%, Combank up 1.3%, NAB shares were also up 0.7%, and on the currency markets, the Aussie dollar continuing to sit at around 66 US cents.
Deb, I eat a bit of an an op-ed earlier on tomorrow's federal budget and sort of talked about the balancing act that Jim Chalmers has got tomorrow by providing cost of living relief, but at the same time ensuring that there wasn't so much stimulus that it increased the prospect of inflation, which then decreases the chances of an interest rate cut. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a high-wire act with a triple pike included. It's just impossible to really pull off. But add on top of that, the news today that we got from Treasury that inflation is going to be back within the target range by the end of this year, by Christmas this year, 2024, even though we've got the Reserve Bank saying we're not going to get anywhere near that for another year later. A huge call by Treasury, and you've got to wonder what's in the budget papers that they know about that we don't, or the Reserve Bank doesn't know about. And I can't see whatever, they've got to deliver some cost of living relief, which means spending, which means fueling inflation. So it's a huge prediction to make from the Treasurer, who we know wants to be Prime Minister one day, let's be honest. So it'll not only be to the detriment of him personally and his ambitions if that target isn't reached, but with an election within 12 months, they'll be turfed out the door and write the election ads for the coalition straight away. It's bold prediction, but we'll see what's in the budget papers.
And stage 3 tax cuts, straight away that's going to provide an enormous stimulus. And just the whole suggestion by Treasury that we're going to head for that target range by Christmas. I read that this morning and thought, gee, that's bold. And in many ways, Chalmers is betting his Treasury portfolio on it.
Yeah, and his ambitions. He really is. I don't know. I think, they'll say it's Treasury. It's not me, the Treasurer, and that's the way that the distance will be placed before it if they get it wrong. But they'll be hugging onto it and grasping for its hands, feet and everything if they get it right, won't they? But voters won't be punishing the Reserve Bank if it's wrong. It'll be the government that'll be turfed out on its ear if it gets this wrong. Oh, let's hope they are right though, Lisa, because we all want inflation to come down because we want interest rates to start coming down. But I don't know. I just can't see how delivering cost of living relief can come with bringing inflation down by the end of this year. Like that's a big call.
Well, speaking of bringing things down, this is one of the few areas that we're seeing a drop in prices, and that is international airfare prices. You're going to talk about that tonight.
Yeah, well, finally, because we've been paying through the nose for so long, flying domestically and internationally too. But
it was cheaper for me to drive up there than
today show that international economy fares for the second half of this year are 13% cheaper than they were for the same time last year. And some of the biggest falls are for some of the really popular destinations for Aussies, like Bali, for example. Travellers can expect to pay more than 20% less. You can pick up an average return economy fare for about $798 compared to more than $1,000 at the same time last year. And look, they're not at the lowest levels that they were pre-COVID, but we're seeing more competition, more capacity, so it's great news for travellers. If only we could afford to book a holiday, though, with the cost of living pressures the way they are, no one's got any spare money to do it.
Exactly. Look forward to it tonight, Deb. Thanks for joining us.
Bunch of videos uploading now.
Thank you, President.
There she is, Deb Knight, 7 o'clock tonight, 4BC.
Rocky Nat. Not Rocky Nats, Golden Nats. Got my headlights on. Still only K zone here. Hope that's 100 up there.
Good afternoon, police. M11's killer has been sentenced to 14 years in the Brisbane Supreme Court. A small plane has landed safely at Newcastle Airport after its landing gear broke, forcing it to circle for close to 4 hours. Everyone on board was okay. Australia's largest taxi payment provider, Cabcharge, is cracking down on drivers who turn off their meters and hike fares. The company is introducing strict new rules on payments from Wednesday. The federal government says tomorrow's budget will outline policies to address the challenging economic conditions gripping the Australian economy. And Robbie Katter, MP, has slammed a toothless state inquiry into the supermarkets as lacking the bite to make a difference and declaring Queensland as receiving the rough end of the pineapple. In sport, Super Netball CEO Stacey West has been forced to apologise for an embarrassing scoreboard bungle in the Giants' Lightning clash. The Lightning were celebrating a 1-point win when they were told the score was wrong, and they lost 86-80 in extra time. Lisa, like more news again at 6.
Traffic. The 4BC app is where it's at. Download now at 4bc.com.au.
We've got a breakdown on the Gateway motorway northbound at Murray. It's in the left shoulder just before the Gateway Bridge. There's a first water main for River Terrace after Main Street and Kangaroo Point, and a breakdown on the Pacific motorway southbound at Upper Mountbatten just before Logan Road. Got a crash at Kedron Gympie Road northbound before Roddy Road, delays to Stafford, and heading on Countess Street inbound towards the city. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Tim Berg on 882 4BC.
Come on down to Little Star Baby Co. Where are 2, make that 3 conveniently located stores of quality
Turn the air conditioner off, put the window down a bit.
and baby yoga and copper care and crab wheel alignment and teddy bear training. If business is required, wrangle it with a fast, flexible NAB business loan. NAB, more than money. Terms, conditions, fees, charges, eligibility and lending criteria apply. See nab.com.au for more information. Gary, I can't stop thinking about the business in our chat last week.
Okay, talk to me.
It's a huge opportunity. Can we talk next steps?
Thought you might say that. Let's run through the details now.
At Judo Bank, we're always here to talk about the ideas for your business. Call your Judo Bank app or search Judo Bank today. Judo Bank, all the banking business. I want to talk to you about what will happen when I die. No, I'm perfectly fine. That's why now's a good time for me to make plans. We've both worked so much towards the top coming to our life that we really want to do. But I want to make sure that there's getting some opportunities that we received. So I will be engaged to the equitable family running for Equitable Family Queensland, trusted to look after the welfare of animals for over 420 decades. Did you know Cameron's Kitchen is available for your local Cameron's Kitchen for Dad every week?
He's always been a simple eater, so the meals are perfect.
Mom's quite a fussy eater, but she really does love the meals from Cameron's Kitchen.
Fresh, traditional, home-cooked meals made to order. Speak to your home care provider about switching to Cameron's Kitchen today. You can taste the difference. CameronsKitchen.com.au.
Stan's hilarious multi-award-winning series Hacks returns for a grand new season.
Never been harder. Did you ever think you'd be back on time?
Yes, starring Emmy Award winner Jane Smart.
But I'm not respecting anything. I have to do now.
From the team that brought you Parks and Rec, it's the heartfelt comedy that will make you laugh till you cry.
Feel goosebumps.
The brand new season of Hacks, now streaming only on Stan.
Tonight on 9 News, air emergency caught on camera. 4 lives at risk as a plane attempts to land with no wheels. King Wally Lewis's urgent heart health warning. Plus, new technology testing the real danger of older drivers. 9 News at 6.
Music. Turn that shit off. Talk over it. Please like and subscribe.
Investigation?
Correct. You have just won $1,000.
Oh, thank you so much, Peter. I really appreciate that.
What'll you do with it?
It'll help me get my car repaired, thank you.
Oh, okay. What's happened to your car?
Oh, a truck hit me.
Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah.
Is insurance covering it?
Most of it, but my excess I've got to pay.
Yeah, the excess is the killer, isn't it? Yeah. I paid a $1,400 excess a couple of months ago. Can you believe that?
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Well, Nola, that's fantastic. I'm glad that we could be of help to you, and and it's obviously for a great.
The accident's not your fault. I don't think you should have to pay the excess. I reckon the other person should have to pay for it.
Thank you so much.
No, you're welcome, Peter. I enjoyed listening to your show. Very informative.
Thank you, Noel. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay, have a nice night.
Have a nice night. Stay on the line, Nola, so the guys can get all your details.
Thank you.
There's Nola from Victoria Point. She's a pensioner. She's going to use some of the $1,000 to repair her car. Got hit by a truck. So that's fantastic. Now, Laurel, Gary and Mark will give you another chance to win $1,000 tomorrow. But you need the code word to win. Now, tomorrow, this is a very apt code word. It's easy to remember. You just got to make sure you listen to Laurel, Gary and Mark. The code word is, write this down, budget. Make a note of that. Tomorrow's budget day. Easy to remember, budget. Listen to 4BC Breakfast. We're going to pass the bucks on 4BC. And for details, you can visit the win page at 4bc.com. We're going to do it all this week and all next week. We're going to give away $1,000 on both shows.
A weather update. We'll be here to help in unexpected weather.
Brisbane, glorious day tomorrow. Down to 13 degrees overnight. The Doonas are coming out. Top of 26. Similar conditions in Logan. Top of 26 down there in Jimboomba. 27 degrees at Raceview. What a beautiful part of the world, Raceview. Great day to be out and about with the last of the warm conditions before winter kicks in. 24 degrees in Redlands, Wellington Point, beautiful part of the world. Mostly sunny and balmy. 25 degrees at Coomera, Upper Coomera. One of my favourite spots in the world. And it's all got to do with a big carbon capture project right here in Queensland. Now, Sun Pork, they make the majority of all the pork products that you see and buy at your local supermarket. But they're worried about Glencore's carbon capture project in the Great Artesian Basin, northwest of Goondiwindi. Now, the pork manufacturer, they're saying that Glencore's plans to inject carbon wastewater into the basin will compromise the water supply for 250,000 pigs. And if that was to happen, it would mean $200 billion in potential pork products goes unused. More than 800 people who work at the $170 million Swickers abattoir would lose their jobs. Now, Glencore has always said that it does its work by the rule book, and that any potential impacts on the basin would be minimal, localised, and not a problem. But if you're risking 10% of all of Australia's pork products being stripped from supermarkets nationwide, or ultimately costing us, the ordinary Aussie shopper, more money, you've got a real question to answer, right? And this isn't just me saying this. AgForce, the National Farmers Federation, Gina Rinehart's Hancock Agriculture, they're all opposed to this particular project. And I can tell you, it's already causing drama within political circles. Nationals leader David Littleproud has sent a stunning rebuke to his own deputy opposition leader Susan Ley because she passed this Glencore job back in 2022. As for the Miles State Government, they're still twiddling their thumbs, not due to release a final decision for at least another fortnight. What's that saying? Get some pork on your fork? Well, that's not going to be happening.
Support the whole neighbourhood.
If this, in fact, is not reversed. Now, Cross River Rail, back in the headlines. I'd love to get your thoughts on this RG barge.
Please like and subscribe.
So, Opposition Leader David Crisafulli and the LNP, if they win this year's state election, one of their plans that they want to put into place is to rename the controversial Cross River Rail project. They want to name it the Elizabeth Line, after the late Queen Elizabeth II. I don't mind that, but there are some people out there today who have slammed the proposal, calling it a right royal stuffer. It's the name change, if the name change was to happen, it would be a replication of London's brand new, shiny $36 billion train line that links the city's east to its west. Robert Dow from the Rail Back on Track Advocacy Group, who I've spoken to many times on 4BC Drive, he says the whole thing's ridiculous. He says there's just no detail on the policy, but from our perspective, it already sounds too confusing to be worth it. What do you make of that? 133882. I want to hear what you think about this Elizabeth Line idea. Or would you rather it stayed as Cross River Rail? Or, as we know, this Labor government, this left-leaning Labor government are now considering, we know that this was part of Mark Bailey's bailiwick when he was Transport Minister, they're thinking about naming that particular station Meanjin Station, which is the First Nations derivative for Brisbane. In fact, there's a petition out with many hundreds of signatures wanting to change it to Meanjin. Be interested in your thoughts? 133882. Last week there's drama happening within the ranks of the St John Ambulance Service right now. The organisation provides medical transport services, community and training and AMBO services that so many of us at any one point have to rely on. Well, the AMBOs are in urgent negotiations with the state government to stay afloat, just to stay afloat. Concerns as many as 70 of their 110 staff members could lose their jobs due to a failure to meet the organisation's contractual obligations. Under a $3.9 million contract with the state government, 100,000 patients over the age of 65 are required to be transported to hospitals or other health clinics. But so far, only 50,000 have been done. So today, it's been revealed that in a move of desperation, the Ambos are now looking into signing a new national lottery deal with the St John Ambos in South Australia. So over there, the organisation has been running a lottery similar to the Marta Prize Home since 2020, and if a deal is struck with their Queensland counterparts, it might deliver an extra $600,000 a year in revenue. In South Australia, the lottery has already offered up major prizes like a $4.7 million house, a wine cellar, a Porsche, $250,000 in cash. So the stakes are high, and I'm pretty sure that Queenslanders would want a slice of that action. So it'll be interesting to see how this one pans out. Will the Miles government deem St John Ambulance as worthy enough to bail out on the public dollar, or will they leave the problems to the organisation to solve itself? Really interested. We'll keep an eye on that one. It's 17 minutes to 6. Now is the best time to manage your day-to-day business and scale for new opportunities with simple cash flow solutions from CommBank. Search CommBank Cash Flow.
Traffic on Roberts Brothers 1960s variety TV show. 2 p.m. Sunday, July 14.
At Oxley, there's been a multi-vehicle crash on Ipswich Motorway westbound before Douglas Street with minor delays. The first water main continues to affect River Terrace out the main street. That's in Kangaroo Point. There's a breakdown on the M1 northbound at Murray at exit 49 with minor delays, and a breakdown on the Gateway Motorway that's northbound at Murray in the left shoulder before the Gateway Bridge. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Tim Berg on 882 4BC.
With the cost of living on top of the agenda, what will the federal budget mean for you and the nation? Join Deborah Knight, John Stanley, Tom Oyer, Julianne Spry, Michael Packy, and a panel of experts for a special budget night broadcast. As grocery and fuel prices soar, the pressure is on the government to deliver relief to Australians. For complete coverage and budget analysis, join us tomorrow night from 7 on 4BC.
It's a movie. They want it. It's on TV. They want it. It's someone else's from a friend of a friend, and they want one just like it. The latest toy, gadget,
any big service stations, I'll stop and try and find a power point. I'll have a look. Not all service stations got power points. The last one I stopped at had a few. These ones probably won't have any.
Tax time is your perfect opportunity to treat yourself to a new Mercedes-Benz. Until June 30, you can take advantage of impressive savings on a select range of Mercedes-Benz models, including the A-Class sedan, the C-Class sedan, and the CLA Coupe. For the ultimate blend of performance and luxury, it has to be Mercedes-Benz. Don't delay. These offers end on the 30th of June, so visit an authorised Mercedes-Benz retailer today. Terms and conditions apply.
Until 6, this is Drive. With Peter Mason on Brisbane's 4 weeks ahead.
It's that time of the day. It's too small. Sorry.
What's coming up?
Sort of want to let this truck go behind me.
Hamstring tear. Who do you think will replace him?
That is the million-dollar question, Gleeso, isn't it? Who will replace him, I think?
Pull over area, I will let him go.
But who partners him? That's going to be the interesting one. I'll tell you who's playing some good footy at the moment is Matt Burton.
Yes.
At Canterbury.
Wouldn't let him down.
No, he wouldn't. Look, I'll tell you who else wouldn't, and we can lend, I say we, as Queenslanders up here, lend them one of our own in Luke Keary.
Yes.
He is from Ipswich. He hasn't played for New South Wales before, but Keary is playing good footy. Why not?
What about Sam Walker, or is that never been a consideration?
Queenslander.
Of course, yes.
Come on.
I've got him in the roost. I'm thinking
We're giving Keary, we're not giving him Sam Walker. Ben Walker's just driven off the road.
I saw Ben at a function on Saturday night. Yeah, sorry about that, Ben.
Oh my goodness.
All right. Okay, so
next thing you know, we'd be going back in time and lending them Greg Inglis.
Yes, exactly. Yes. The boy from Kempsey, he'll of course.
Simply.
Yeah. So if Mitchell Moses is fit and back in form,
he's got to have 2 really good games now for Parramatta.
Yeah.
He's got to hit the ground running. Coming back from the foot injury, I think just on exposed form, I'd go with either a combination of Keary, Hines, or Burton Hines. Is your 6 and 7. So
what about in the centres with Trbojevic out?
Oh, they've got options there as well. I think Stephen Crichton and Bradman Best, as I think they're the 2 I'd be looking at.
They are the 2
there. I think you put them in.
No Latrell?
No. I think Bradman Best game on the weekend, and people can say, it's only against the West Tigers. Just play who's in front of you. He was brilliant.
He was outstanding.
For Newcastle on Saturday afternoon at Scully Park in Tamworth.
Yes, I've been there plenty of times.
He was very good.
Okay, last night's game between the Cowboys and the Titans, a terrific game, Salty. Titans led easily. They nearly snatched defeat from the jaws of victory in the last 5 minutes, but I thought they showed a resolve. But the big question to come out of that game is what's happening at the Cows.
That's the another $1 million question, isn't it? As far as the Cowboys, look, they were 4-1 to start the season. Now 0-5. The last 5 weeks, and losing to teams that I'm sure there's people in tipping comps, right, that do their tips at the start of the season, and just let them go. I'm sure if you saw the Cowboys' last couple of games, you would have gone, tick, tick, Dolphins and Titans. They've lost them both. 2 tight games, but they've lost them both, and they're on the slippery dip now. And at times yesterday they looked disinterested.
Yeah.
There was before AJ Brimson's try in the first half, late in the first half, there was quite an innocuous bomb put up.
Yes.
3 of them stood there looking at it,
and they scored off the
next play.
Yeah, Brimson went in.
Yeah, and it hit one of the feet, and Paul Vorton in commentary goes, "Well, that's under 7 stuff." Which it is. When you see, you're not allowed to put bombs up like that in real little kids' games. When you see kids kick the ball and not just look at it.
Yeah.
So there's some issues. Look, they came back hard. They came back strong at the end of the game, and they've got a game this Saturday night in Magic Round against South Sydney. I think it'll be a great game because both teams desperate for the 2 competition points.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to the Magic Round. Salty, of course, will be there on Friday afternoon with an outside broadcast before we see Drive. But it's got all the. It's just such a wonderful weekend in Brisbane. It's the city is captured by the atmosphere, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So many people coming in from all over the state, all over the country. Hotels are full, restaurant bookings are up, pubs are getting into it. There's all sorts of functions and events that people can go to. I think it's a great carnival for our city. It really is. I'll tell you one thing, that I think that a few sports could work in with each other a little bit better. I know it's hard, Cliche, but I'm putting on my rugby league fan hat and my racing fan hat. I think in a way it's a shame that the Doomben 10,000 is on this week, right? But they could work so well in together. And maybe do you think of, say, having the Doomben 10,000 run at 2:15?
Yeah.
Or 2:30, and then you start your buses from onwards to get the Suncorp. I don't know that, but then that takes away from the BRC's take as well off the bar. It's just one of those things.
I'm sure that the BRC, and I'm sure that there have been discussions around how do we capitalise on how many people are in town, and I know there are a lot of people who would do the double.
Well, people can still do the double. You just got to not go to the first game, and you go to the 5:30 and the 7:30 games.
Yeah, indeed.
And then you're missing out on Titans, Newcastle.
Yeah, of course. Thursday night, of course, the women's first state of origin. You'll be calling it on 9, Salty. I know you get excited about these games, and quite rightly.
Yeah, this is going to be brilliant. I've been starting to research properly for both teams today, and just looking at the depth of talent in both teams. There is star power on both sides there. I'm just looking forward to seeing how the 3-game series unfolds, starting with this week. What a moment. Suncorp Stadium on Thursday night is going to be terrific. I cannot wait for it. And if there's people listening that say like rugby league or like watching big events, and they say, the women's game hasn't grabbed me yet, and so forth, might be a casual observer of NRLW and women's origin in the past, I implore you to watch this game on Thursday night. It'll be something else. And that's just not someone who's calling the game and involved in the game and wanting to hype things up. I'm genuinely excited about what is to come this week. I've been a big fan of Women's Rugby League for a long time. Actually worked for the Gillaroos as their media manager for a number of years, and have really enjoyed seeing the development of the women's game. Some of these players have been around since day one of NRLW, but then there's the new stars on the scene that I can't wait to see. It's just going to be a terrific game.
Got a tip?
Siding with Queensland, only just, and I say only just because you don't like tipping against any team that has Millie Elliott in there, Emma Tonegado, Isabel Kelly, Jess Surgis, but I think New South Wales have gone too conservative in the halves. No Jessie Southwell, that's a big plus for Queensland, and I think the Maroons can get them just.
All right, Salty, really looking forward to tonight with Paul Vaughan, Peter Basolis, Paul Vaughan, Wide World of Sports. It's 4.5 to 6.
Traffic for the Como at Redcliffe. Open for breakfast, lunch and dinner 7 days a week.
In Fortitude Valley, there's a breakdown on St Paul's Terrace. It's in the middle lane around Brunswick Street. There's a first water main for River Terrace south of Main Street and Kangaroo Point. Heavy for the Western Freeway from Chapel Hill southbound to Victory Pocket. And the Pacific Motorways heading northbound from Shallow Park to Slacks Creek. Heavy on County Street as well, inbound as you head towards the city. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Tim Berg on 882.
passengers down safely without wheels. Yes, the teenage killer of North Lake's mum, Ever Lovell, learns his fate. Also, while the shelves out, some of our biggest supermarket chains are largely stripped bare at the moment. The investigation into the attempted rape of a woman out walking at a popular local parkland. Wally Lewis, the King, an urgent heart health warning. Plus, this is a controversial one, the testing of safety of drivers as they age, the new technology now that's revealing the actual danger level of older drivers in different circumstances. Plenty more happening, Peter. That's all coming up. Hope you can join us tonight.
Fascinating stuff. Thanks, Lofty. Andrew Lofthouse and Melissa Downs tonight, 6 o'clock on 9.
Fueling Australian business thanks to BP Plus. Here's Scott Hayward.
Make doing business more rewarding with a BP Plus fuel card, the only fuel card offering Qantas points for your business. Sign up to a BP Plus fuel card and you'll triple Qantas points every time you fill up for the first 6 months. That's 6 cents.
Just pull through here, see if they've got a PowerPoint anywhere I can use. Service station. It might be too small on the server. I'll still have a look.
Looking for the ultimate in Mazda? Then look to Brisbane's only 2023 Mazda Master Dealer, Caboolture Mazda.
Can't see anything.
In 100 metres, turn left onto Bruce Highway, A1.
That's the price of petrol.
Take the next left onto Bruce Highway, A1.
Until June 30, take advantage of great drive-away deals across the range, like the BT50 4x4
Amazon locker.
XT dual cab manual, now from
Quickly go to the toilet, maybe.
ABN drive-away. And
Have a
the
look.
BT50 4x4 SP dual cab
Quick
auto,
look.
now from 6467.
I'll check the battery in the back.
Now
Yeah,
is
just
the
left.
perfect
Juice is
time
left
to
on.
drive away in your new Mazda. Ends June
You go
30.
toilet
Visit
anyway.
your local dealer and drive away
Give me a couple of minutes to chat.
Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. See mazda.com.au for details.
Lock my car because I keep fucking keys with me. Which me pants.
53%. Say 5.1 hours. Let's get another drink. Got 5 hours of battery, so we'll just keep going. Try and find one on the outside.
The scale they need to succeed. Our locations are the perfect place to focus, collaborate, network, and get your best work done. So whether it's Brisbane CBD or Fortitude,
hey, Orange,
simply turn up and get down to business. To find out more about our offices, co-working spaces, and meeting rooms here in Brisbane, in Australia, or around the globe, visit us at spacesworks.com.
Traffic to 4BC is Brisbane.
At Castledine, there's been a motor vehicle crash Gibby Ontario Road southbound just before the Bings Road turn-off. Heavy still to the Riverside Expressway from the Captain Cook Bridge inbound to around Howe Street. There's a breakdown in the Valley St Paul's Terrace in the middle lane at Brunswick Street. And there's a burst water main for River Terrace after Main Street and Kangaroo Point. And heading for the Western Freeway.
Take the next left onto Bruce Highway, A1.
Timberg on 4BC.
Continue on A1 for 7 kilometres.
There's one PowerPoint in the toilet. Didn't want to run that through the door. There's too many people coming through the door and stuff. So almost 5 hours. So I'll just try a lot of servos on the way. Trying to get it back up to 100%. So it could be 10, 12 hours. That's what I saw last set, but I saw had PowerPoints had them all over the place on the outside.
Thursday 24, similar conditions on Friday 24 the top. On the Bates, movements up to 20 minutes with the seas below 1 metre. Currently it's 20 degrees in St Lucia. News at 7 on your home of the Olympics. This is Brisbane's 4BC.
And now on 4BC, it's time for Why World of Sports with Peter the Salters.
Very good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Monday night edition of Wide World of Sports. 133 882 is the telephone number. SMS 0499 880 882. The start of a massive week for our city. Magic round this week, Thursday night, Women's State of Origin, and then on Friday through Sunday, every game of round 11 of the National Rugby League being played at Suncorp Stadium. So much to look forward to, a lot to look back on from over the weekend as well. So let's hop straight into it. It's Monday. The one and only Paul Fortin is here. Hello, great man.
Hello, Salty.
Well, we're going to have a look at this one too. You get in here, do you? This is a newer one.
Continue on
All I need is like half an
Road for
hour.
6 kilometres.
I've got 2 weeks away. Yeah. So far, 5 of the cans of baked beans.
It's the price of fuel.
No, mate, baked beans every day.
Oh! Fuck! Ran over that motherfucker. Didn't see it. Fuck! So fuck my car up. Fuck. Fucking cunt. Fuck.
It's alright. I think I know I saw it. It's only a cement fucking thing. I didn't see the cunt. Just opening stuff my wheel arming up. Everything's straight, hopefully. Well, the bumper bar and everything. Bumper bar is. See if she drives straight. Fucking Christ.
Continue on A1 for 4 kilometres.
You alright, girl? You alright? Fuck. Is it a big city down there? Fuck. Lucky I was going slow. That was a good one. Seems to be driving straight. Same with how steering wheel, she's driving straight. Surprised I didn't do any damage underneath. I don't think I did. We'll get another look. All for a fucking battery. Now it's 60. I think noise was just the shocky going back up in.
Take the second exit onto Macquarie Road.
Where am I going? Around to the right.
A lot of the players from the 60s, 70s who are still around, and even the 80s, they'd be looking at it going, oh my God,
Okay,
I've got to turn this off. Honestly, it was that bad on the weekend. It was that bad. It's awful. This game is hardly even recognisable now.
Well, hopefully now that
Well, they might get the message.
Yeah.
Yeah. They might
Exit the roundabout onto Mackay Ring Road.
Give me some buzz. We do have listeners everywhere.
Continue on Mackay Ring Road for 9 kilometres.
was embarrassing. Both incidents were highly embarrassing to our game.
Yeah.
And how is that going to attract new people? Yeah. Well, they were both bad though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
All the way from Mayland, Chef. How's things in Mayland?
All right. You must be pretty happy up there. New South Wales have got injuries galore.
It's a shame.
It's a shame. You say sincere.
Hey, Craig, we're Queenslanders, though, we're still underdogs. We'll just battle to get a 17 together ourselves and, scratch a team together like we usually do. But so don't go taking that underdog status. You've got the whole state of New South Wales there to choose from.
Yeah, you only won the last 2 series.
Hey, Craig, I've got to ask you this. You're living in Maitland. What the hell are you doing listening to us on 4BC? And what did you flick it? Did you find us by mistake?
Because I'm a huge fan of Salty. I'll say one of the best commentators going around.
I agree.
That's nice. Thank you, Craig.
It's about time he got some kudos. Fantastic.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, Craig, if you had better co-commentators, he'd be going even better.
Yeah, I love it.
Good on you, Craig.
Thanks.
Mate, I really appreciate it, Craig. Thank you. Thanks,
Salty, did you just chubby up a bit there? Mate, that's a great rap.
Yeah. Thank you, Craig.
Very good.
And don't sell yourself short. I work with wonderful co-commentators.
Don't worry about me.
Yeah.
Just take the compliment, Salty. Well done. Who else have we got? I thought he was going to be a baked bean there.
No, here we go.
From 5:30 at 9, at midday, and on your way home.
Once again, like that gentleman before, long time fan of him, mate. I go back to the old Billy J days when you were with him, and how you ever put up with Billy J, I'll never know.
Great man.
But I've got to agree with Fatty, mate. Come on, my staple Thursday night meal is 2 pieces of toast, baked beans, bit of pepper, and some grated cheese, mate. You've got to have it.
Oh, grated cheese, eh? I've never thought of that. That's tomorrow night.
And then you put it back. In the microwave, and just melts a little bit, and top food, mate.
I can't wait to do that. Yeah, that's going to be so good.
I'll tell you what I'll do, Gary. And Paul, because it's been a while. Then I'll give them another go.
You do that, Sol.
Give them to your kids too, mate. Have your kids ever had them sold?
Yeah, they have. They're not that big a fan, actually. But no, but maybe, yeah.
They might like some feta on top. You agree, can't you?
Yeah.
Throw some feta on top of it.
978 kilometres to go.
Some olives maybe as well, hey?
Better start
I'll tell you what,
concentrating,
Gary,
buddy.
I'll tell you what I'll do. When we're calling Magic Round this week at the Broncos Manly on Friday night or South Cowboys on Saturday night, I'll save it for one of those two. Both games kick off around 8 o'clock, 8 on Saturday night. I'll try out baked beans at about 7:30 on Saturday night.
I wouldn't be doing that. Won't be a woofy old box.
It's not letting close area, darling.
Yeah, in the small commentary box. They could come in handy. All right, good on you, Gary. Appreciate that.
Thanks, guys.
Keep the great work up here, guys. You're fantastic.
Thank you, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Anthony's at Chermside. Hello, Anthony.
Yeah, hello, fellas. I thought I'd give a call. I've got a couple of topics. First one is, remember I called about 2 or 3 weeks ago and said the bunker has lost the plot. It's time to get rid of it. I think my case is closed, sealed and delivered.
Yes, I agree. I think I agreed with you at the time, and I agree again, 1,000,000%.
It's almost
something has to happen.
Decided to have 2 reps on the field.
No, it's a lot worse.
In 600 metres, at the roundabout, take the first exit and stay on Mackay Ring Road.
As I said, I still don't mind it just to see if the try's been scored, but take it away from everything else and let the referee make his own decisions. That's what I'm saying.
And then another quick comment. With the Tigers, I'm curious. I don't go for Tigers, I'm a Dragon man, but last year the Tigers were struggling a little bit and all the bells are out for Maguire to be gone. I don't see anyone putting the bells out for what's going on.
Exit the roundabout onto Mackay Ring Road. Continue on Mackay Ring Road for 3 kilometres.
This is his first year. So I think he's, even if they run last or second last or third last, he's entitled to get another go. So he's implementing systems and ways that he wants them to play now. And to be honest, his roster's not great. He hasn't got a lot of good players there, right? Some of the forwards are pretty ordinary and have had their day. But I think he deserves a chance, right? At least this year and next year.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And then Celtics, I think you need to take that to the funny Erie on the weekend. Get a bit of Greek food, bit of Greek baked beans, bit of mussel lover.
Oh, no. Actually, I'm glad you used that name and not the other word for it, because then we'd be taken off the air, Anthony. But, yes. Now, that's probably why I've got a fear of baked beans, because of what Anthony was just talking about there.
Mm-hmm. What are these things, Salt? What are they?
They're not good, I'll tell you that. But
are they sort of giant beans? Are they?
No, they do come like that, and really tiny ones. Yeah, no, it's hard to say. Fasolada is the Greek word to say it. I'm just trying
I've got enough battery to finish this bite
think
anyway.
of the translation. Anyway, but yes, no, and there is another word for it, and it's not a very nice word. I'll tell you during the break.
Spell it.
F-U. Anyway,
In 600 metres, at the roundabout, take the 3rd exit onto Bruce Highway, A1.
as well. 133 882 is the telephone number, 20 after 6.
Traffic for the Kia EV9, the 2024 Drive Car of the Year.
Still got a crash in Castledine for Gympie Arterial Road southbound, just before Beams Road, and very heavy still for the Western Freeway southbound Chapel Hills to Fig Tree Pocket. There's a burst water main in River Terrace just out the Main Street and Kangaroo Point. Heavy for the Pacific Motorway northbound, Shayla Park to Slacks Creek. And there's a breakdown for the Gateway Motorway, that's northbound at Murray in the left shoulder before the bridge. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Tim Berg on 882 4BC.
Want to chat with people who love footy just as much as you? Ladbrokes Communities is a new feature where you can connect, banter and follow expert tips with like-minded punters. Discuss the latest...
Exit the roundabout onto Bruce Highway.
Plus there's plenty of other communities to explore.
Continue on A1 for 17 kilometres.
T's and C's apply and available on the Ladbrokes website. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Just got better. Get ready for the new refined 7-seat Kia Sorento. The new Kia Sorento sets the standard in large SUVs with innovations that prioritise family and luxury. Now with a dual 12.3-inch panoramic display and Kia Connect technology, the new Kia Sorento refined, levitate. To find out more, visit kia.com.au or visit your nearest Kia dealer. Kia, movement that inspires.
Back to 80.
consideration. These are words that many people forget about in today's hectic world. But at Alex Garfield's, care and consideration are the very reasons our business has survived for so long. Maybe it's because of our family ownership or the fact that we've been helping the good people of South East Queensland since 1940. But you can rest assured that these are the values that allow us to make every feel so very special.
Alex Garfield's care and consideration.
Adrian loves baked beans and tinned spaghetti.
No, you can leave me out of the tinned spaghetti. You're going to leave me right out of that.
You don't like it?
No. My brother used to eat the tinned spaghetti and I stuck on the baked beans.
John Tarragindi. Hey, Soldy, Fatty is officially on the Jared Daffy batching diet. Outstanding.
Actually, we got a text from Jerry, who works over at 4TAB, does a magnificent job over there.
Yes.
But he just sent through a text saying the first person that opens a baked beans restaurant will make a fortune. Just baked beans.
Can you imagine?
He said he'd be there every day. Poor Linda.
Yeah.
Could you imagine?
I know. Is she a saint yet or something?
No, she should be.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Evening, Jerry and Linda, loyal listeners to the program. Now, I thought you might have chimed in then too with a little something on certain Saturday morning text messages that Jared sent that don't mean much these days.
Because, well, he said he's got a Melbourne man. He's Melbourne man's supposed to be the best in the business, tipping race horses. So he sent through the other day. 0 from 10. There are 10 races, not one winner. 0 from 10. Thanks, Jerry. I was in a coma by about 3 o'clock.
There you go. All right. Ted, last one on this one. Ted from Caboolture. Salty, Cowboy Caviar. You don't know what you are missing out on. Fatty, grab a Jaffa Lion, baked beans, shredded ham and shredded cheese with a coldie. That's from Ted.
Yeah, now you're talking. The greatest movie scene ever seen in a movie in Blazing Saddles. It's on YouTube. Just look up Blazing Saddles. It's a movie that came out like 40 years ago. Yes. It's set in the Old West.
Mel Brooks.
Yeah, Mel Brooks movie. And there's a scene around a campfire. You can't stop laughing at it. It's a farting scene, but it goes for like 5 minutes. It is hilarious.
Actually,
so good.
We will get back onto the footy in just a moment.
We should.
Someone posted the other day, if Blazing Saddles was made today, it was a video that was put up.
Yes.
It went from the opening credits and come straight to the closing credits.
That's absolutely.
If it was made today.
All the racial slurs in that movie, oh yeah. They wouldn't let it on air.
No. Okay, let's go back to Thursday night and the Dolphins winning, which meant no matter what happened over the weekend, they were to finish round 10 inside the top 4. They're playing some really good football, aren't they? The Dolphins?
They're actually playing outstanding footy. And, when you look at their team, it's a ragtag, and I'm not trying to put them down, but it's a ragtag, retrobates, second graders, former first grade. It's just, they're fantastic. And yet they all play for each other, and they play for the colours of the club, and they're playing for Wayne Bennett. And this is what Wayne Bennett does. That's why he's the best coach. Craig Bellamy's up there, but Wayne's just the best at getting things done. Formed a club, let's get Wayne. First year, they had a great first half of the year, then injuries got them later. But this year, they're just performing, they're playing great, just solid footy, nothing too outstanding. But then, the other night, you get Mark Nichols, right? the big 6'3" former South prop, and he runs 20 metres, backs up, scores a try, just gets there, just gets over the line. 116 metres in 43 minutes. What did he score that try? He played really well. Look at bloke Ewan Aitken. Wasn't wanted at the Dragons, wasn't wanted at the Warriors. After playing a couple of years there, comes to the Dolphins. Mate, he's a former centre, now playing in the back row, and he's playing outstanding footy. He made 147 metres and 35 tackles. He did a lot of work that no one saw. And then you had Herbie Farnworth, was outstanding in the centre. They did a lot of work as well, taking the ball up when the forwards were tired. And the man of the match was Trey Fuller, who's 27 years of age, but I think he played his 4th first grade game, didn't he?
Yes.
Something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
He was outstanding. Chip and Chase. That Chip and Chase took me back to the Phil Blake days. In 1983, he scored 27 tries for Manly. I reckon a dozen of them were Chip and Chase. And Trey just, it's so good to watch. Now, Sam Walker's now doing it. He's getting some more confidence. They're letting him play the way that he wants to play, Sam. So there's got to be more of that in our game. And they really played well. Manly were off. They weren't great. Tommy Turbo looks shot. He'll obviously miss the Origin. You know, he probably would have made the Origin, possibly in the centres, but I don't think he'll be there now. So, they look a lot of other days at the moment. They sort of started the season well, and the last couple of weeks have been pretty tragic for them. But it was a great win by Redcliffe. The Dolphins, yeah.
So one thing that you know, and you can look into stats and everything probably too much sometimes, Paul, but the Dolphins are last on the table in the category that you want to be last in, and that's missed tackles. Mm-hmm. They've missed the least amount of tackles than any other team in the competition. Wow. And their average, so you can take that because they've only played their game, they're averaging only 26.8 missed tackles a game. I think there was only one other team on the weekend that were in the 20s, and that was the Dragons, because their defence has improved under Shane Flanagan. And that's where it all starts, isn't it? You know, I've
been saying on this show, how long have I been on this show? About 5, 6, 7 years?
About that.
I've always said it starts with defence. Defence wins your games. And what you do after that is where you score your points. But, you know, if you defend and you hold them to 10, 12, 14, then you've done your job. And 27 missed tackles. You know what? Bob Fulton said to us back in the 80s when he came to Manly as a coach. He said, I'll accept 27 to 30 missed tackles. That's what I'll accept. Any one more over that.
In 800 metres, at the roundabout, take the second exit and stay on Bruce Highway, A1.
We'll accept 3 missed tackles from each player, but none more than that.
Yep.
So if you missed 4 or 5, he actually came out with, he had T-shirts made up on the front. So on Tuesday, he'd hand out a T-shirt. I missed more than 3 tackles on the shirt, just to embarrass us. Yeah, he was tough. But that's, defence wins your games. No doubt about it.
Absolutely. All right, you're listening to Wide World of Sports. So much to talk about still on the show. We're here for another 28 minutes. If you want to be part of it, give us a call. 133 882 is the telephone number. Wide World of Sports on
Exit the roundabout onto Bruce Highway.
Send 4BC.
Continue on A1 for 11 kilometres.
On the Gateway motorway, there's been a breakdown northbound at Murray. It's in the left shoulder just before the bridge, causing only minor delays. There's a burst water main for River Terrace after Main Street and Kangaroo Point. Heavy for the Riverside Expressway inbound from the Captain Cook Bridge to Hale Street. Heavy for the Pacific Motorway from Shayla Park to Slacks Creek. And a breakdown Pacific Motorway southbound at Upper Mount Cravat, just before Logan Road. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Tim Berg on 4BC.
Try Hungry Jack's new range made with Kit Kat. Crunchy choc wafer pieces in a soft, creamy chocolatey storm, and new barista iced drinks made with Kit Kat. Get iced coffee or iced chocolate made with Kit Kat only at Hungry Jack's.
Want to chat with people who love footy just as much as you? Ladbrokes Communities is a new feature in the Ladbrokes app where you can connect better and follow expert tips with the community of like-minded punters. Discuss the latest news, fixtures and predictions for the round ahead. Plus there's plenty of other Ladbrokes communities to explore, including racing, soccer and more. So take on the fun this footy season and Ladbroke it with communities only available in the Ladbrokes app. you win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Urgent call for Dinesh. Please head to Register 3 now. And you too, Jenny. Please leave the crowd section immediately. Oh, this morning rush is wild. Is Tara's break over yet? These lines aren't getting any shorter. We need all hands on deck. Is this still on? Thank you. And that will be all.
When taking payments gets wild, running them without merchant services. More than money. Terms and conditions with instructions and
Big man, I like the high-vis gear. Are you heading to a workshop? No, I just wanted to grab a workwear bargain. How those? There's Traders 308 shorts and pants, new styles and your trusted favourites. High-vis polos and shirts, UPF rated for protection. Ladies workwear, shirts, pants and hoodies. Plus a massive range of safety work boots and kids workwear. We've got all the famous brands including the iconic Traders 308, plus Lowe's, King G and Yakka. How those? Now I need an ice drop.
Start making time for you at one of 9 Ingenia Lifestyle's low-maintenance over 50s communities in Queensland. With new modern homes ready to move into today, enjoy relaxed living while staying social and active. Priced from $340,000 to $1.7 million with no exit fees or stamp duty. Plus buy now and enjoy a $5,000 Ingenia holiday voucher on us. So stop waiting, start living. Search online for Ingenia Lifestyle Queensland. Conditions apply.
Kia's most awarded SUV just got better. Get ready for the new, refined 7-seat Kia Sorento. Now with a dual 12.3-inch panoramic display and Kia Connect technology. Visit kia.com.au to find out more.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
I'm not okay. These are the 3 strongest words you can say. Whatever you're going through, you are not alone. Visit heartsonmysleeve.org to find the courage to voice your pain.
Trust the free sleeve. Register for a free smart assessment. Smart Brisbane, the pioneers of mobile phone in Queensland.
At about 5:51 p.m. after playing 42 games for Queensland, 56 games for Australia and 430 games for the Melbourne Storm, Cameron Smith made an error.
He did. He finally made a mistake. I was there.
Yes, we were there. Let's listen to it. Let's listen to what he did.
Dean and Cotter. Townsend and Jungle and Kane sweeps a pass. Fell will score. Fell will score. What a pass from Townsend. We're going to have a grandstand finish in Sunday footy. And the way they did that, they just went side to side to side to side. And in the end, they just ran out of troops at times. They were run off their feet. Azizu, D-Max. Oh, he says D-Max replay. What a lovely play it was by the Cowboys.
So we got him.
Yeah, well, he got himself.
He got himself, yes.
How good. He's very, I'll tell you something about him. He's a really, really good commentator. But I really listen hard to what he talks about, what he says. Because he's a lot smarter than me. And I mean, I'm just an old battler, an old trooper, but I listen to what he says because he talks the modern game.
Yep.
But unlike others at other joints, he makes it simple for people at home to understand. So yeah, he's very, very good. He's going to have a long and healthy career in the media, Cameron. Very good.
He will, but that's not to say we can't pick him up on the one error.
No, it's good. It's good too.
Yes. Just keep him level.
It's just part of the deal at Channel 9 and 4BC.
That's right. That's right. Now,
we nail them.
That's it. Now, over the weekend, we saw Brisbane defeat Parramatta in what could have been a tricky game for the Broncos. They had a win on Friday night in the wet.
It rained a lot, but one particular player in the Brisbane team was outstanding, and that's is it Dane? What's his first name? Mariner.
Dean Mariner.
Dean.
In 800 metres, at the roundabout, take the second exit onto Broad Street, Bruce Highway.
First games do you reckon he's played? A dozen? More? Would it be more than that?
He might be up to about the 14 or 15 mark. I'll check it. Yeah.
He was. That's the best game he's played, and you can see the confidence grew on him as the game went on. He actually reminds me a little bit of Kerry Bowstead. He's got pace, and he's added a step and a swerve, which Bowie had in Spadefuls. It was the try he scored from 60 metres was outstanding. He beat 2 or 3, and just when you thought the fullback had him,
Exit the roundabout onto Broad Street. Continue on A1 for 266 kilometres.
race into the Parramatta defence. He was terrific. Mariner?
It's 14 games he's played.
14 games. Yeah,
13 tries in 14 games.
He's still learning, but I'll tell you, he's learning fast. He was terrific. Yeah, good solid win by the Bronx. It was in the rain most of the game. Look, Parramatta, they look like shot ducks. They were just ordinary. For ordinary they were. They're battling at the moment. They're really battling. Who they got on the weekend? You were doing their game on Sunday? Parramatta, Melbourne.
Melbourne, yeah.
If that's a nice, dry, sunny day, that they might do a number on them. The Storm.
Mitch Moses could be back. Is it all down to the halfback?
No. No, it's not. He'll help, kicking game especially, but, you know, actually the bloke
No.
So Moses comes back, he gets the job, doesn't he? I can't think of anyone else who's around.
The one option that has been raised by a lot down south is, well, Nico Hines to be in the half.
Nico Hines, for sure. But now Nico. Luai, doesn't he? Yeah. Nico Hines is playing. That team, I thought they beat Melbourne the other day. And they did.
Rockhampton, 308 kilometres.
And Nico Hines, he's the hub behind all that. He's driving really good. Strong kicking game, kicks goals, good passing game, and he's running. He likes to run, which is good, mate. It's everything you need from a halfback. So they'll be well served. I mean, last year they picked him on the bench, and he went on with about 4 minutes to go, I think, in one game, and someone ran straight over the top of him, and everyone bagged him, you know. And he got dropped, so that was pretty unfair. And they put him in the centres. So look, that was not a great starting experience in his first state of origin for Nico. So if he gets the run, then yeah, he'll go well. He's a good player.
Known him for a long time. Paul, as he was coming through playing here in Queensland in the Intrust Super Cup, as it was now Host Plus Cup, playing a lot, you know, for especially in his time at the sunny coast. And always with Nico, when he's played his best footy, it's been when he's been handed the keys and said, mate, it's your team, you go out there and you run the show. And that's what Craig Fitzgibbon has done with him at the Sharks.
Yes, he has. He's just letting him have a free run. And he's doing an outstanding job. He's really good. And I like it when I love halves and all of a sudden they pass, and then they decide to run. He's got a little bit of toe. He can get through a hole. He's playing very well. I think he's doing quite well in the Dally M's, isn't he? Is he maybe leading or second or third?
Yeah, he's right up there again, yeah.
I don't take much notice. I saw a list the other day and he was pretty up the top there.
Dylan Edwards is leading.
Yeah, well, he gets 1,000 points every game.
Yes,
he's a really good one. That's going to be a big decision for New South Wales, you know, just looking at what they do. And I couldn't give a fat rat's, to be honest, but Tedesco or Dylan Edwards. Tedesco or Dylan Edwards? I personally think Dylan Edwards deserves the number 1 spot. He's been playing like he's playing this year for about 5 years.
Yeah.
He's terrific. Really, really good. Strong. Backup goal kicker. He's a really good player.
Paul, Craig at Alderley, the Roosters, but this is on another player here. G'day guys, the Roosters are playing really good football at the moment, particularly Sam Walker. I know you both are big fans of Sam. It makes me think where they might have been had the Roosters not made the ridiculous decision last year of trying to put handcuffs on him and dropping him. He is playing sensational football, and if anything happened to Queensland halves, he wouldn't look out of place in a Queensland jumper either. Love the show, Craig. Good, thanks, Craig. Appreciate
Craig
that.
from Alderley, it's 2 suburbs away from Everton Park, where I lived, and you're exactly right, Craig. If you've listened to this show for the last couple of years, you've heard me bang on and on about it. They finally have taken the shackles off him, and you can see how well he's playing. And look, you know what? He's only going to get better and better and better. He will be the next Queensland number 7. Has to be. You know, Daly. The last couple of weeks, you know, sometimes what happens with rugby league players, they're going well, but when they get to 34, 35, a wall comes up in front of you. And I'm not saying Daly's hit the wall, but he's been really quiet the last 2 weeks. So hopefully he's got enough juice to lead Queensland to another victory. But when Daly hangs him up, Sam Walker's the man. Sam's already been involved in an Origin camp or 2. They take the young fellas in and get them, you know, just here's what's going to happen when you get the gig champ, you know. So exciting times ahead for the Queensland team, for sure.
Yeah, especially when you look at, you mentioned Sam Walker there, and I agree with you, and then you just think this year, you know, Sam had his turn of going in the last year or 2 with Billy, as you said, not so much even as an 18th man, but just to enjoy the week, the squad, just to get used to things. And I'm pretty sure Ezra Mann will be there this time around as well in that capacity. So when you look at Sam Walker, Ezra Mann, and Tom Dearden, the future looking good.
Oh, it's looking brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. But, you know, we don't want to get too excited. Let's just play it down. You know, just battle our way through it this year again.
Battle to get
try and win a game or 2.
Patch together 17 players and see how we go.
That's it.
That's it. All right, 133.
We want to talk about the Titans yet, Sol?
We will in just a moment.
Righto.
We will in just a moment. Stand by. It's 14-7.
Traffic for the Kia EV9, the 2024 drive car of the year.
Paramount is out to the traffic signals in Chelmsford West for Hamilton Road and Morngrel Terrace. There's a breakdown for Marshall Road before Woven Road in the right lane at Holland Park West. There's a burst water main for River Terrace after Main Street and Kangaroo Point, and a breakdown for the Gateway Motorway that's northbound of Murray. It's in the left shoulder just before the Gateway Bridge. With traffic every 10 minutes, I'm Tim Berg on 882 4BC.
Anthony from Goodfield's Eatery knows hard work is essential for success.
Absolutely. Every dollar counts.
So when it came to the savings built up in the business,
I needed it to work as hard as we do, and a lot harder than other bank.
And that's why he opened a Macquarie business savings account.
Finally, we're getting the rate our savings deserve.
With Macquarie Bank, you can finally earn a great rate of 4.65% per annum on balances up to $1 million for your business savings.
Fantastic.
In business, everything counts. Search Macquarie Business Savings and say,
Bank with Macquarie.
T's and C's apply, rates are variable. Consider it right for you.
Well, it's official. According to the US News World Report, Ram is America's best truck brand again for 2024. That means Ram Trucks has now won the prestigious title 5 years in a row, and for good reason. Ram's unrivaled heavy V8 power lets you carry and tow even the heaviest loads with more ease than you ever thought possible, and all while enjoying unrivaled levels of comfort and technology. And it doesn't stop there. With Australia's best range of pickup trucks, Ram eats everything else for breakfast. So see your Ram dealer or visit ramtrucks.com.au and get behind the wheel of America's best truck brand 5 years running. Ram, enough said.
Good health is contagious. Yep, we're wired to pick up all the best bits from one another. And at Bupa, we're helping it spread around Australia by helping our almost 4 million members live healthier, whatever that looks like for them. Because every time they do,
someone else will too. Join Bupa for award-winning health insurance and feel good health catch on.
In business, why do we have to choose one? With Optus, you can have it all. Get a great network with super fast 5G. Get value-packed business products and get the support you need with 24/7 dedicated experts. With Optus, your business can simply have it all. Search Optus Business to find out more. 5G available in selected areas and on selected plans. Speeds vary. Check website for coverage. State of Origin is about to make history for the very first time. The greatest women's rivalry on the planet goes to a blockbuster rematch series. The only place to watch it live is on 9. Ample Women's State of Origin, exclusive, live and free. Thursday 7:30 on 9 and 9 now.
It's pretty fun being a kid. Well, most of the time. But that's not the case for the 90 Aussie kids diagnosed with cancer every month. The Kids Cancer Project is raising funds for vital scientific research, so every kid with cancer can survive and live without long-term side effects. But they can't do this without your help. You can make a difference with a tax-deductible donation at thekidscancerproject.org.au/donate. Because survival starts with science.
Wide World of Sports from Ladbrokes.
Titans win yesterday over the Cowboys 20-18, and you know they just snuck over the line in the end, but they did well considering how many players they lost throughout the game.
Well, they've got 7 full-time first graders out of action for this weekend, so they're going to have to. I don't know, what are their feeder clubs, Salt?
Well, Ipswich and
Tweeds. Yeah. Well, they'll be ringing up halves and 5/8s. That's what they'll be doing. See how they go, but because I know that was it Josh Rogers? Did he get a run the other night for the Bronx? Yes, from Burley. So you know they're going to have to call it because there's no one there. There's no halves. But despite all that, despite the injuries, there was a very, very good win, 20-0 half time, and they didn't score a point in the second half. So people say, they eased off. No, they didn't ease off, but it was a tough game. And North Queensland got a lot better in the second half. What's happened to North Queensland, Salt? They've lost their last 5 in a row. And they look a shadow of their former selves. A shadow.
Look, Harvey's interested at times.
Absolutely. Actually, just on them, Scott Drinkwater had a great game yesterday, 237 metres here, and he looked like the only one who could do anything out there. He was quite dangerous. Val Holmes actually played okay, and you know what, Taumalolo, who's probably a light of other days, right?
Yep.
6-7 years ago, he was unstoppable. Now he's coming off the bench, but he made 160 metres. You know, he was their best metre gaining forward, and he only played, I think, 45 minutes or something. But he had a dig. He was good yesterday, Jason Taumalolo. But the rest of them, not much to write home about. A lot of mistakes as well. And they bombed at least 3 tries, didn't they? Val Holmes just had to dive. I mean, I didn't score many tries, but if I saw the try line, I just dived at it. You know what I mean? Dive at it, put the ball down. And Val's trying to. Anyway, he messed up a try, which with 4 more points they win the game. But just on the Titans, I thought Bo Fermor was outstanding. He was fantastic. 180 metres he ran for, and made a couple of really long searching runs. Fantastic. AJ Brimson, very, very good. Always dangerous. I think he should play fullback, but he played really good in the number 6, and he played 5'8" for the day. He was outstanding. Kieran Foran, what's he, 50? He's going so good.
Isn't he?
And we made the point during the call. I mean, he played for Manly when they won the comp in 2011. Did they beat the Warriors that night?
That's right, they did. Yeah.
Yeah. So 2011. And I'm sure he was early 20s then. So we're looking 13, 14 years ago, and he's still going good at 34, 35. He was terrific yesterday. Put his body on the line, made some crunching tackles, saved a couple of tries. And it's sad that he, hurt his hamstring. But here's the thing, David Fifita, I thought he was okay, just okay yesterday. The thing, he's signed now for the Roosters for next year. So do the Titans persist with him for this year? Do they or do they try and find someone else? Look, they'll probably keep him in the team for a while, but if you know he's going, and you're running the third, fourth, fifth last, then you probably might be trying other players at the end of the year. I'm not sure, but just in general, yesterday I was walking around quite a bit, talking to Titans fans and people who love going to their games, and I didn't talk to any officials or any of the coaches or co-coaches. I didn't mention Fifita at all, but just the general vibe I got was, you know what? No one cares. They just know, if he's gone, he's gone. We just got to move on. So it was quite interesting,
Yeah, it had that vibe around, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
Just on the Titans, and we don't have too much time left, but just on who could fill in the halves. Jaden Campbell's set to come back this week.
Oh, good.
So that's a big plus for them. And Kieran Foran's hopeful of playing this week.
Yeah, I saw him on the Gold Coast News. I always watch the Gold Coast News, being a local. And he said he had this happen earlier in the year, and they thought he was going to be out, but he actually managed to play the following week, exactly the same injury. So he could be available this week. Who have they got this week, so?
The Knights.
The Knights, okay. Well, that's a winnable game.
And Tom Weaver, the other impressive youngster who's coming through, he's out at the moment as well, unfortunately.
Okay.
For them as well. So he could have come in the halves. Kyle Foxwell's a young guy that they've got, but I think I'll try to maybe put Chris Randall in the halves and have Sam Beryl start at hooker. So see how it plays out.
Well, do they put Jaden Campbell halfback and Bruce turn up, and it should be a fantastic weekend of rugby league.
It sure will. See you over the weekend.
See you, mate. Bye.
Okay, bye everyone. Thanks for listening. We'll be back tomorrow night at 6. Bye-bye.
It all starts July 26th.
In this bulletin, the government's budget promises teenagers sentenced over a deadly stabbing and a pilot's actions praised. It's 7 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Chandra Llewellyn. The Prime Minister says the government is preparing to hand out should please every Australian.
Tuesday's budget, claiming Labor's financial blueprint will deliver assistance for those who need it most and reform the economy more broadly.
The decisions that we make this decade will set Australia up for the decades ahead.
The budget papers will show the economy is slowing, and that could help lower inflation within the Reserve Bank's target range by Christmas. But the opposition's Jane Hume says there's a discrepancy with the government's forecast and what the RBA said just last week.
I think it's now up to the Treasurer to explain why he is so much more optimistic.
It's hoped a drop in inflation will force the Reserve Bank to cut interest rates sooner rather than later. In Canberra, Michael Hackey, 9 News.
Australians are continuing to curb their spending on luxury items as they face pressure from soaring costs. Commonwealth Bank data shows households are spending more on essentials but cutting back on discretionary expenses like recreation and dining out. Overall, household spending dropped 1% last month in another sign of a weakening economy. A teenager has been sentenced over the stabbing death of a woman in Brisbane. Anna Rawlings reports.
The teenager who murdered Northlake's mum, Emma Lovell, during a violent home invasion on Boxing Day 2022 has been sentenced to 14 years jail. The judge found the teen's offending was particularly heinous, meaning he could have been sentenced to up to life in prison. He will be eligible for parole after serving 70% of his time behind bars. Emma's husband, Lee Lovell, who was also injured, has told media outside court that justice has not been served. Anna Rawlings, News.
A pilot has been lauded for his bravery for making a safe landing following a mechanical failure. The plane's landing gears broke while it was in the air, forcing the aircraft to circle Newcastle Airport for several hours before it touched down. Hero pilot Pete Schott and the 2 passengers on board walked away unharmed. He says he wanted to make sure it was safe.
So I had a figure in the back of my mind of how much fuel I got on the board to the least risk, and I just said, so I got that figure. I would have done this exercise for a student, 200, 300 times, so it was quite tense.
The runway will stay closed for up to 24 hours while the aircraft is cleared. An 18th person has been charged over riots outside a church in Sydney's southwest where a bishop was stabbed. The 31-year-old man will face court again later this month. A man's facing up to 2 years in prison accused of killing a dingo, Queensland island of Gurri. In finance, the All Ords has closed down 3 points at 80 to 19, one Australian dollar buying 66.06 US cents.
Sport. Want more from your favourite station? Register now at 4bc.com.au.
Roosters are flying in the NRL with one of their stars hitting career best form. Back rower Angus Crichton started the year in reserve grade, but is now on track to play State of Origin for the Blues. Roosters prop Lindsay Collins has told Wide World of Sports his teammate is playing inspired footy.
Dusty's been on fire at the moment. Like you said, a man's possess. Every carry he's taking, he's taking it to hurt someone, and every tackle he's doing it to hurt someone. Playing like an absolute beast at the moment.
Aussie all-rounder Cameron Green has been awarded Player of the Match honours in the IPL. He scored 32 not out and took a wicket, plus effected a run out, as his Royal Challengers thrashed the Capitals by 47 runs. And the Nuggets have levelled their NBA semi-final series with the Timberwolves at 2-2. It's 7:04. That's the latest news and sport.
Because menopause is not just about one symptom. Harmony is not just about one ingredient. Harmony's Menopause Max contains chaste tree, traditionally used in Chinese medicine. It helps relieve the intense symptoms of menopause, including hot flushes,
TV show with special guest star Simon Brooke McLaughlin from the Jersey Boys. It's just like a real variety TV show from the 1960s.
Turn left.
You get into the survey.
Variety TV show.
Queensland Performing Arts Centre, Sunday, July.
I have to go back on the highway to get to the fucking survey. That's right, it's right here. I wonder if they've got a PowerPoint. They've got piss anyway. Sports over there. How much is fuel here? Don't run over anything. 193, I might as well get fuel, I suppose. Unleaded. Unleaded 91, yes. My wallet. That's it. Let's see if I can tuck around the corner back there and use their power. Don't think there's one around this side. I can see the one around the front. Can't see one there. Just park here next to her.
go to the toilet and then I'll charge it. Just on charge first. Headlights off. Accessories off. I could make a sandwich or something strange. Torch. Didn't know where I got the torch this morning. Here it is. Sorry, chat, I'm just making a sandwich while that charges. Probably even boil a kettle and make a cup of tea too. I don't know. We'll see how much time I've got. Find a butter knife. A normal knife. A butter knife. Who's got one? I think it must have bought the wrong button and turned the fucking stream off. I mean, I can start a new one. Yeah, I think I did. Still live. Huh. Still live. Huh. I thought I turned it off. out of the car, get me water out. Couldn't bother. Battery doesn't charge. Stick with Pepsi. Kitty hours, what's that? Trisha Listerus. my replacement. Maybe I should start another stream before I go, because this one's getting up in the hours. I still got like 3 hours until the next big town. Yeah, I might do that. Not until the battery's charged at least anyway. Probably got enough battery to get down to, once this charge, probably down to almost near Bundaberg, and then there's another power point there I could probably use, and then it's like 8 hours from there. Oh, I should check in front of me, under in front of my car too. It's alright, just a couple of little scratches under there. A couple of yellow marks from the little piece of cement that I hit. Thank God. And the bar didn't move at all. Hey, the other troll. I bet you're a really surf dog, aren't you? Hey? Surf dog really loves you. It's alright, I can stay at the bottom of the IP2 list. See what Nick White's up to, I haven't seen him for a while. He's playing a game. Starting to get sick of drinking Pepsi. Hmm. Just gotta wait for this battery to charge. Before I go anywhere, please like and subscribe. Winter Nationals are on at Willowbank between the 6th and the 9th of June. Looks like I'll probably be going to that. So discounted tickets online. $1,374 subscribers. Okay. So you can pull the stuff out of the car. I would have made a cup of coffee. I could just sit here all night and use their power. Bit of a luxury. I have to keep note of where the bloody I should have an app that tells you where the power points are around Australia. Like ones that you can use out in public. This is where I scraped under the bar. You can't even see it unless you go look under the car. There's some bits of yellow paint there, so even the yellow paint might come off. I'll polish it. As soon as it's charged, I'll get out of here. Hear the fan on the battery working overtime. That'll give me another 12 hours of Starlink. So that might get me home. I'll do one more stop. I know where one more power point is. Full tank of fuel and a full battery. Hmm. Yeah, check the battery. It's on 88%, so 12% to go. Should take me another 5-10 minutes. Might end the stream and just start another one up. We'll do it now.